The sea shimmered beneath the midday sun, and at the crossroads of the world's trade route stood a thriving island, Rogge Town. Known as the town of beginnings and endings, it marked the gateway to the Grand Line. Every pirate chasing glory had to pass through here, and every dreamer hoping to survive the seas began their journey from these bustling docks. The streets overflowed with life. Merchants shouted from both sides of the road, displaying exotic goods brought from every corner of the world. Travelers, sailors, and marines brushed shoulders in a constant tide of motion. But amid all that noise, the shadow of justice loomed large. Most pirates who dared to linger too long here ended up in the cells of the Navy base stationed nearby. Far from the noise of the main street, in the quiet courtyard of a worn-down orphanage, an old man with a white beard yelled out, "Hey, Rogge, hurry up, we're going shopping." Coming, Uncle John, a tall, broad-shouldered boy with messy brown hair, jogged over and climbed into the back of a squeaky wooden carriage. Uncle John, the head of the orphanage, flicked the reins, and the horse began its slow trot toward the town. The carriage rattled over the cobblestone, drawing curious looks. In this city of polished ships and wealthy traders, the sight of a half-broken wagon drew smirks and whispers. Rogge didn't care. He stared out at the lively streets, his thoughts wandering far from the present. "It's been a year since I came to this world," he murmured to himself. "And I'm still stuck here." He wasn't from this world, not originally. A car accident had ended his old life, and when he opened his eyes, he was a child again, lying in an orphanage bed. After merging with the memories of his new body, he learned the truth. He had been reborn in the world of One Piece. At first, Rogge thought he'd hit the jackpot. A world of adventure, freedom, and strength. But the reality was far less glamorous. No powerful family, no secret system, no cheat ability. Just another orphan scraping by in Rogge Town. "Oh, come on," he grumbled inwardly. "If you're gonna reincarnate me, at least make me an admiral or a straw hat, or hell, even buggy would do." Complaining didn't change anything. At least he had food, a roof, and work. The orphanage had taken him in, and now he repaid the kindness by running errands and buying supplies. They stopped at a discount market near the port. Uncle John climbed down and said, "Remember, Rogge, we've got 5,000 Billy. Get the best deals: flour, vegetables, and milk. Those kids still need to grow." "Got it," Rogge replied. Uncle John was a kind man who claimed, half seriously, that he was a distant relative of Whitebeard himself. The townsfolk laughed at that story every time, but Rogge knew the old man meant well. After a long round of bargaining that could have worn down a sea king, they finally struck a deal. "Load it all up," Uncle John said proudly. Rogge carried the sacks and crates onto the wagon one by one. 10 bags of flour, boxes of fruits and vegetables, bottles of milk. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but he didn't stop until the last box was stacked. The carriage groaned back toward the orphanage. When they arrived, Uncle John wiped his brow. "Good work today. I'll check the accounts, you handle the sorting." "Sure thing," Rogge said, rolling up his sleeves. He unloaded everything, stacking the goods in neat piles, but his mind wasn't on the work. "I can't keep doing this forever. 2 more years, then I'll leave this place. Maybe I'll join the Navy or become a pirate." Both paths sounded impossible. The Navy was full of rules and corruption. Pirates lived one step from death, and he, an ordinary orphan, had no power at all. He sighed and reached for a wooden crate of vegetables. Why's this one so light?" Curious, Rogge opened the lid. Inside sat a single purple fruit covered in strange swirling patterns. His breath caught. No way, he knew that shape, that texture, those markings. A devil fruit. He stared at it in disbelief, trembling slightly. After rebirth, he'd memorized every fruit listed in an old devil fruit encyclopedia. The one in front of him looked real, too real to be coincidence. "Is this for me?" he whispered. He glanced around. No one was nearby. Without another thought, he clutched the fruit and slipped out the back door toward a small grove behind the orphanage. "Once you find a devil fruit, you don't hesitate," he muttered, recalling what he'd read. "You eat it before anyone else does." He tore off the thick skin and forced himself to swallow. The taste hit him like a nightmare, bitter, foul, indescribable. Not sweet, not salty, just wrong. "Ugh, this is pure evil," he gagged, but he didn't stop until the last bite was gone. For a moment nothing happened. Then nausea washed over him, followed by an eerie calm. No lightning, no explosion, just a strange whisper in his mind, a pulse faint but alive. He reached toward the ground. The grass beneath his palm began to grow, slowly at first, then wildly, curling around his fingers. Rogge's eyes widened. The same thing happened to the nearby shrubs and flowers, stretching and twisting as if responding to his will. So it's true, I can control plants. A smile crept across his face. This is the plant fruit. It wasn't fire or lightning or magma, but it was power, real power, and finally it was his. Not bad, Rogge said softly. Looks like fate hasn't forgotten me after all. He looked up at the setting sun, light spilling through the treetops. A new life, a new ability, a new chance to shape his destiny. Next time I come to town, he murmured, I won't be the one being looked down on. With that, Rogge walked back toward the orphanage, the evening sky blazing orange behind him, and the first seed of his legend quietly took root. Rogge lay awake, staring at the ceiling as the orphanage settled into night. The questions he'd pushed aside all day refused to be quiet now. Should I join the Navy? The Navy was the strongest organized force in the world, disciplined, well-informed, and backed by the world government. Plenty of devil fruit users served under its flag, and many rose through talent and politics. But Rogge remembered what he'd heard. Fruit powers helped, but they didn't guarantee rank. In the Navy, you still needed allies, status, and a face to present to those who mattered. Or become a pirate. Piracy promised freedom and fast advancement, but it came with blood and lawlessness. The world government was cracking down harder than ever. Rogge didn't want to be someone who robbed the weak or trafficked in cruelty. He craved a way to use his plant fruit without becoming a monster. Maybe business. Botanical research. Use the fruit to cultivate rare crops, sell medicines, grow money. He turned his head to the calendar tacked above his bunk. June 1522 Heiyuan calendar. The date that sat in the back of his reborn memories. Luffy's year. The year the Grand Line would begin to stir. Luffy, the Grand Line. The thought settled in Rogge like a spark. If anyone could upend the world quickly, it would be the Straw Hat crew. They moved like a storm, chaotic, unpredictable, fast. If Rogge wanted change, maybe he should not fight it alone. Maybe the easiest, smartest path was to follow the ones who were already reshaping the seas. I'll watch them first, he decided. Learn, stay close. The thought calmed him enough to sleep. Time slipped by. The calendar flipped to September 1522. Judiciary Square dominated Rogue Town, and at its center stood the old execution platform where the Pirate King had been condemned. It had become a monument, grim, famous, and travelers still came to stand where history once reached its end. A small cafe near the square hummed with gossip that morning. Admiral Creek's fleet was beaten, a man with a battered hat said, leaning over his cup. I and Arlong fell too. Word is a boy named Luffy did it. A coat-wearing patron stirred his drink. Luffy, that Straw Hat boy already has 300 million berries at this age. The Hat Man scoffed. Don't worry, the Coat Man replied. Colonel Smoker keeps a tight leash on this port. No pirate slips through his nets. This is the gateway to the Grand Line. Everyone's watching. At corner table, Rogge held a coffee and watched a wanted poster tacked to the wall. Monkey D. Luffy, Straw Hat, grinning, bounty 3,000 million berries. He kept checking the poster like a compass. It's almost time, he thought. They'll be here within days. Rogge had come to Judiciary Square several times since the reports of pirate clashes reached Rogue Town. He wanted to see them, the crew who could turn the sea upside down. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp. What would they be like in person? A creak of wood and a cheer rose from the harbor. A small, familiar-looking ship eased into the bay, mooring with the casual confidence of those who had faced far worse than coastal patrols. A band of young faces poured onto the dock, full of energy and appetite for whatever the town held. Luffy was first off the plank, stretching like a man greeting the sky. This place is huge. Did the pirate era start here? He asked, eyes bright. Sanji lit a cigarette and blinked at the food stalls. I want to eat. And ogle the pretty lady, he said, voice equal parts promise and hunger. Usopp scanned vendors and tools. Gear to gather, stories to tell. Zoro, half asleep and unbothered, rubbed his eyes. Nami quirked a grin at Zoro. "I'll lend you some money, pay me back with triple interest." The group broke off into small clusters, each chasing a small pleasure. They drew stares, not all friendly. A different kind of pirate landed that day too, two ships, both suspicious. One carried a woman in a flowing pink robe, moving through the market with an air of controlled grace. Around her cloaked figures kept pace. "Arita, keep your head down," a red-nosed man hissed. "We're not sightseeing." Arita smiled without warmth. "I remember why we came," she said. Bucky, their captain, showed his impatience openly. "That straw hat brat, I'll cut his head off myself." A man on a lion complained about the cloaks, but Bucky snapped him down. "Showy doesn't win when stealth does." Two pirate crews in town on the same day spelled trouble. At the marine station, urgency moved through the corridors. A naval signalman burst into Colonel Smoker's smoke-hazed office and saluted. "Sir, urgent report." Smoker, broad, imposing, his presence filling the room like an incoming tide, didn't look surprised. He listened as the man rattled off the news. Luffy's victories, the fall of Creek and Arlong, the 3,000 million belly bounty. Smoker's cigar smoke curled and thinned as he absorbed it. He let the information settle. 3,000 million, he said quietly, then more sharply. "Is that all?" "Yes, Colonel. Reports say they'll likely reach Rogge Town today." Smoker rose, the leather of his coat creaking. He unhooked a long sea-stone blade from behind the sofa, the weight of it familiar in his hand. "Calm the men," he ordered. "No panic, keep the nets ready." Another voice interrupted, the sergeant at the door, breathless. "Sir, two pirate ships docking now. One matches Straw Hat reports, the other looks like the Bucky crew." Smoker's expression turned measured. "Interesting," he murmured, slinging the sea-stone blade across his back. "A famous target and a troublemaking captain in the same harbor. Today will be instructive." He stepped out into the corridor, cigar stub between his fingers. Outside, Rogge Town went about its business, unaware that currents were shifting. Rogge sat at his table, finishing his coffee, feeling the weight of those shifts like wind on his face. The world was moving, and he would have to decide which current he would ride.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Roger, who was in a cafe next to Justice Square, walked out of the cafe and walked toward a nearby house that was very close to Justice Square. Net arriving under the house, Rogge rolled up his sleeves, revealing a thumb-thick vine hidden in his sleeves. "Now is the time to use your devil fruit powers. Look at this vine whip." Rogge concentrated his will and aimed the vines in his cuffs at the top of the house. The originally short vines grew rapidly, and a single vine grew like a grappling hook and caught on the top of the house. Under his own control, the vines brought him up again like a grappling hook. With this vine hidden in his sleeve, Roger easily reached the top of the house. It's good to have the ability. The scenery here is also good. The house below is about 8 stories high, and the surrounding scenery is pretty good, and it is relatively close to the execution platform above the Justice Square. That kid Luffy is so curious that he will definitely come back here, and it probably happened in the past few days. Rogge planned to take a look here now because, after all, he also had to deal with the red-nosed Bucky, Arita, and even the smoke-smoking Colonel Smoker, the Navy commander guarding Rogge Town. If you're dealing with Luffy, it would be best to wait here. But it was actual combat after all, after he gained the devil fruit ability. He often fought against some gangsters in Rogge Town and accumulated a certain amount of experience. But facing Captain Bucky, powerful pirates like Arita, Colonel Smokey, and the Navy will be a test. Rogge has now combined the ability of plant fruits with his own research on combat skills that can use a variety of plants. Vine Whip is his favorite skill. The vines in his sleeves have been modified by his fruit ability and can grow and shorten at will. Besides climbing, they have many other uses. Then he touched the several modified plants he carried with him, and they all had extraordinary abilities. Looking up at the sky at this time, it was still clear over Rogge Town. However, a dark cloud was moving in the sky from the west. On the other hand, Luffy and his gang who entered Rogge Town were doing their own thing. Nami went shopping for high-quality and cheap clothing in the store. Sanji bought an exaggeratedly huge elephant-nosed fish. Usopp purchased various things he needs as a brave sea warrior, and Roronoa Zoro find the right blade for him. At the Judiciary Square in Rogge Town, Luffy finally arrived here after feasting in a restaurant and asking around. Go to see his target, the place where Rogge, the former pirate king, was executed. In the Plaza de Justice, the execution towers over the front of the Justice building. Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat, couldn't wait to see this and rushed over. Walking to the front of the execution platform, Luffy looked up at the tall execution platform and said, "Well, it must be nice to stand on top and enjoy the scenery." Next, Luffy used his rubber man skills, stretched his arms towards the top of the execution platform, grabbed it, and carried it over. Standing above the tall execution platform, Luffy held down his straw hat and looked at the surrounding scenery. Wow, this is the scene that the Pirate King saw before he was executed. Just as Luffy was standing on the execution platform, Rogge also spotted him on the rooftop. It's really him, Luffy. Rogge saw Luffy with his own eyes and felt a little excited. Although he was a little far away from the execution platform, he could still see Luffy clearly, and it is even more confirmed that today is that crucial day. Then the crisis we faced before will also come. It seems that we need to face Captain Bucky and Arita. Rogge said. Roger took out a sunflower from his clothes. This sunflower was no different from an ordinary sunflower, but it can launch extremely powerful attacks. Putting the sunflower on his shoulder, Roger always paid attention to the movements in the square. Under the square, several pirates discovered Luffy standing on the execution platform. Report to Captain Bucky quickly. Crowds surged in the square. This was the place where the Pirate King was executed. Almost everyone who came to Rogge Town from other places came here to visit. Soon, the police maintaining order discovered Luffy on the execution platform and rushed to stop him. "Hey, come down quickly. I'm the policeman in charge here. That's a special execution platform managed by the world government. You can't stand there." A policeman raised his horn and shouted to Luffy on the execution platform. "Don't say such unreasonable things, Mr. Policeman. The scenery here is very good," Luffy said to the policeman easily. "Then arrest him." At this moment, a huge mace flying from the side hit the policeman in the face. The policeman immediately rolled to the side with blood and flesh flying everywhere. "Mr. Police, please step aside." A tall woman holding a mace and wearing a white sun hat walked to the front of the execution platform. The woman looked up at Luffy on the execution platform and asked in an elegant and calm tone, "You haven't forgotten my face, have you, Luffy?" Luffy on the execution platform looked at the woman strangely. 35XS, the woman has black hair, charming red lips, a sense of elegance between her eyebrows, and her skin is extremely smooth and delicate. No description of beauty can adequately describe her. When people around her saw the woman, they were so shocked that they wanted to beat their hearts out. Okay, so beautiful. Simply a stunning beauty. So beautiful. But Luffy on the execution platform was confused. He looked at the woman for a long time before saying, "I don't know you." The woman continued elegantly, "I will never forget you because you are the first man to hit my beautiful face." "I beat you. I can't remember." Luffy frowned. "At that time, your punch made my heart beat." While the woman was stroking her face and belly, her tone and demeanor made the crowd in the square almost have nosebleeds. "Let me ask you, who is the most beautiful person in this sea?" The woman asked. "It's you." The crowd in the square replied unanimously. "Yes, that's me. There's not a man in this world who won't fall under my skirt, and I like strong men, so Luffy, I want you to be my man." The woman's eyes can simply turn people's heads. The soul is taken away. A group of police officers quickly arrived and surrounded the place. "Woman over there, we're arresting you for obstructing official business," and the guy on the execution platform. The woman gave them a heart-stopping look. "The lady is beautiful. Sir, she is so. You are indeed so beautiful. So what if it's not beautiful? Arrest her." At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the fountain pool in the Judiciary Square. Oh my God, a terrorist bomb attack. After the fountain was blown up, the stones flew around, with the tip and the main part flying towards the woman. The damaged fountain pool part flew towards her, about to hit dangerous. While everyone was on tenterhooks, the woman was calm and composed. The moment the top of the fountain pool touched her, it slid to the side, hitting a nearby building and making a big hole in the building. At this time, with a burst of ferocious laughter, a group of people in cloaks came over. "Please, it's too dangerous for you to be like this," the woman said to one of them. "Hee, you are not afraid. With your smooth skin, you are unscathed." A sinister voice said, "Isn't that right, beautiful lady Arita? Arita, where is Arita?" Luffy looked around on the execution platform but couldn't find him. "I am Arita," Arita shouted from under the execution platform. Luffy looked down at Alita. The fat ant in his original memory disappeared and was replaced by a tall beauty with delicate skin, but the huge mace in her hand still reminded Luffy. Indeed, but the appearance has definitely changed. Arita's face below was full of charm, and she said happily, "I became like this after eating a devil fruit. The fruit is called the slippery fruit, and after eating it my skin becomes like this. No matter what kind of attack I receive, it can't hurt my beautiful skin. It's a pity that my beauty has not changed much, but the freckles seem to have disappeared. In search of you, I joined forces with this group of people." Beside Arita, a group of people wearing cloaks suddenly appeared. With a burst of clown-like evil laughter, the group of people threw up their cloaks. It was Captain Bucky the Clown and his pirate crew members who were dressed like a circus. Bucky looked at Luffy on the execution platform full of pride and hatred. "Monkey D. Luffy, ever since the day I was beaten away by you, I have always wanted revenge. With complete will, even though my body was missing arms, legs, and a belly, I finally returned to my beloved pirate group. After a thrilling adventure, Bucky finally returns as the king." Luffy on the execution platform raised his chin, thought for a while, and then said casually, "It's so boring. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Badgie." "Asshole, it's Bucky. Forget it, today is your death day anyway," Bucky said furiously. After the Bucky pirates revealed their true colors, the crowd in the square panicked for a while. It's Bucky the pirate." The crowd ran away in panic. "Citizens, don't panic, stay where you are. Today, I'm going to let you see the true horror of this uncle." The members of the Buggy Pirates began firing their guns into the sky to scare the crowd. Luffy, who was on the execution platform, was suddenly pressed down by a wooden shackle falling from the sky. "It hurts." Luffy looked up suddenly and saw a tall, thin man with half of his face covered sitting on the wooden shackles. "Good job, Kabaji," Bucky said happily. Sitting on the wooden shackle is acrobatic Kabaji, the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. "Long time no see, Rubber Man. Also, is Roronoa Zoro okay?" Kabaji said. Bucky said enthusiastically to the trapped Luffy, "Now I will publicly execute you. It will be your honor to die in the same place as the Pirate King." Rogge, who was on a nearby building, also saw this scene at this time. Now it was time to attack. Now Bucky is so rampant that he has jumped on the execution platform and loudly proclaimed himself crazily. Even if he finally gets the prey, he won't kill it right away. However, Bucky, his men, and Arita are all very powerful, so going up directly would still be risky. Rogge is waiting for the best time to take action. On the other hand, Navy Captain Smoker and others also learned of the situation and rushed to the aid of Judiciary Square. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also finished what they were supposed to do and wanted to meet up with Luffy. Bucky roared on the execution platform and fell into his own narcissism, as if he was the most successful pirate in the world. Rogge pointed the sunflower on his shoulder at the execution platform, and Bucky on the execution platform began to draw out the machete and prepare to start the execution. "The sinner, Monkey D. Luffy, committed the crime of violating my uncle and is sentenced to death," Bucky shouted. The pirate group members below were having a great time partying. "This is the first time I've seen someone being executed." Luffy, who was pinned down by wooden shackles, said simply, "Idiot, You are the one to be executed," Bucky shouted. "What?" Luffy said in surprise. At this moment, the sunflower on Rogge's shoulder was pointed at Bucky, who was arrogant on the execution platform, and the flower part of the sunflower began to generate high temperature. "Bucky, try this, sunshine and fire." Sunflower shot a scorching straight flame and hit Bucky, who was on the execution platform. Ah! With a scream, Bucky was hit by the sun's flames and rolled under the execution platform. The members of the Buggy Pirates and Arita looked at Bucky, who rolled down in shock. Bucky's whole body was scorched black, as if he had been burned by fire. "Captain Bucky, who is it?" Cabbagee, who had sharp eyes, quickly looked at the top of the building where the sunlight had just hit and found Rogge there. "It looks like someone is causing trouble. I'm going to deal with him," Cabbagee said. "Do you need my help?" Arita asked. "Bucky is our captain, so we naturally want to take revenge ourselves," Cabbagee said. Cabbagee then conjured his unicycle under his feet and a knife in his hand, which was completely acrobatic. The acrobat stepped on a unicycle and quickly rushed to the building where Roger was. Rogge was on the roof and saw that his position was exposed. "It seems I need to fight them, but Luffy hasn't been liberated yet. I need another sunfire." The sunflower on Rogge's shoulder became hot again, and he aimed it at the execution platform in the distance. This time it didn't require much energy. He only needed to burn the wooden shackles on Luffy's body. Sunshine and flames. Sunflower hit the execution platform with another scorching flame. This time he succeeded in burning the wooden shackles on Luffy's body. "Okay, it's successful." Rogge was very happy now. But there was a loud screeching sound, and a man on a unicycle rushed straight from the wall of the building to the roof with a machete. The opponent's movements were astonishing and dexterous, and he landed the wheelbarrow firmly in front of Rogge. Cabbagee looked at Rogge, and in front of him was a young man with brown hair and a strong body. "Hey, it's your kid. How dare you attack our Captain Bucky?" Cabbagee pointed the machete in his hand at Rogge. Rogge looked directly at Cabbagee, the chief of staff of the Bucky Pirates, a swordsman who covered the left half of his face with long hair. "Look at the sunflower on the shoulder. It fires 2 bursts of sunlight flames from a distance. I am afraid it will take a while to recover before it can continue to fight. Then other modified plants will be needed to fight." "Yes, indeed. I see that Captain Bucky is unhappy, so let's teach him a lesson here," Rogge said. "Okay, you kid still doesn't know how to repent. Then I will avenge Captain Bucky and use your blood to appease his anger," Cabbagee said. "The vine whip hidden in Rogge's sleeve is already ready to go." Meanwhile, on top of the execution platform. "Cough, cough, cough. Where did the flames come from? And it's still straight. It burned me into a mess, but luckily the wooden shackles were also destroyed." Luffy patted the black ashes on his body and stood up. Under the execution platform, Bucky was completely charred, and some members of the pirate group were helping him heal. "Captain Bucky, don't die. Captain Bucky, you are our backbone. Captain Bucky, if you die, the pirates will really be doomed. Captain Bucky, it took a lot of effort for you to come back. We don't want to lose you again." Every member of the Buggy Pirates had tears streaming down their face, crying and stamping their feet. 35XS, the liberated Luffy, saw Bucky below and said, "Hey, Big Nose, stop pretending to be dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Bucky, who was still lying on the ground, immediately turned over and stood up angrily. "Who are you calling a big nose?" Bucky yelled at Luffy angrily. The crying pirates around him immediately cried with joy. Their tears became even more exaggerated, and they hugged Bucky suddenly. "Captain Bucky, we know you won't die." Bucky quickly pushed the others away and said, "Let go." He immediately asked the others, "Who attacked just now?" "Someone from Straw Hat. This is not clear yet, but Cabbagee went to deal with him," a pirate said. "Okay, when Cabbagee captures him, I will cut him into pieces," Bucky said through gritted teeth. But Bucky immediately looked at Luffy standing on the execution platform. "Straw Hat Boy, since someone is helping you, then I will duel with you in an upright manner. Okay, I knocked you away once, and it will be the same this time." Luffy moved his body and said. Bucky grabbed a machete from each of the 2 nearby pirates. His hand immediately detached itself from his arm and hung in the air, split into 2 pieces. Luffy also stretched his arm back to charge up his strength. Rubber rocket launcher. At this time, Cabbage and Rogge were also involved in a fierce battle. On the roof, Cabbage swung his machete and stabbed Rogge in the throat. Rogge stretched out his arm and shot out a vine whip from his cuffs. The vine whip quickly stretched out and whipped towards Cabbage's arm. Cabbage swung his machete towards the vine whip, but found that the vine whip was extremely elastic and almost impossible to cut. What? Rogge's vine whip quickly wrapped around Cabbage's knife-holding arm. Rogge's vine whip tugged hard, almost knocking Cabbage off his wheelbarrow. But Cabbage was a superb acrobat. He quickly got off the unicycle and stabilized his body. Cabbage's knife-holding arm was tightly entangled with the vine whip, and Rogge also shot out a vine whip from the sleeve of his other hand, this time tying up Cabbage's entire body. 35 XS. Okay, you really have some skills, kid. No wonder you dare to attack our Captain Bucky. The half of Cabbage's face that was not covered showed an extremely cunning expression. Also, why did you attack Captain Bucky? Are you with Straw Hat and the others? Cabbage asked again. Not yet, Rogge said. Suddenly, Cabbage, who was only tied up with the vine whip, suddenly escaped from his shell and came out quickly. The arms and body are freed from the shackles of the vine whip. Don't think that these can restrain me. I am a world-class acrobat, Cabbage said. Cabbage waved his arm and immediately flew out more than 20 sharp darts. Acrobatic sharp darts. These darts are called darts, but the needle parts are as long as daggers. The vine whip stretched out from Rogge's sleeves quickly retracted and reorganized. Vine whip defense net. The vine whip quickly weaved into a vine net in front of him in the blink of an eye. More than 20 sharp darts hit the vine net hard. The vine net only trembled violently for a while, but successfully resisted the attack. The vine net quickly returned to its original shape and threw away the darts at the same time. Haha, your vines are still very interesting. No matter how good my acrobatics are, I can't reach this point. Cabbage smiled sinisterly and expressed appreciation. I am Vine Whip, which was transformed from the fruit's ability. Of course, it is very powerful, Rogge said. Cabbage was silent for a moment and said, It turns out that you are also a fruit ability user like Straw Hat Boy, but even so, I have to show you my true ability. Cabbage got back on his unicycle and pedaled quickly with both feet. Cabbage surrounded Rogge's body and moved rapidly around with Rogge as the center. Soon, countless missile phantoms appeared in Cabbage's figure. Ha, guess which one is my true body? Cabbage said. Suddenly, Roger felt a sharp pain in his back. Pulling it out by hand, it turned out to be a dart. The tip of the dart was as long as a finger, and it was very painful to insert it into the body. Next, it will hurt you even more. Suddenly, a machete stabbed out from among the surrounding Cabbage phantoms. The knife stabbed Rogge's chest. This time Rogge's vine whip reacted quickly and formed a vine net directly in front of his chest, blocking the blow. Stop playing your tricks. The vine whips in Rogge's hands were centered on himself and swung degrees around him. Cabbage also quickly retreated back, and the surrounding phantoms disappeared. Rogge looked at Cabbage with an angry look and said, I'm serious about coming with you. Then the vine in Rogge's hand was thrown towards Cabbage. Cabbage relied on the powerful ability of an acrobat to quickly dodge. He jumped off the roof and returned to the square. Rogge chased after him. Vine Whip grabbed the roof and threw himself down. Rogge and Cabbage began fighting in the Square of Justice. At this time, Luffy and Bucky were fighting inextricably in the Judiciary Square. Arita basically watched the fight from the sidelines. She wanted to see who would win between the man she liked and Bucky. Come on, Luffy, don't let me down. Arita shouted. Asshole, you actually want to cheer him on. Bucky said angrily after the battle. Arita still said elegantly. I've fallen in love with him, so it's natural to cheer for him. Huh. Arita suddenly discovered that Cabbage, who had just been chasing him, was now fighting with a young man wielding vines. Is that the attacker? Arita looked at Rogge gracefully and said. Rogge was fighting with Cabbage at this time, and Cabbage's movements had to be said to be flexible. However, it took Cabbage a lot of effort to avoid the vine whip. In the end, he was defeated, and Cabbage's body was tied up with the vine whip again. Don't worry, I won't give you another chance to escape this time. Rogge said, holding the vine whip tightly with both hands. Rogge looked at the sunflower on his shoulder. This time he was completely ready. Fire sunflower, sun blaze. A straight line of flames shot out from the sunflower on the shoulder and hit Cabbage, who was about to escape. Wow! With a scream, Cabbage was hit by the sun's flames and his whole body rolled and fell like a scorch. Arita was a little shocked when she saw Rogge's attack. Although she was not afraid of melee attacks, she couldn't avoid being hit by such a direct attack. Luffy and Buggy, who were fighting, were entangled and pressed on the body of Cabbage, who was knocked down. "Damn it, isn't this Cabbage?" Bucky said when he saw Cabbage being suppressed underneath him. Bucky's eyes quickly turned to Rogge. "Ah, it turns out it's you. It's me you attacked," Bucky roared with a ferocious face. "Oh, it's you." Luffy also looked at Rogge. This simple boy with exaggerated eyes looked Rogge up and down. "Well, I see, so it was you who saved me from the execution platform just now, right? Thank you very much." Luffy said to Rogge. "Nothing." Rogge said, "But your attack was so intense that it almost scorched me. But it's okay." Luffy said again. Bucky stood up again and then looked at Rogge and Luffy fiercely. "I'm going to kill both of you." Bucky roared angrily. Bucky looked at Arita aside and said, "Help me too. I'll deal with the straw hat and you kill that kid." Arita looked at Rogge and said elegantly, "My favorite is Luffy. I can also do the work for others." Rogge watched this beautiful woman with a devilish figure walk towards him. "Oh, you are also a handsome young man with a strong body, but I already have someone I like. Well, I don't have to kill you, but after I win you, you will be my servant from now on." Yarlita looked at Rogge with charming eyes and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't appreciate it." Rogge refused. Arita could still look at Rogge with charming eyes. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. "Another man who needs training, let me teach you a lesson." Although his words were offensive, his tone was simply irresistible. The crowd of people watching around me had their noses bleed countless times. "Then, madam, I agree," Rogge said. Rogge stared at Arita in front of him. Arita was also a user with fruit abilities. Even with a single attack, her defense is simply unimaginable. Arita said elegantly, "Are you still very graceful? Then I will go first." Arita's body rushed towards Rogge like a skate. Rogge quickly retreated, grabbed the bottom of the execution platform with the vine whip in his hand, and led him over. Squirting and red cum. Arita simply threw off her shoes and glided over at extremely fast speeds with her bare feet. Seeing that it was difficult to dodge, Rogge aimed the vine whip in his hand at the top of the execution platform and shot it out like a grappling hook, bringing him to the top of the execution platform. Rogge stood firm on the top of the execution platform and looked around. This is the scene that the Pirate King saw before his death. I'm afraid in history, apart from Rogge, Luffy, Bucky, and Cabbage, I am the only one who has seen the scenery here. Do you think you can avoid my attack by going up there?" Arita waved the huge mace in her hand, aimed at the bottom of the execution platform and struck hard. The violent attack caused the entire execution platform to shake violently, and even the steel support could not withstand Alita's attack. In the subsequent attack, Arita specifically attacked the joints of the steel frame under the execution platform. Soon the execution platform will fall aside. I will not be defeated by you. Rogge pointed the vine whip in his hand at the judicial building nearby, shot out the vines and took himself there. Almost as soon as his feet left, the execution platform fell heavily to the side. This historical object that witnessed the execution of Pirate King Rogge was destroyed, but a new, greater era is also coming. Rogge, who was standing on top of the SEMA building, looked at Arita, with the vine whip in his hand pointed at her. Vine whip restraint. The vine whip in his hand was thrown at Arita, but it really slipped away from her body. Arita looked at Rogge on top of the judicial building and said, "Men are so useless." The huge mace in Arita's hand was thrown violently towards the position where Rogge was standing. 35XS Rogge dodged suddenly, and the spot he was standing on was shattered by the mace. Squirting, red jet slides straight. What surprised Rogge was that Arita's body was actually able to slide perpendicularly to the wall to the top of the judicial building. Arita took her huge mace and said to Rogge, "Do you think I can't slide vertically?" "No, As a person with fruit abilities, it is impossible for him to only have that much power, Rogge said. Arita looked at Rogge charmingly, was silent for a while, and said, "Then what's going on with your ability? You use these two vines so flexibly." "I'll tell you the truth, madam. I am also a person with abilities, and this was transformed with my abilities." Rogge said, "Well, no wonder I don't think you only have this ability. Then show me more." Arita said, "That's what I wanted to do," Roger said. Rogge took out a branch as thick as a pigeon egg from his clothes. The branch was still very fresh. This branch has also been modified by Rogge's plant fruit ability. Ironwood sword. The thick branch in Rogge's hand grew rapidly, growing into a rough and broad heavy sword that was half a man tall. However, this wooden sword has a rough appearance, but it basically has the edge of an épée. Seeing the ironwood sword in Rogge's hand, Arita nodded in admiration. "It is indeed extraordinary. Your ability is still very strong. It seems to be manipulating plants. Thank you for your compliment, but we need to continue fighting," Rogge said. Rogge wielded his ironwood sword and clashed fiercely with Arita's mace. The mace hit the ironwood sword, but the ironwood sword was extremely hard and was not broken. "Well, the wood is very hard. Although it looks rough, it is indeed a good weapon," Arita said. Rogge wielded the ironwood sword. This heavy sword turned from a thick branch was really heavy. Rogge also fought hard, but Alita wielded her huge mace very easily. She waved the mace in her hand like a toy with just one hand. 35XS after all, Arita is an expert in fighting, and Rogge was soon suppressed. Rogge looked at the flaming sunflower on his shoulder. Sunflower sun flame. The sunflower on Rogge's shoulder aimed at Arita and shot a powerful straight flame. The speed of the sun's flames is comparable to bullets, but Arita can also dodge the bullets. Arita blocked her body with her hands for a while, and waves of heat radiated from her body. It feels like being in a steam furnace for several days," Arita breathed out. Although the slippery fruit was able to avoid the sun's flames, it avoided the direct attack of the flames, but Arita was still killed by the associated high temperature. But after all, the slippery fruit can still offset and dodge attacks to the greatest extent, as if other people's whole bodies have been burned to black. "It's still of little use," Rogge said. "However, your attack is strong enough. My body suffered considerable damage just from the high temperature of the flames," Arita said. Rogge looked at Arita. "I was afraid that only light could prevent her from hiding." At this time, the sky in Rogge Town was already covered with dark clouds and a storm was coming. Glancing at the sky, Rogge thought that he might be able to use thunder and lightning. While Rogge and Arita, Luffy and Buggy were fighting fiercely, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro and Nami, arrived at the Judiciary Square where the execution platform was. Luffy said he wanted to see the execution platform. Nami said, "Well, where is this kid? There are so many people." Zoro said when he saw the people in the Judiciary Square. At this time, Sanji and Usopp were carrying a huge elephant-nosed fish. "Well, I don't know where Luffy went. I also want to quickly use the elephant trunk fish I selected to make delicious food for Miss Nami," Sanji said. "Captain Lou is missing. It seems that I, Captain Usopp, still need to take the lead," Usopp said. Zoro suddenly saw the chaos in front of the square and said, "It seems that there is a fierce battle going on here, and you see, Luffy seems to be fighting an old acquaintance." "Isn't that Bucky?" Nami said after seeing it. "Who is Bucky?" Usopp and Sanji asked. Usopp pointed at Roger and Arita, who were fighting on the judicial building, and asked, "There are people fighting there too. And what happened to the famous Roger's execution platform? It seems to have fallen down. No matter what, we can't stay here for long. The storm is coming soon," Nami said quickly. Sauron looked around with sharp eyes and said, "There seems to be an ambush around here." With the powerful combat intuition of a swordsman, Sauron felt that someone was setting up an ambush around the square. "Whatever, we can't stay here for long. Then help Luffy kill these pirates quickly. Nami, you go first. Usopp, escort Miss Nami back to the Mary," Sanji said. Usopp was a little dissatisfied after hearing this and said, "What? You are fighting here, how can I leave? Look at the weather here, a storm is coming soon. The Mary is likely to be washed away by the coming big waves." Nami said quickly. As a brave maritime warrior, although I want to protect you, I have to escort Nami. After all, our supplies are still here, and the Mary needs someone to take care of it. Usopp immediately energetically brought the purchases with Nami. Items began to return to the Mary. Zoro and Sanji started walking towards Luffy and Buggy, who were in the middle of a fight. In a building around the Justice Square, Colonel Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, was directing the naval deployment around the square. Reporting to Colonel, the situation is getting a little weird now. Straw Hat Luffy and Clown Bucky are killing each other. A Navy soldier reported. Smoker used his binoculars to look at the situation in the Square of Justice. So that's what happened. Bucky and that Luffy got into a fight. It was a dog-eat-dog thing among pirates, huh? What happened at the Justice Building? Through the telescope, Smoker saw Rogge and Arita fighting on top of the Justice Building. Who is this kid? Smoker said, feeling a little familiar at the same time. Ah, he is an employee of the orphanage in Rogge Town. His name seems to be Rogge. Dasky said from the side. Why is he fighting with the pirates? Forget it, listen to my order and wait for now. When the pirates are both injured, everyone will attack together. Smoker ordered. Yes, Colonel Smoker. The naval soldier conveyed Smoker's order. At the same time, Zoro and Sanji rushed towards the place where Luffy and Buggy were fighting. The Bucky pirates also had many henchmen, and they rushed towards the 2 men with machetes. These guys are really annoying. Zoro knocked down a group of pirates with a few swords. Sanji used his leg skills to kick away all the enemies in the way and said, "Let's tell Luffy right away, stop fighting. What's he going to do with this clown with a big red nose?" At this time, on the top of the judicial building, Rogge and Arita were still fighting fiercely. However, Rogge is already clearly at a disadvantage. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the strong wind was blowing against their bodies. Oh, the weather is very bad. Do you want to continue fighting? If you want to be my servant, just say a word. Arita said, "That's absolutely impossible." Rogge refused decisively. "I will convince you soon." Arita said, waving the huge mace. But at this time the sky crackled, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The thunder and lightning accurately hit the huge mace raised by Arita and penetrated her whole body. This lightning was so dazzling that Rogge closed his eyes tightly not far away. When he opened his eyes, he saw Arita rolling off the top of the judicial building. Not even Arita could dodge this lightning strike. "Sorry, madam, this is probably God's will," Rogge complained before returning the huge ironwood sword in his hand to its original size of a thick branch. The huge lightning strike just now shocked everyone present. Even Bucky and Luffy looked in the direction of the lightning strike in shock. Net Arita. Bucky saw Arita falling down. Zoro and Sanji also passed through the level and defeated Bucky's minions. Luffy also took the opportunity to seize the opportunity. Okay, rubber, machine gun. A series of rubber telescopic fists hit Bucky's body. Bucky couldn't escape even if he split his body. Soon Bucky fell to the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face. His body quickly regrouped, and as soon as he stood up, he was knocked to the ground by Luffy's head-on punch. "Today, I'm going to blow you away again." Bucky tried to stand up again. Rubber, rocket launcher. Luffy stretched his hands behind him for a long time and then suddenly hit Bucky in front of him. Wow! With a scream, Bucky was knocked away by Luffy again. Zoro and Sanji also eliminated Bucky's minions and joined Luffy. Sanji looked at the mess around him and said, "You kid really fights wherever you go. Huh, isn't this beautiful woman lying on the ground the beauty I've seen before?" Sanji immediately rushed to Arita, who was knocked to the ground by lightning, and watched carefully. "You and Bucky are really at odds with each other," Zoro said to Luffy. "This time, someone saved me. Baki trapped me up there just now. He was there." Luffy looked at Rogge above the Justice Building. Roger now comes down from the Justice Building with a cane whip. When he landed on the ground, he saw Luffy walking in front of him. "Hey, thank you for saving me just now." Luffy said in a simple voice, "It's nothing. When the road is rough, draw your sword to help." Rogge said, "Vine, do you use this to fight?" Sauron asked when he saw the vine whip in Rogge's hand. "Wow, you are so good with vines." Luffy admired Rogge. This is a plant I transformed with my devil fruit ability. It can still fight, Rogge said. Luffy thought for a moment and then asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Rogge, and I am Rogge from Rogge Town. Are you Monkey D?" "Luffy," Rogge said. "Roger, it's easy to remember. Hee, nice to meet you, Rogge," Luffy said with a smile. At this time, Colonel Smoker, who was around the Judiciary Square, had already observed everything. "It seems that their victory has been decided. Attack now and capture all the pirates." Smoker gave the order. "Yes, Colonel," the Navy soldier quickly ordered. Dasky on the side held timely rein in his hand and said, "It turns out that he is Roronoa Zoro. I must take back the sword in his hand." Smoker clenched his fists and said, "Let's go, Dasky." Smoker and Dusky walked out of the building together and headed to the Judiciary Square. In the Judiciary Square, the rain in the sky became heavier and heavier. Zoro said to Luffy, "Luffy, it's better to leave quickly." I want to talk to Rogge more." Luffy looked reluctant. At this moment, suddenly a large number of people appeared around the square. Groups of Navy soldiers wearing white clothes with strong arms and holding guns surrounded the square. "It doesn't look good. There is a Navy ambushing here," Zoro said while holding the word Wado written on his waist. He immediately turned to look at Sanji but shouted in surprise, "Sanji, what are you doing?" Full of frustration, Sanji knelt down to look at Alita, who was injured by lightning, and said in a tearful voice, "Beautiful sister, you must have been injured by the lightning just now. Fortunately, it was not fatal." Navy soldiers quickly surrounded the square. The Navy in Rogge Town are all elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters, and Smog has strict military discipline, so these Navy are well trained and surround the square airtightly. "It's bad now, we need to break through forcefully," Zoro said. From the surrounding Navy, two people suddenly walked out. One is the burly Colonel Smoker, and the other is the slender Navy Sergeant Dusky. Smoker's eyes swept over everyone present while Dasky stared at Sauron. "Monkey D. Luffy and the members of the pirate group. If you dare to set foot on the land of Rogge Town today, you must want to go to the Grand Line. But here, in the name of Captain Smoky Hunter Smoker of the Navy headquarters, we will arrest you all," Smoker said in a voice full of majesty. Luffy looked at Smoker and said innocently, "Smorg, you want to catch us all, but we will escape." "Asshole, you have never seen the power of Colonel Smoker," a Navy sergeant scolded. Smoker gave him a look and he immediately shut up. "None of you can escape anyway," Smoker said. "The current situation is that a breakout must face a fierce battle. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Rogge are all preparing to break out." Rogge was thinking about how to break out at this time. The opponent was Smoker, who was really powerful now. At this time, Luffy turned to Rogge and said, "Rogge, come with us." Rogge looked at Luffy, although he actually had the intention to hang out with Luffy. "But it's not easy for me to say it. It's better this way. But now we still have to break through the siege of Smoker and the Navy." Dasky also said to Smoker, "Colonel, please give Roronoa to me." Smoker glared at her and said, "This is not a joke. The other party is. I know. I will definitely try my best." Dasky said, "Okay, I understand." Smoker looked at the others again. Smoker begins to use the power of his devil fruit, preparing to attack. "I'll let you taste the power of the Smoker Hunter right away." At this moment, the flaming sunflower on Rogge's shoulder, who was standing next to Luffy, suddenly shot a powerful beam of sunlight towards Smoker. Smoker was caught off guard. He never thought that such a powerful flame could be shot out of a sunflower. Smoker has the smoke fruit ability, but the flames can resist the smoke, and Smoker was successfully hit without guarding against it. "Everyone, hurry up and break out," Rogge said. At the same time, Roger took out a corn. After looking at it, Luffy said happily, "Corn, I want to eat it, but it's raw." Rogge's corn is also a plant that has been modified to produce fruit. Glory corn. The corn was raised above Rogge's head, and then the corn kernels quickly scattered around. Each corn kernel explodes like popcorn but shines like a flash bomb when it explodes in the air. For a time, the Navy in the square was disturbed by the shining light. Smoker had just come back to his senses after being hit by the sun's flames. When he looked around, he saw that Luffy and others were nowhere to be seen. "Colonel," Dusky said quickly to Smoker, "I'm fine." Everyone obeys the order and pursue Luffy and his gang with all their strength. Smoker was also a little troubled because he was actually fooled. "Bring me my motorcycle," Smoker said to a nearby Marine, just when Rogge Town was already in an uproar. Net on the streets of Rogge Town, a figure bathed in the pouring rain and walked like a ghost. Pirates, that's not bad. At the same time, Nami and Usopp carried the purchased goods together and finally ran to the side of the Golden Melee. At this time, the weather was already blowing with strong winds and pouring rain. Beside the Golden Mary, Machai, the trainer of the Bucky Pirates, was here with his lion. "Damn it, failed again, matches can't work. It happened to rain heavily at this time," Machai said, very distressed. The match in his hand was completely soaked and unusable. The lion on the side was still roaring dissatisfiedly. It wanted to eat very much. Nami and Usopp arrived and were shocked to find Machai and the lion. Nami saw Machai next to the Mary and said, "Machai, a member of the Bucky Pirates. He is actually here. Leave it to me." Usopp took out the slingshot. "Must kill Metal Star." The metal ball fired by Usopp hit Machai in the back of the head. After Machai was hit, he immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. "Good job, Usopp," Nami immediately praised. But the expressions on their faces immediately froze. Machai's lion looked at the two of them, his eyes full of desire for prey, and his saliva was drooling. "I haven't dealt with lions here yet." In a panic, Usopp could only take out a fresh egg. Egg star. A fresh egg was shot out by Usopp. In haste, the egg shot onto the ground next to the lion. The hungry lion smelled the egg and quickly lay down and licked the broken egg happily with his tongue. "Okay, get on the boat now," Nami said. Nami and Usopp quickly boarded the Golden Mary together. Luffy, Rogge, Zoro, and Sanji, who were quickly breaking out of the encirclement, ran non-stop through the streets of Rogge Town. "Hurry up. The Navy behind them is really chasing after them. I really want to stop fighting with them," Luffy said as he ran. "Leave this to me," Rogge said. Rogge turned around and pointed his sleeve towards the middle of the house on the street. Under Rogge's control, the vine whip quickly entangled between the two houses, quickly forming a large net that was not too dense but could block the opponent. "This can delay them for some time," Rogge said after using the vine whip. Without Rogge's fruit ability, the vine whip will last for a while before returning to its original state, but it was enough to block the large number of naval soldiers chasing after him. And now it's raining heavily in the sky, so the Navy's firearms are damp and unable to shoot. "Roger, your plants are very interesting," Luffy said to Rogge, full of curiosity. "This is a plant modified by devil fruit power and it has very special abilities," Rogge said. "So you are also a fruit user," Luffy said with sudden realization. "Well, I am a plant fruit user. I can control plant growth and transform plants," Rogge said. "Plant fruit." Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all said strangely. Luffy looked at Rogge and said, "What a rare fruit. Then you are considered a vegetable. I am a person with the ability of the rubber fruit, so I am considered a rubber man." Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Your ability is really interesting, so I want to recruit you even more." Sanji ran aside and said, "You have a very rare ability and can serve as a gardener on the ship. By the way, I need a lot of ingredients. You can help make them grow." Rogge saw that Luffy and the others were already interested in getting him to join the gang, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Zoro suddenly saw a figure that he really didn't want to see blocking the way ahead. A short-haired girl holding a samurai sword stood in front of him. It was Dasky. "Wow, who is this beauty?" Sanji's eyes were suddenly filled with admiration. Zoro gritted his teeth when he saw it. "Roronoa Zoro," Dasky suddenly shouted loudly. "I didn't expect that you are Roronoa and you are also a pirate. I must take back the Wado Yijiman in your hand. A villain like you must not be equipped with such a famous sword." "Zoran, what did you do to that girl?" Sanji shouted to Zoro. Zoro rushed in front of Dusky and said, "I didn't expect you to be a marine." The head Aoyuzuan in his hand has been pulled out and he is facing off against Dasky's Jiyu. This guy actually attacked a lady. Sanji was so angry that he wanted to hold Zoro back. "This is a matter between me and Roronoa. Please don't interfere with others," Dusky said while fighting Zoro. Let's go. Zoro said while waving his katana. Luffy, Roger, and Sanji quickly continued on their way. Okay, you forced me. I'm going to show my true skills. Zoro said, it's what you asked for, come on. Dusky said. Luffy, Rogge and Sanji only heard the sound of samurai swords clashing behind them, which continued to fade away. After running for a while, there was a mechanical sound in front of me. Huh? Luffy said. What is that? Sanji asked when he saw it. In the midst of the smoke, a heavy motorcycle making a loud noise rushed towards the three people driven by Colonel Smoker. Smoker uses his smoky feet to drive the heavy Biro motorcycle. Straw Hat Luffy, don't even try to escape here. Smoker suddenly turned the heavy motorcycle sideways and got off the car. They were about to arrive at the port, but the way ahead was blocked by this burly and scary man. Smoker looked at the three of them with majestic eyes and said, I swear here in the name of Captain of the Navy Headquarters and Smoker Hunter, I will not let you leave here alone. Rogge could clearly feel the overwhelming momentum coming from Smoker at this moment. Hey, we are going to the Grand Line. Please don't block the way. Luffy said. Smoker looked at the Straw Hat boy who was not afraid of tigers as a newborn and said, then defeat me first. Rubber pistol. Luffy's hand quickly stretched out and punched Smoker's body, but after being hit, it was as if it had passed through the body and the parts of Smoker's body turned into smoke. It's my turn. Smoker's hands quickly turned into smoke, turning into two clouds of smoke and grabbing at Luffy. Luffy's body was quickly surrounded by smoke, and then he was grabbed hard. Ah! Luffy shouted in pain. Sanji was also anxious and quickly kicked Smoker in the head. What? Smoker's head turned into smoke. Don't make trouble, little guy. White fist. Smoker hit Sanji with one hand and knocked Sanji away. Rogge aimed the flaming sunflower on his shoulder at Smoker. Now the flaming sunflower gathered energy to launch a super powerful attack on Smoker. Flames still have some restraint on smoke. Sunshine and flames. A straight line of flame shot towards Smoker. Smoker's body quickly turned into smoke after being hit, and then Luffy was caught and thrown away. Before Rogge could continue to prepare for the attack, his body was suddenly caught. After the smoke disappeared, Smoker took shape behind him again. Is this what you rely on to attack? Smoker grabbed the flaming sunflower on Rogge's shoulder and crushed it. The other hand lifted Roger up. Smoker and Rogge looked at each other. Rogge had to admit in his heart that the strong man in front of him possessed an irresistible majesty. Your name seems to be Rogge and you are from the orphanage, right? Smoker asked. Then why did you help the pirates? Smoker asked. I just want to. Rogge said. Smoker threw Rogge away. I have no time to care about you. Smoker immediately turned his attention to Luffy. Rubber rocket launcher. At this time, Luffy hit Smoker's body with both arms. Similarly, Smoker turned into smoke and quickly flew behind Luffy and grabbed him. Luffy was pushed hard to the ground. When Rogge saw this, he immediately swung the vine whip in his sleeve at Luffy, wanted to drag him away. Don't even think about it. Smoker grabbed Luffy tightly, and Luffy's body was stretched out by the rubber. But Rogge tried his best to suck the milk, but Smoker didn't move at all. You and Luffy are both going to end up here. Smoker prepared to continue attacking. Suddenly, when everyone present was in disbelief, a man in a cloak grabbed Smoker's wrist and forced him to let go of Luffy. Luffy was dragged away by Roger. Is it you? Smoker was shocked when he saw the face of the cloaked man. The government wants your head all the time, Smoker said. The cloaked man remained silent but turned his head to Rogge and Luffy. Those who have dreams also have their friends. In the end, they will all be on a long journey, rain or shine. But I would like to thank you on behalf of Luffy. Rogge looked at this man. This man was the revolutionary Long. The dragon turned his gaze to the sky. The world will slowly wait for our answers. Then an astonishing gust of wind blew, blowing almost across the entire town of Rogge. Rogge, Luffy, Sanji, and others were all blown away. Even the Golden Mary on the beach was affected. The pirate ship that was already shaking in the storm became even more violent. What's going on? How come there is such a huge wind? Usopp asked in surprise. After the strong wind caused by the tornado, everything returned to an ordinary storm. At this time, Roger, Luffy, Sanji and Zoro got up from the ground and found that they were already at the port. "What's going on?" Zoro looked around. Sanji was also sharp-eyed and directly saw the Mary, which had been away from the coast for a while. "Look, our ship," Sanji said. Luffy was also happy to see the Mary and then looked at Roger beside him. "Roger, are you willing to go to sea with us?" Luffy asked solemnly. "Anyway, if you help us, that monster will definitely not let you go." Zoro said, "Come with us, you can help me get some ingredients." Sanji said. Rogge saw that Luffy and the others had invited him like this, and it was exactly what he wanted. "Okay, everyone, let's go," Rogge said. Hearing this, Luffy looked happy and said, "Okay, let's go. Let's go to the Grand Line together." Luffy then ran to a nearby wooden pole where he began to stretch his body. "I have a bad feeling," Sanji said. Luffy, who was stretched to an exaggerated degree, bounced towards Rogge, Sanji, and Zoro. Wow! Amidst the screams of the four people, they flew towards the Mary together. It finally hit the Mary's sail and fell to the deck. Nami saw the four people back on the boat and said, "Everyone is back and we have an extra partner." Usopp also saw Rogge and said, "It seems to be the man fighting on the top of the building in the square. Wow, I'm finally back." Luffy raised his hands and cheered. "This is our new partner named Rogge," Luffy introduced. Rogge stood up from the deck and said politely to Nami and Usopp, "My name is Rogge. It's our first time meeting you. Please take care of me." "Well, hello," Nami said. "I have a new partner. Well, I am a brave sea warrior. Every time the Straw Hat Pirates defeat powerful enemies under my wise command. Since you are here, tell me what your abilities are." Usopp said, "I'm good at controlling plants, so I can be considered a horticulturist for the time being." Rogge said, "Then Roger saw 3 orange trees on the Mary. Let me use these 3 orange trees as a demonstration." Rogge said. Nami looked at the orange trees and said, "Okay, don't damage them if they are not enough." Rogge arrived at one of the orange trees and used the plant fruit ability. This orange tree had been picked before, and what was left were some very green, unripe oranges. Roger's hands worked on the orange tree for a while, and the unripe oranges quickly turned from green to orange. Even some of the locations that had been picked blossomed again and grew oranges. Nami had already walked to Rogge's side and looked at these oranges in surprise. "It's amazing," Nami said. Usopp also walked up to Rogge, patted Rogge's shoulder nonchalantly and said, "Well done, this is of great use on the ship." "Okay, Rogge, I am a brave sea warrior. I ask you to stay in Usopp's name." "Congratulations, Rogge," Luffy's voice suddenly sounded. "From today on, you will be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates." Luffy and Rogge looked directly at each other and said solemnly, "Well, since the captain said so, you can go on adventures with everyone with peace of mind," Zoro said. "Don't forget to grow more of the ingredients I choose," Sanji said. "Well, there is one more person. He is also a gardener, which is good," Nami said. "Haha, Usopp has one more friend," Usopp said boldly. Rogge looked at the members of the pirate group and walked among them. From now on, Rogge will share hardships with everyone and move forward into the distance, Rogge said firmly. At the same time, on the top of the house in the port of Rogge Town, the dragon wore a cloak and watched the journey of the Mary in the wind and rain. "Go for it if that's the way you are." Smoker was on the ground not far away watching the Mary's journey. "Long, why do you want to help them?" Smoker said. The dragon did not look at him and continued to watch the Mary sail away. "What can be done to stop a group of people chasing their dreams from setting sail?" After Long said these words, his figure disappeared like a ghost. Smoker looked at the sea again. "Prepare my ships to pursue them. Enter the Grand Line," Smoker ordered. Dasky on the side quickly said, "I want to go too, sir. I want to hunt down the pirate hunter Roronoa." "But Colonel Smoker, you are the commander stationed here," a naval soldier said quickly. "Just tell them stop dictating to me," Smoker said without any doubt. Bucky, Arita, and others who had been defeated by Luffy and Rogge before also took advantage of the chaos and fled to the ship near the seaside. "What, Captain Bucky? Enter the Grand Line." Bucky looked sinister and said, "Yes, in order to eliminate the Rubber Man and the boy who can use plants to attack, we have to enter the nostalgic Great Route." The Golden Melly, which was sailing westward, was bumping in a violent storm. "What's going on?" Usopp asked. There was a lighthouse faintly ahead, emitting a bright light. Nami walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the light in the lighthouse. "That is the navigation light, the entrance to the great route." Everyone looked at each other, and a great legend was about to begin. Sanji brought a wooden barrel and said, "Okay, let's have a ceremony of sailing into the Grand Line. It can also be regarded as a welcome ceremony for Rogge." Sanji was the first to put his feet on the barrel and said, "I want to find the blue sea." Luffy put his feet on the barrel and said, "I want to become the Pirate King." Soran put his feet on the barrel and said, "I want to become the world's best swordsman." Nami also put her feet on the barrel and said, "I want to draw all the world maps." Usopp emotionally put his feet on the barrel and said, "I want to become a brave sea warrior." There are already 5 people's feet on the barrel. Rogge also put his feet on the barrel and said, "I'm going to experience a great adventure." Sanji took the barrel away, pointed it in the direction of the Grand Line and kicked it hard. "Let's go. Go to the Grand Line." The Golden Mary carried everyone on the ocean near the entrance of the Great Line. Rogge also introduced some of his origins to Luffy and others in more detail. "Just like this, I was born an orphan. Although I don't have a family, I will treat you all as my closest relatives from now on," Rogge said to Luffy and others in the cabin. "Well, Rogge, everyone is best together," Luffy said kindly. Rogge could really feel what a kind person Luffy was. As long as he is dating you, he is absolutely sincere. The others, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp, have different personalities, but they all share the incomparable loyalty to friendship. Since my ability is suitable for being a gardener, I will definitely try my best to help everyone do everything. Whether it is transforming some plants into tools or promoting the growth of suitable food, I will work hard %. Rogge said to Luffy and others. Nami picked up the oranges produced by the orange tree in her hand and said while eating, "Okay, you can eat the orange trees every day from now on. You don't have to worry about there being no fresh fruit on the ship." Sanji drank a cup of black tea and said, "Well, I need your help to promote the growth of many ingredients. Since you can control the growth of plants, that's great. There is no shortage of vegetarian dishes on the ship, and they are available in every season. Always available. Also, the cooking I made is pretty good, although it's a bit too simple as the first meal to welcome you." Roger used a spoon to scoop a plate of chicken soup on the table in front of him into his mouth. It was really delicious. Sanji is indeed a superb chef. Well, it's really unparalleled deliciousness. A simple chicken soup is so delicious. I'm so happy to be able to eat Sanji's cooking here every day from now on. Rogge praised it not only out of politeness, but also from the bottom of his heart. 35XS, as long as you like it. Sanji said with a smile. Luffy had already eaten several plates of chicken soup, and he finished a glass of orange juice made from oranges picked from Nami's orange trees. "Well, Nami, now that we have passed the lighthouse, how can we officially enter the Grand Line?" Luffy asked, touching his lips. Nami finished chewing the orange and said, "This is what I want to say." Nami then stood up and placed a navigation map on the table. "Look, the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain." Everyone present exclaimed, "Mountain?" "Yes, look here. The navigation light is indeed erected on the upside-down mountain in the Red Earth continent. On the map, if you continue sailing west from Rogge Town, you will have to pass a mountain range." "How could it be like this? Then we are going to hit this mountain range," Usopp said after looking at the map. Nami corrected, "You see there is a canal here." "Nonsense, there are canal boats and they won't go up," Usopp said. "But that's how it is drawn on the picture," Nami said. Zoro looked suspicious and said, "There is nothing wrong with this map. It must have been obtained from Bucky. Usopp is at the helm at this time. Why are you working so hard? The current seems to be very strong." Usopp struggled to control the rudder of the Mary. Nami was stunned for a moment, then looked at the map carefully and said, "It seems that the currents from the 4 seas converge on the mountains here, generating huge propulsion. So ships enter through these 4 channels, and then enter the grand route." Everyone understood the problem. But Upside Down Mountain is a winter island, and the current will hit it and sink to the bottom of the sea. The 35XS Golden Merly will be smashed into pieces, so it must enter the entrance. Well, I'll go out and take a look, Nami said immediately. Then she walked out of the cabin, followed by Luffy and the others. Rogge walked to Usopp's side and said, "Let me help you." "Just in time, the current seems to be strengthening now," Usopp said. Rogge knew very well that the rudder seemed to have been broken once, so be careful. Luffy rode on the sheep's head carving on the front of the Mary, looking up, down, left and right at the surrounding scenery. A majestic continent ahead blocked the Mary's path. The mainland towers into the clouds, and combined with the storm in the sky, it can be said to be extremely spectacular. This is the famous Red Earth continent. Zoro took out his telescope and looked. "I saw a gap in the sea, a river of water flowing up the mountain. It's shocking, the ocean is literally climbing. I saw huge currents carrying seawater from the sea to the slopes of the mountains." Nami said to Usopp and Rogge at the helm, "Pay attention to the helm." Rogge paid special attention to the helm at this time and said, "Usopp, slow down." Usopp is impatient, but he slowly takes control of the situation. The Golden Melly stabilized its hull and headed towards the entrance. "Turn right rudder." Rogge and Usopp turned the ship's rudder to the right with great difficulty, but the current is really exaggerated. The entrance only allows one sailing ship that is not too exaggerated to pass through, so this is a very dangerous place. "Usopp, I need to go out now. Could you please help me?" Rogge said. Sanji was outside the cabin and walked in to help Usopp at the helm. Rogge walked to the bow of the Melly, where he aimed the vine whip at the huge door frame at the front entrance. There is a row of huge door frames made of rock at the front entrance. Vine whip. The vine whip hit the first huge door frame and tightly wrapped around the top of the door frame. Rogge tied the tail of the vine whip to the sheep's head carving on the Mary. After looking at it, Zoro asked, "Can this be done with vines?" "Absolutely no problem, this vine is comparable to an iron chain," Rogge said. With this vine whip tied to the huge door frame, the Melee driving suddenly became much better. The ship finally approached the entrance amid the bumps and drifts. After entering the entrance, the Melee drove more smoothly, and the sea current pushed the Melee upwards in a straight line. Rogge took back the vine whip. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally in. All 6 people cheered on the deck. The front of the Melee tilted upward, moving straight forward like a carp jumping over a dragon's gate. Roger stood near the bow of the ship and looked at the scenery ahead. Such spectacular views are truly unforgettable. The adventures of myself and Luffy also soared into the sky, entering a new realm with vast horizons. There were still stormy clouds in the sky, but as they continued to march, they gradually came closer to the light. Ahead, there are clouds. After traveling violently for a while, the Melee got into the clouds. There were clouds and mist all around, but the Melee was still moving forward. "It's like ascending to heaven," Rogge said with emotion. Luffy patted Rogge on the shoulder and said, "Oh, the Grand Line is just ahead." The Mary finally broke through the clouds and headed straight for the top of Upside Down Mountain. Looking down, there are endless clouds, and the Melee seems to be sailing towards the sky. The canal leading up to the top of the mountain makes even the sea water shine like diamonds due to the sunlight. Seeing that the Melee was about to reach the top of the mountain, under the impact of the violent currents, the Melee was thrown into the sky mixed with countless waves, like diamonds flying in the sky. "Wow!" everyone exclaimed for a while. At this moment, the Melee was on top of Upside Down Mountain, and the spectacular scenery all around was unobstructed. The Melee is above the Upside Down Mountain, surrounded by an endless sea of clouds below. 4 huge canals flow from the top of Upside Down Mountain to the top of the mountain. There is another one that brings the sea water gathered by the 4 ocean currents to flow downward again. The Mary quickly fell into the canal downwards. There was a splash of waves, and the Melee slid down the downward canal quickly. This speed is much faster than the previous climb. Look ahead at the rapid downward direction. Everyone on board the Mary was thinking about his or her goals. Zoro looked ahead, thinking Mihawk was here. Sanji looked ahead, thinking that this was where the blue sea was. Usopp looked forward, thinking this was proof of the great sea warrior. Nami looked forward, thinking that there were endless maps waiting for her to draw. Luffy looked ahead, thinking this was the place to become the Pirate King. Rogge looked ahead, thinking that this was a great adventure for him and a path to experience that would make him stronger. The Merry moves forward, carrying everyone's dreams. The Merry entered the clouds again. The clouds and mist surrounding the net drifted past everyone. Rogge also knew that a whale as huge as an island was about to appear ahead. Moreover, besides that, I still need more plant-modified weapons on hand. Therefore, more plants need to be transformed into weapons. The ability to grow your own plant fruits can also be further developed. An important benefit of joining the Straw Hat Pirates is that you can experience yourself in powerful battles for a long time. And because you know the basic plot, you can avoid some dangers. While Rogge was thinking, suddenly a dull and distant voice came. "Huh, what's the sound?" Zoro said. "This seems to be the sound of some kind of animal. Could it be a whale?" Nami said. Usopp put on one of his lenses and looked forward. Sanji on the mast also said, "Nami, there is a mountain ahead." Even though the clouds are shrouded in fog, another huge black object can still be seen looming in front. As the Merry's speed became faster and faster, the clouds and fog began to dissipate. Everyone was stunned by the huge object in front of them. They saw a giant black whale that was as big as an island, looking up to the sky and roaring. Everyone on board the Plum Blossom was extremely shocked when they saw it. This huge black whale blocked the way downhill. The long sound still emanates from the whale's mouth, as if it is calling some companion. "Such a whale as huge as a mountain," Usopp exclaimed. "Wait, I haven't seen its eyes yet," Sanji said. "It may not have discovered us yet." Nami said. Zoro pointed to the left side in front and said, "There is a gap on the left you can rush through." "No, it's too fast to change direction," Usopp said. At this critical moment, Rogge said, "Can we use the cannon in front?" "What, but the whale is in front?" Nami said, "There is a giant whale in front of us, and if we offend it, we will be in trouble." Luffy's eyes lit up and he said, "I'll try." After saying that, he quickly rushed into the cabin and reached the cannon. Just when it was about to hit the black whale, the cannon in front of the Merry fired suddenly. With the reaction force of the cannon, the Merry finally stopped. Although it stopped at the critical moment, everyone on the ship except Rogge, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp all had their mouths opened in surprise. But with the last bit of energy left, the Merry crashed hard. The Merry's sheep-headed bow was knocked off, and Luffy, who was coming out of the cabin, was immediately stunned. "My first-class seat." Luffy rushed to the deck angrily and looked at the broken bow of the sheep's head. Everyone else had just recovered from the panic. "Run away quickly, run away now," Soron shouted. Sanji, Usopp, Rogge, Zoro, and Nami all picked up the oars and started rowing hard. At this time, the giant whale continued to make earth-shattering noises from its mouth, which was deafening. At this time, Luffy looked at the giant black whale with great hatred. At this time, the Melly had already arrived at the huge eye on the side of the giant whale. This huge eye is more than 10 times the size of the Merry. Luffy looked into the whale's eyes filled with hatred. "You ruined my first-class seat." Luffy hit the whale's giant eye with one shot of his rubber pistol. Nami and everyone else looked at Luffy in shock. "Fool!" Except for Rogge, everyone else scolded Luffy in unison. At the same time, the whale's giant eyes were still intact, but the giant eyes looked at the Merry below. The giant whale quickly lowered its huge mouth from its original roar to the sky. That huge mouth swallowed an astonishing amount of seawater. "Escape from here quickly." But when the whale drank the seawater, it almost formed a whirlpool. The Merry was also involved. Rogge and others watched helplessly as this island-like whale swallowed the ship under its feet in the endless sea water. Suddenly, everything was turned upside down, and Luffy quickly used his rubber ability to escape. Rogge, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were swallowed together on the Merry, passed through the mouth, throat, and finally the stomach. After Luffy used his rubber power to escape to the whale's back, he finally discovered a door on the whale's back after a while of frustration. The whale began to sink, and Luffy got through the door. Roger and others took the melee and ended up entering the whale's stomach. It's not that it's extremely dark here, but it's very bright. And there are blue skies and white clouds. It's just that the surrounding water is green. What's even more surprising is that there are actually two small islands ahead. One of them has tall coconut trees and the other has a very simple house. "What's going on? Were we swallowed by a whale?" Sanji said. "Is this all a dream?" Soran asked. Rogge pointed to the surrounding whale stomachs and said, "I'm not dreaming. Look at the sky here. Whether it's white clouds or seabirds, they are all painted. So we are really in the whale's stomach," Usopp said. Several people looked at everything around them. The seabirds and white clouds were all still, and if they looked closely, they were indeed painted on them. While several people were thinking, suddenly there was a sound of seawater surging in front of them, and a huge squid rushed out from the seawater below. "King Squid!" Nami and Usopp immediately screamed. Rogge, Zoro, and Sanji were all in a battle-ready posture. At this moment, 3 harpoons suddenly penetrated the huge body of the giant squid. The fire of life of the giant squid was extinguished and it fell backward into the sea water. Now Roger and the others could clearly see that 3 harpoons had been fired from the open door of the cabin, and he was pulled in by an unknown figure. "Someone is out there," Usopp said. "Is he hunting or saving us?" Zoro said. "I think it's the former," Rogge said. Roger knew that this person was the ship's doctor on Roger's ship. The people in the room came out, with old faces and strange petal-like hair. "Flowers," Sanji said. "Net, the face of this old man is indeed very strange. Instead of hair, there are flowers on his head." The old man then looked at everyone on the melee with extremely strange eyes. Everyone felt that just the oppressive look in his eyes made them feel uncomfortable. Just when everyone thought the old man was going to say something, the old man suddenly sat leisurely on a chair under the coconut tree. "You should say something," Sanji said angrily. The old man was still sitting on the chair silently, just looking at the melee. "Hey, if you want to fight, we have cannons," Usopp said. "Forget it, people will die." The old man said after a long time, "You're talking about you." Sanji roared in anger. Zoro blocked Sanji at this time and said, "Let me do it. Who are you, sir? What is this place? When you ask the other party, you need to state your name first to be polite, right?" The old man added, "Well, it seems like this." Zoro said, "My name is Kurokas and I am the guardian of the Twin Capes Lighthouse. I am now 71 years old and my blood type is AB. Before Zoro could introduce himself, he said it himself. "Can I chop him to death?" Zoro was shaking with anger. Rogge stepped forward at this time and said, "Uncle Kurokas, please ask. This net is in the stomach of the whale, so where is the exit?" Kurokas and Rogge looked at each other for a while and said, "Can you tell me the exit? Where is the exit?" Kurokas pointed to a huge metal door in the distance. "There is actually a metal gate in the stomach of this huge whale." Nami was full of puzzlement and said, "There is such a huge stomach mural here and there is such a metal gate in the whale's stomach. This is my vacation spot. I don't know how long it took me to paint all the pictures on my stomach." Kurokas suddenly said. Usopp immediately shouted, "You are too leisurely and elegant." Sanji said at this time, "Forget it, let's get out of here quickly." Suddenly, there was a startling jolt in the whale's stomach. "What's going on?" Usopp asked in surprise. "Look, that island is not an island, it's a ship. It's made of iron," Zoro said. "This is the stomach of a whale. The seawater is a mixture of stomach acid and seawater. The iron will not dissolve, but the wooden boat cannot stay for too long," Rogge said while looking at the green sea of stomach acid around him. "Then let's leave quickly." Why haven't I seen Luffy yet?" Usopp said. At this time Kurokas on the small island said, "He's doing it again." Rab hit the red earth continent with its head. Then Kurokas jumped into the ocean of stomach acid and swam downward. 35 XS. "What? Isn't he afraid of stomach acid?" Sanji said. Kurokas swam to the metal gate and began climbing the ladder. At the same time, 2 figures infiltrated inside the whale holding modified cannons. "Well, SS Wednesday, this is the door. The old man is here. Kill him and this whale will belong to us," a man wearing a crown said. Beside him was a very beautiful girl with blue hair. "Yes, 9. Once this whale is captured, our town will be able to survive for a long time. The blue-haired girl said. 9. Although he is wearing a crown, he looks funny. On the contrary, SS Wednesday's eyebrows were filled with an aristocratic temperament. The two were about to enter the whale's stomach behind the door when suddenly a figure flew over. It was Luffy, who had dived into the whale. The three men broke through the metal door while screaming together and rushed into the whale's stomach. Rogge and others who were on the Mary saw this scene. "It's Luffy, there are two more weirdos," Usopp said. "You are all here, help me quickly." Luffy shouted. Rogge shot out a vine whip and caught Luffy. Then, under the influence of the vine whip, Luffy returned to the ship. The other two weirdos swam up again after falling into the water. They also climbed onto the Mary in embarrassment. Rogge looked at these two people. One of them was the blue-haired SS Wednesday, the Princess of Alabasta, Neferuta Levy. Ahem. Waiwei, or SS Wednesday, raised her head and looked at everyone. Sanji's face immediately became flirtatious. "Anyway, I rescued you all, so who are you?" Rogge asked. Sanji quickly moved to Vivi's side. 9. These people are pirates. Waiwei said to the man wearing the crown. "It's a pirate, but it's Wednesday. Let's talk to them and it should be fine." The man wearing the crown said. Suddenly, Kuroka shouted loudly, "You villains, do you want me to say it again? As long as I am still breathing, you can't touch Rab." Waiwei and Jiu raised the cannons in their hands. "If that's the case, then." At this time, Rogge used a vine whip to tie up the two of them. "What are you doing?" 9 asked. "If you attack here, you will anger this whale," Rogge said. Zoro and Usopp looked at each other and said, "That's right. It's too dangerous here. Maybe if this whale gets hurt and goes crazy, the whole place will be turned upside down." Seeing that the two were subdued, Kuroka's hurried to the door and headed to the room where Rab was given a sedative. Sanji was now furious and said to Rogge, "How can you treat a lady like this? Then please throw away their weapons." Rogge said. Zoro and Usopp threw away their cannons and Rogge released them. Kuroka's also gave Rab a sedative and the huge whale became quiet again. Kuroka's returned to the island. Luffy, Roger, and others all listened to the old man's story. "You two are so determined to give up, and the people in that town." Kuroka's scolded the two of them. "Just by capturing the rabbi, their town would have food for a few years," Kuroka's said. "Rab is the name of this whale," Rogge said. Kuroka's nodded and said, "Rabu is only found in the Western Sea and is the largest island whale in the world. The reason why Rab kept banging his head on the Red Earth continent was because he was waiting for a group of pirates." At this point, Kuroka's voice became full of aftertaste. 50 years ago, I was the lighthouse keeper of Twin Points. At that time, a group of bold pirates suddenly came down from the upside-down mountain. They also brought a young island whale. It was Rab. Because of the failure of the ship, I stayed here for a few months. I became friends with them. But they eventually wanted to go to the Grand Line. Because it was too dangerous, they gave Rab to me to help take care of it. 50 years, Usopp said in surprise. "Yes, 50 years. Rab still has to wait." Kuroka's looked at the damaged Melly and said, "This ship of yours is made of wood. It will not be good for you to stay here for a long time. By the way, we have to get out quickly." Zoro said, "Okay, I'll take you out. And I also want to go outside to get some fresh air." Kuroka said. Kuloka's then unscrewed the metal door in the whale's stomach, and then the Melly entered a passage with Kuloka's island. The passage is made of iron sheets. Rogge looked at these iron passages and thought that Rab's vitality was really strong. "It must have taken you a long time to be able to make such a passage here." Rogge said to Kuroka's, "Yes, it took me a lot of effort to get here, but this can be regarded as the fun of being a doctor." Kuroka's said, "Are you a doctor?" Usopp said. Kuroka's nodded and said, "Yes, I used to work as a ship's doctor on a pirate ship. You actually have such an interesting experience." Luffy said, "Yes, I also participated in naval battles." Kuroka said. A sudden inspiration flashed across Luffy's face and he said, "Then you will be our ship's doctor." "Forget it, I'm older now. I can't deal with it like you do," Kuroka said. After sailing for a while, the Melly and the island reached the end of the channel. Kuroka's climbed up a flight of stairs again and unscrewed the metal door from there. As the metal door opens, a burst of sunlight shines in. the real sky and sea outside. The Meli then sailed out of here and returned to the real sea. Waiwei and Jiu, who were on the boat, saw the situation and prepared to escape. "Let's go, SS Wednesday," said the Crown 9. "Well, okay," Waiwei also said. "The two people left here quickly. After all, they came here to kill whales, so it would be bad to stay here for too long." The Meli docked on the shore of the Twin Points Lighthouse, and the island of Kulokas also docked on the shore. "Isn't the scenery here nice?" Luffy said as he looked around. "From here, you can see Rab's exaggerated and huge figure." Rogge looked at this huge whale. It was truly a behemoth that would never be forgotten. Even some Neptune-like creatures may be dwarfed by comparison. There are also some tables near the Twin Points Lighthouse. Luffy, Rogge, his team, and Kurokas are sitting here. Luffy looked at the huge whale Rabu. This giant whale is still roaring. 35XS, there are shocking giant scars on its head. There are also some fresh wounds among them. Without saying a word, Luffy ripped off the mast of the Mary and rushed toward the wound on Rab's head. "What is he doing?" "Enjoying mountain climbing," Usopp said. Luffy suddenly pointed the mast at the wound that Labu had just hit and inserted the mast into it. Even with a body as huge as Rab's, being stabbed in the wound is as painful as a person being pricked by a needle. Rab immediately attacked Luffy angrily. Luffy relied on his rubber man skills to fight Rabu to a draw. "Rab, this is a tie. I will fight you again next time. We will return here after a circle around the Grand Line," Luffy shouted. Then Luffy got paint and painted a huge straw hat pirate's pattern on the top of Rab's head. "Don't break this before we come back," Luffy said. Rab also growled knowingly for a while, expressing his determination to abide by this agreement. After Rab's work was done, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and could get down to business easily. Sanji went to prepare the elephant trunk fish for cooking. Nami discussed the Grand Line with Kurokas. "You are going to enter the Grand Line," Kurokas said. "Well, that's why we climbed the upside-down mountain," Nami said. Nami laid out the chart and took out the compass. "How could this happen? Nami's compass is full of exaggerated spins. This compass can be said to have completely failed." "Ah, don't you have a record pointer?" Kurokas asked. "Record pointer?" Nami asked. "Each island in the Grand Line has mineral-interfering magnetic fields, and past navigation knowledge is useless here. However, the magnetic connection between the islands can be used as a guide to the next island. The recording pointer is a special compass that records magnetism," Kuroka said. Everyone at the table nearby was listening carefully. The table was covered with a delicious feast made by Sanji using elephant trunk fish. Luffy kept eating hard, but Luffy's ears were not idle either. After hearing this, he finished the elephant-nosed fish and asked, "Record pointer, is this it?" Luffy took out a record pointer. Others looked extremely surprised when they saw it. "Where did you get it?" Nami asked. He grabbed the record pointer and saw a compass inside a spherical glass cover. "This is the record pointer." Nami looked at the record pointer and said, "The islands walking along the Great Route have magnetism according to a certain law. In other words, the magnetic force of mutual attraction between the islands is recorded with a recording pointer, and it points to the sailing direction of the next island. In this connection, in a sea area where you can't control your own position, you can only rely on the recording pointer. First, it will choose one of the 7 magnetic forces emanating from this mountain, but whichever island the unethical magnetism starts from will eventually converge into a route, and finally arrive at the island is called Raftenlu, which is the endpoint of the Grand Route. In history, only the pirate group led by the Pirate King has been to that island. It is a legendary island." Kurokas said. "So is the great secret treasure there?" Usopp asked. "I don't know, although this statement is interesting, but no one has been to that place," Kurokas said. "Just go and see it," Luffy said. Sanji saw the table was empty and shouted, "Luffy, did you eat everyone? There are not even bones left," Usopp said in shock. Nami looked at the record pointer in front of her and said, "There is nothing on it, but there is only direction." On the side, Luffy and Sanji were fighting over eating, and the result was that they broke the record pointer in Nami's hand. "Ah, you guys," Nami was furious and kicked Luffy and Sanji away. "Oh my god, this pointer is so broken. This is a life-threatening thing," Nami said regretfully. "Don't panic, I'll give you mine. It's a reward for helping Rab." Kuroka said. Rogge didn't think too much, but now he was thinking about how to find more plants. Now it was finally the appropriate time, and Rogge walked up to Kuroka's. "Uncle Kuroka's, I would like to ask, can I pick the fruit of a coconut tree on your island?" Rogge asked Kuroka's politely. "Ah, pick a coconut, then you can pick it," Kuroka said. "Well, there is also Uncle Crocus. Is this the only plant here in Twin Capes?" Rogge asked again. Kuroka's raised his chin and then pointed to the ground beside the lighthouse. Rogge looked over and saw that there was a green wheat field. "I don't just eat seafood and coconuts here. I also grow some wheat myself. Also, after all, this is the entrance to the Great Route, and many ships come here frequently. I also purchase from them. There was a village for purchasing goods a while away," Kuroka said. "Thank you very much. I want to collect some wheat ears." Rogge said. "No problem, go get it." Kuroka said. Roger walked towards the wheat field next to the lighthouse. Just by collecting a few ears of wheat, he can create an endless granary on the Meli with the power of plant fruits. After collecting the wheat ears, Rogge used the ability of the plant fruits. There was a faint green light in my hands, and the wheat in the wheat field was growing mature. Kuroka also saw this, and Rogge walked past him and said, "Uncle, I will help you mature those wheat in advance." Kuroka saw Rogge walking towards Sanji and the others, then looked at the wheat field and said, "Devil fruit, this young man really has a unique ability. Take these ears of wheat and go to the island of Kuroka to collect coconuts." Roger returns to the Mary. From now on, the Meli can produce wheat, oranges, coconuts, and catch sea fish and seabirds. It can sail for a long time at sea. After arriving on the Mary, Roger put everything away, then got some soil from Twin Capes, spread it on the stern of the ship, and then buried coconuts in the soil. Well, from now on there will be a coconut tree on the stern of the Meli. Rogge's palm was buried above the coconut, and with the use of the plant's fruit ability, a green shimmer emitted for a while. The coconut quickly grew out of the soil, then a trunk, then leaves, and 3 coconuts. That's it for now. From now on, we can let Sanji make coconut cakes for everyone. We can also drink coconut juice. But Rogge plans to develop new plants as weapons. The modified plant weapons he currently has on hand are only rattan whips and ironwood swords, which are still far from enough. I also need to find new types of plants as samples for transforming weapons. Finally, Rogge arrived in front of the 3 orange trees planted by Nami. The ability of plant fruits is to control plant growth and transform plants into powerful weapons. The fruits of your own plants need more plants to be able to exert their power. Plants can be transformed into powerful weapons. If you are in a forest area, then you will be at home like a fish in water. However, oranges are not actually suitable for transformation into weapons, but they can be transformed into auxiliary weapons. After some thinking, Rogge began to improve the oranges. He grabbed an orange in his hand and began to glow green. Using the fruit's ability, Rogge transformed the orange in his hand. The pulp, fiber, and even the skin of the orange have been transformed. After a long time, orange finally completed its transformation. Energy orange. This modified orange is called an energy orange. After eating it, it can provide amazing energy in a short period of time, making the body's potential about 5 times higher than usual in terms of strength, speed, and responsiveness. Rogge ate the first energy orange he had transformed. Naturally, the taste is still ordinary orange, but soon the body clearly feels the inexhaustible energy. His senses quickly became very sharp, and his body became more powerful. Rogge first focused his attention on the shore, bent his legs, and jumped suddenly. He easily crossed the distance of 20 meters and jumped to the rocks at Twin Capes. Very good, this way it can be a good help during the battle. The strength and speed are far beyond before. Combining it with other weapons can also greatly enhance combat effectiveness. You can also give it to others to eat. Rogge then walked over to Kuroka's and Nami. Waiwei and Jiu came together and asked to take the Meli back to their town. "Please, we need permanent pointers and ships to return to Whiskey Town." Waiwei and Nine knelt down and begged. What you are thinking is beautiful, you just wanted to kill the whale. Nami said, your names are SS one by one. What is your true identity? Usopp asked. Nine and SS knelt on the ground together on Wednesday and said, I really can't say this, our company is a secret, but we will definitely repay everyone for your kindness. Kuroka's was full of disgust for the two of them. Leave them alone, they are not good people. Luffy is very generous. Okay, let them do it, forget about such a small thing. Waiwei and Jiu are both extremely grateful. Thank you so much. We in Whiskey Town must thank you all. Nine said. Yes, Whiskey Town is a town that welcomes pirates, Waiwei said. After a while Nami said, okay, the record pointer is almost full. Is it the same as what the navigation chart points to? Kuroka's asked. Well, it points to Whiskey Mountain, Nami said. Is this okay, boy? Choose a route for a guy like this. You must know that you can only choose a route from the starting point. Kuroka's asked. It doesn't matter, the worst thing is that it will go around again. Luffy said. Kuroka's looked at this energetic young man and said, this is what it looks like. Seeing Luffy, Kuroka saw a person he would never forget. Goodbye, Mr. Hua, everyone said. Good luck to you, Kuroka said. Goodbye, whale. After hearing this, Rab also looked up to the sky and roared, bidding farewell to everyone. Kuroka's watched everyone go away and said, they are full of courage just like you, right, Roger? The Melly was sailing on the sea and everyone on the ship began to do their own business. Net Sanji came to the back of the ship to be with Rogge. You actually got a coconut tree. It's really amazing. From now on, we may be able to drink coconut juice on the ship every day. Sanji said happily. I also hope to taste your coconut cake. Also, I got some wheat ears back. Rogge said, wheat ears, Sanji said. Yes, I got the wheat ears from the Twin Capes lighthouse. I can get a wheat field on the Mary in the future. Rogge said and then took Sanji to the cabin. In the kitchen of the cabin, Roger brought Sanji here. Rogge laid out dozens of bunches of green wheat. Is that all? Sanji said. Yes, I uprooted them. They can be planted on the deck, Rogge said. But the sea wind on the deck will destroy the wheat. It's better to plant it in the cabin. Sanji said. No problem, my devil fruit can make them grow without sunlight. Well, just in the kitchen. Just get a few flower pots. Rogge said. Roger made a flower pot and buried more than 10 wheat ears in it. A flower pot can serve as a pocket granary. Rogge put his hand on top of the wheat ears contained in the flower pot. The palm glows green. The originally green wheat ears grew and matured rapidly. Net in more than 10 seconds, these wheat ears grow into golden yellow mature wheat. Your ability is really wonderful. These wheat can be used to make flour, but I still need to ask Miss Nami for money to purchase grinding machinery. Sanji said. In addition to wheat grains, wheat straw can also be used as firewood. Rogge said as he pulled out the ripe wheat. After planting all the wheat ears in several flower pots, Roger left the kitchen. On the deck, Nami is observing the sky and ocean. Rogge walked to Nami's side and took out an orange. Nami, please have an orange, Rogge said. Nami waved her hand and said, oranges, I have eaten enough today. This orange is different, eat it first and see. Rogge said. Nami took the orange, broke it open and ate a few segments. After taking the orange, Nami's expression was normal at first, and then she felt that her senses became sharper. Why is it so noisy around here? From so far away I can hear Usopp's voice clearly, Nami said. Your senses, strength, speed and energy have all been greatly improved in a short period of time. This is my newly transformed plant, the energy orange. Rogge said. After hearing Rogge's explanation, Nami said, yes, it's a good thing. So Nami, I want to transform an orange tree into a tree that specifically grows energy oranges, Rogge said. Well, you can go and transform it. Just transform all 3. Nami said, that's great. After all, it's better to get your consent in person to transform the orange tree that is so important to you. Rogge said. Nami's eyes lit up and she said, yes, you and Luffy will be able to work better after eating these energy oranges. So that's how it is, Rogge said with shame. But now that he had permission, Rogge went to the 3 orange trees to make changes. A single orange was modified before, but this time a tree was modified so that it could always grow energy oranges. It will definitely take a lot more effort now. Rogge used the fruit ability in his body. This time the hands not only shimmered, but the palms also emitted a dazzling green light. Roger's hands caressed the orange tree, completely transforming it. From the inside of the orange tree to the outside, from the trunk to the branches and roots, from the leaves to the orange. The entire orange tree has been completely transformed. During the entire process, Rogge's hands emitted a strong green light, surgically transforming the orange tree. After a long period of transformation, Rogge finally succeeded in transforming this orange tree into a tree that can grow energetic oranges. The transformation is finally completed. Why is it so cold? Only now did Rogge realize that the surroundings were covered with snow. Heavy snow will continue to fall in the sky. Hey Rogge, you are finally back to normal now. Luffy shouted to Rogge. Roger looked at Luffy and saw Luffy building a snowman. Usopp on the side also built a snowman in the shape of a beauty. How long have I been like this? Rogge looked at his watch and realized that 5 hours had passed since he had just been immersed in transformation. 5 hours is really too long, but it's too cold now, so I'll change the time to remodel the other two. Go inside first and find a cotton coat. Rogge hurried back to the cabin. When I arrived at the male crew quarters at the bottom of the ship, I found a cotton coat from the closet and put it on. It's still cold, but I can eat that. Roger returned to the deck and picked an energy orange from the newly renovated energy orange tree. After eating this orange, Roger suddenly felt a burst of energy in his body. The body is also less afraid of the cold. Hey Rogge, don't be idle either. Hurry up and shovel the snow like Sanji. Nami shouted to Rogge. Rogge looked back at Nami, who was also wearing a cotton coat. Okay Nami, Rogge said. At the same time, Roger picked a few more oranges from the tree. Sanji was also wearing a cotton coat, wielding a shovel and happily shoveling snow on the deck. Miss Nami, how do you think I did? Sanji said with a smile on his face. Very good, keep shoveling. And Luffy, Usopp, you two stop playing. Go to work together, Nami said. Rogge walked to Sanji's side, and Sanji immediately said with a smile, Oh, it seems that Miss Nami also asked you to shovel the snow. Okay, we can work together under Miss Nami's order. Ah, there happens to be a shovel here, Rogge said when he saw Sanji's side, but Sanji is also really a super horny handsome guy. It seems that Nami's order requires you to complete it at all costs. Rogge said, Of course it is a man's responsibility to serve beautiful ladies, Sanji said with great pride. Rogge gave him an energy orange and said, Sanji, you eat this, you will have more energy. After Sanji ate the energy orange, he quickly became more energetic. What happened? I have more energy after eating it. Could it be that you have modified this? Sanji asked. Yes, this is an energy orange. After eating it, you will be in a more energetic state. Now your senses, strength and speed are greatly improved. Rogge said. Okay, let's keep shoveling the snow hard, Sanji said. Roger also wielded the shovel and started shoveling the snow. Luffy and Usopp were also given a lesson by Nami and started working. Vivi and Nine in the cabin were also driven out to help. The Mary continued on to Whiskey Town. Heavy snow was still falling in the sky, and Rogge gave the energy oranges to others one after another. Good stuff, your body doesn't feel so cold after eating it, Luffy also shouted excitedly. After eating this, the brave sea warrior Usopp can command everyone to continue sailing on this unpredictable route. Usopp said, waving his hands. Everyone's work efficiency has also become much higher, and the snow on the melee has rapidly decreased. While everyone was working hard, there was a thunder in the sky. Will there be thunder on a snowy day? Nami looked at the sky. Yes, the climate here in the Grand Line is unpredictable. The magnetic field and climate are extremely chaotic, Waiwei said while working. Well, it's true. It seems you need to be careful, Nami said. As they continued sailing, they encountered storms, icebergs, and various emergencies. After 2 days of intense sailing, it was noon on the third day. Everyone on the deck was lying here to bask in the sun. Everyone is tired. Would you like some more energy oranges? Rogge said to the others. Usopp lay on the deck, waved his hands and said, forget it, once the lasting effect of that kind of thing wears off, you will still be tired. Now I truly understand the terrifying aspects of the Grand Line. All navigation knowledge is of no use here. Nami said with emotion. 35 excess. Then what should we do? If you are useless as a navigator, how will you continue sailing? Usopp said, no problem, and the first round of sailing is over. Nami looked forward confidently. Everyone also looked ahead, and the sea fog drifted away for a while. An island appears in front of the melee. Rogge also looked and saw a group of huge green cactus standing on an island. This is Whiskey Town, Rogge said. The first island in the Grand Line, but it is also the lair of bounty hunters. At this time, Waiwei and Jiu looked at each other. Thank you for coming here and sending us this far. We say goodbye, goodbye, baby. After saying that, Waiwei and Nine jumped into the sea and swam away together. He actually left like this again. Nami said, who are they? Usopp said, whatever, let's land on this island. Luffy said, sitting on the bow of the sheep-headed boat, look, there is a river ahead, we can go in by boat. Rogge said, is this good? What if there is a monster inside? Usopp said. Rogge patted him on the shoulder and said, aren't you a brave sea warrior? Since there are 9 other people living here, there must be people living here. After listening to Rogge's words, Usopp raised his chin with his hand and said, yes, 35 excess. Even if there is something here, we must stay here for some time. Nami said. Everyone else looked at her. The recording pointer needs to record the magnetism of each island before it can continue sailing. Also, the recording time required for each island is different. Some are hours, some are days, or even years. Why bother with so much anyway? Just go in. Luffy said excitedly. The Merry continued sailing. Not only did it not encounter anything scary, but it encountered groups of cheering people. Welcome, pirates. Long live the warriors of the sea. Welcome to Whiskey Town. All kinds of young girls on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, children less than half a person tall, gray-haired old men, and unshaven uncles are all welcome here. So many cute girls. Sanji's eyes lit up. We are sea warriors. It seems that we are really heroes. Usopp also cheered quickly. Luffy sat on the bow of the boat and waved his hands vigorously. Rogge knew that this was the lair of bounty hunters, and it is an important base for the Baroque studio. Finally reached the shore. Among the welcoming crowd, a middle-aged man with exaggerated curly hair walked out. Ahem, mama, I am Igram. I am the mayor of Whiskey Town. This town is famous for its brewing and music. Hospitality is the tradition of our town. The wine we are proud of is taken from the spring water. Keep going. Tonight I will use your stories of sea adventures to entertain you. Everyone, I will hold a banquet tonight to welcome you and wash away your dust. I wonder if you can appreciate it. After Igram finished speaking, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp shouted loudly, okay. Nami walked up to Igram and asked, excuse me, how long will it take for this island's record pointer to be full? Don't worry about it. Let's invite you to the banquet first. Igram hugged Nami and said. Rogge looked at Sauron and said, let's go in too. The sun sets over Whiskey Mountain, and the unfortunate combination of civet cats and vultures wait in the distance. After a long time, the moon also came out. In a town next to several giant cactus mountains, banquets were being held. In a large room, the residents of the town sang and danced and toasted to celebrate. Usopp kept showing his ability as a braggart. Luffy shows his powerful ability to eat. Sanji expresses his love surrounded by many beautiful girls. Zoro showed his strong drinking ability and drank down 10 people in a row. Nami was even better, drinking down 12 people in a row. Roger was also persuaded by many residents to drink, and he drank some happily. But I ate a few more energy oranges beforehand, so I could withstand a lot of alcohol. But he still knew what kind of people these people were, and he would pretend to be drunk when the time was right. It's great that everyone is so happy, Igram said, but there was a sinister look on his face. The banquet continued, and it seemed to be the climax. I can't do it anymore. Sauron finally collapsed after having 13 people lying down. Zoro is really useless. Nami continued to drink with the 16th person. Luffy was eating like a rubber ball and finally couldn't stand it anymore. Thanks for the treat, I can't eat anymore. Luffy, a big eater, finally had enough. The three chefs on the side were all exhausted. It feels so good. Nami finally fell down. What a nice town. Usopp lay down exhausted. This is really a paradise. Sanji lay on the girls' laps and fell asleep. Ha ha ha, you are so generous. I still need to relieve my hangover. Rogge also laughed heartily and ate an energy orange he brought with him. Then Roger also passed out drunk. Of course, I won't get really drunk under the influence of energy orange. Just outside Whiskey Town, Mayor Igram looked at the bright moon in the night sky. Cactus rocks dancing in the moonlight, you are still so beautiful tonight. While Igram was chanting to the moon, the voices of two people sounded behind him. Net, are you really a poet? 8. Behind Igram were Waiwei and 9. It's you, Igram said. Where are they? Waiwei asked. They've been in hell, Igram said. Igram made a gloomy face. This captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard is now identified as 8 from Baroque Studio. The door opened and a tall nun walked out of the banquet hall. Oh God, they are really good guys who can eat and drink. But 8, do we need to go to such trouble to entertain them? They are just a group of skinny brats. Ah, Miss Monday, are they all asleep? Igram asked. Of course they are all asleep, but our town is already short of food, so we still entertain them like this. Of course, I don't expect you to get whale meat. You, Waiwei, and 9 and Monday started arguing. At this time, Rogge got up from the ground in the banquet hall. Looking around, Zoro was indeed gone. This swordsman is really vigilant all the time. Rogge prepared the vine whip. The energy produced by the energy orange was enough to make the alcohol almost useless. After looking at the people lying down, Rogge stood up. Rogge walked to Nami first and said, Hey, Nami, I know you are pretending to be drunk. I heard Usopp say that you are very good at pretending, so you must not be really drunk in a town like this where you don't know the details. Nami found out that she had been exposed and had to sit up. Oh, I'm awake now anyway. 35XS, I told the truth. I'm afraid this is a bounty hunter's lair. There were rumors on the Grand Channel that some people pretended to welcome pirates on the islands they passed and then robbed them. It's natural. Everyone hates pirates. How can the residents of a town be so fanciful and spend so much energy to welcome us? Rogge said. Obviously these people have evil intentions. Nami said. So what are you going to do? Rogge asked. I want to steal these guys' treasures. If you don't protect me, I will give you a considerable interest-free loan. Nami said with a wink. Rogge looked at this girl who was extremely fond of money and said, You should do your thing, I have other things to do. At this moment, there was a sound on the door of the house, and 2 bounty hunters with guns came in. You're actually still awake. The bounty hunter raised his gun to shoot. Rogge whipped out the vine whip in his hand and tied the 2 people up. You. The 2 bounty hunters were choked with vine whips and were out of breath. After walking in on the 2 men, Rogge knocked them down with 2 punches. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Nami looked at the bounty hunter who fell to the ground and said, as soon as Rogge walked out of the house, there was already fire outside. There was a burst of gunfire and the bounty hunters were shooting at Zoro. At the same time, there were bursts of screams. It can be said that these bounty hunters have never encountered a pirate as powerful as Zoro. Actually, Sauron can do it alone. I want to find that Igram and ask him to stop the war. By the way, I'll see if I can get some needed plants. Rogge's goal was very clear. After that, 2 senior commanders, 5 and Valentine, came, but it was not difficult to deal with them. Sauron acted among hundreds of bounty hunters and had already lost more than 40 people to them. Net, I found you, Igram. Rogge waved his vine whip and tied a barrel. After swinging the barrel for a while, he threw it at Igram. What's going on? Igram quickly dodged, and the 3 bounty hunters were immediately knocked down. Igram then looked in Rogge's direction. Who is it? I will deal with him personally, and I will leave this swordsman to you. Igram rushed towards Rogge. I really took the bait, it's a big fish. But this is also an opportunity. You can try to convince the opponent during the battle. Where? Pirate. Igram played the saxophone, and a burst of bullets shot out and hit Rogge's position. Rogge quickly dodged aside. Fortunately, after taking Energy Orange, my reflexes have greatly improved. These are shotguns, they are really powerful. With the powerful energy brought by the Energy Orange, Rogge moves quickly, combining with the Vine Whip to move between houses. Don't even think about running away. Igram chased him all the way to a corner. Where did he go? Igram looked around cautiously. Suddenly, his hands were tied tightly with vine whips from above. The big fish was finally caught. Rogge jumped down from the roof. Igram gritted his teeth and looked at the brown-haired young man in front of him. Although there are many firearms hidden on the body, they cannot be used without using hands. If you kill me, your companions will not survive. There are 100 of us here. Igram said. Really? What's the scream over there? Rogge said. Igram could clearly hear the cries of familiar people outside. Don't worry, I won't kill you. And I know the true identities of you and SS Wednesday. Rogge said. Igram's face suddenly turned livid and he asked, What are you talking about? Don't hide it, Captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard, and the princess you protect, Neferu Tali Vivi. And let me tell you, your boss is already planning to kill you, Rogge said. How did you know? Igram looked around, fearing that others would hear him. There is no fire in the paper. There are many channels to find out your identity. Rogge said. Well, what do you want? Igram asked. There is no request. Moreover, you should be the one requesting us. But first, please, Princess Waiwei and the people you can order not to fight with us. Rogge said. Igram thought for a while and said, Okay, but don't reveal the identities of Princess Waiwei and me. No problem. Rogge said. Roger untied Igram. He brought Igram all the way to the crowd after the fierce battle. Well, it seems like there's no need to bother too much now, but give the order. Rogge brought Igram to the remaining people. Now only Waiwei 9 SS Monday is left on the battlefield, and Zorro. The floor was littered with downed employees of the Baroque studio. At this moment, the three of them were looking at Zorro with fear. Sauron's powerful strength shocked them beyond measure. Hey, you all assistants! Igram shouted. The three of Waiwei all looked towards Igram and saw Rogge with him. Ah, 8, why are you with that kid from the pirate group? 9 asked with a surprised look on his face, holding 2 bats in his hands and preparing to fight Zorro. There is no reason, just do it. Igram said. However, the three of them also saw Sauron's powerful fighting power and they all stopped. At this time, Sauron also put Geit back into the scabbard and said, Rogge, why are you with him? Things happen for a reason, but we can eliminate the misunderstanding. Rogge said, Misunderstanding? These guys want to kill us. Sauron looked at Igram with disdain. Whatever, I'm sorry for what happened just now and we didn't succeed in hurting you, Igram said. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the Straw Hat Pirates. Zorro still looked at Igram and the others with dissatisfaction. Next, everyone will know everything after waiting here. And Sauron, could you please wake up all your friends? Rogge said. Zorro went directly to the banquet hall without saying a word. Roger stayed with Igram. I basically don't have to worry about Igram and others making stupid moves. They also saw the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates just now. SS Wednesday, come here. Igram said. Waiwei walked over and gave Rogge a confused look. The pirates are not enemies and the boss wants to kill us. Igram said. Waiwei's face was immediately shocked and she said, Really? We were still exposed at Baroque Studio. I traced the identity of the boss a while ago and must have disturbed someone. Igram said. Will it be SS all Sunday? Waiwei asked. No matter what, since we have been exposed, someone will soon come to hunt us down. Igram said. At the same time, outside Whiskey Town, 2 people, a man and a woman, came to the town. I can't believe that the boss actually asked us to do this. SS Valentine said with an umbrella in his hand. These 2 people know the identity of the boss. They are not strong, but they are still very important. Said Booger 5. As soon as they entered the town, they discovered that the unfortunate combination of Tanuki and Vulture was blocking a group of low-level employees of the Baroque studio. Hey, it seems like someone is blocking the way. SS Valentine said. Well, these people are annoying. 5 took a booger out of his nose. Nose fantasy cannon. The booger was ejected, blowing up the fleeing Baroque studio staff. The unfortunate pair of civet cats and vultures looked at 5 and SS Valentine in horror. The 2 continued into Whiskey Town. At this time, Igram, Waiwei, Rogge, and others were all talking. If you say so, then we still need to go back quickly. Waiwei said, actually, we originally had to wait a few more days before returning to Alabasta. Let's leave early. Igram said. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Sorry, you can't leave. A tall figure walked over. This man had an afro, wore sunglasses and a coat, and was picking his nose all the time. Behind him was a huge long tube covered with cloth. Another person also came over. She was a beautiful woman with a good figure and holding an umbrella. 5. SS Valentine's Day, Igram said in shock. Waiwei on the side also looked at Rogge, and Rogge was indeed right. We came just in time. You are all here. 5 said. After hearing his words, Waiwei and Igram both shuddered in their hearts. The two chief commanders came to kill them, but they really couldn't resist. Rogge also looked at these two people. These two people were the top combatants of Baroque Studio. Are you here to supervise our work? Igram asked. Ha 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 ha, supervisor. SS Valentine laughed like a beauty. 5 put down the hand that was picking his nose. Two chief commanders have traveled thousands of miles to come here to supervise you. We are here because of the order given by the boss himself. Igram's heart pounded for a while, and he was also ready to fight. His clothes were filled with firearms, and he was always ready to attack. In order to make your death clearer, I will tell you the details. 5 said. The boss told us that his secret was known. Our company is not allowed to investigate the origin of any employee, not to mention the identity of the boss and his purpose. As a result, we investigated and found that people from a kingdom have sneaked into the studio, and the name of the sinner is U8, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guards, and SS Wednesday, the Alabasta Kingdom Princess Neferutali Waiwei. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 and SS Monday were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Am I right, Igram? 5 asked. Igram said, indeed you are right, but what do you want? I want both of your heads. 5 said. 5 he closed his nostrils again. Net, in the name of the owner of Baroque Studio, I will destroy you. When Igram saw the situation, he was taken to the extreme. He pulled the tie at his collar, and 6 gun barrels protruded from his exaggerated curly hair. I will block the reputation of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard captain and protect Princess Vivi. The 6 barrels in Igram's hair fired powerful bullets. 5 and SS Valentine's Day were covered in violent explosions. Princess Waiwei, leave quickly. Igram said. The smoke of the explosion had just passed, and both 5 and SS Valentine were unscathed. Nasal fantasy cannon. 5 flicked a dugout booger at Igram. There was an extremely violent explosion, and Igram was covered in fire. Igram, Waiwei shouted. After the smoke passed, Igram fell to the ground seriously injured. Princess, go quickly. Igram shouted. At this time, 5 picked up the booger again and said, Princess, don't even think about escaping. Just when he was about to shoot out the boogers again, the vine whip flew out of Rogge's hand. Vine whip, vine network. The vine whip in Rogge's hand quickly turned into a defensive net blocking Waiwei's front. The booger hit the vine net, and a burst of explosion destroyed the vine net, but Waiwei was also spared. Waiwei looked at Rogge. It's okay. Will you draw your sword to help when the road is rough? Rogge said. Ha 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 ha. Oh, is there anyone else who wants to be a hero to save the beauty? SS Valentine said with a long smile. I'll cover you and leave quickly. Rogge said. Waiwei quickly rode on the black duck Karu and left here quickly. On SS Wednesday you are a princess. 9 raised her butt and saluted Waiwei. What are you doing? He said with a slight frown. Okay, since you are a princess and also my partner, I will help you out this time. 9 waved the bat and went to fight against 5 in them. I'm here to help you too. SS Monday carried the wooden stick. This woman, who was stronger than the man, wanted to help Waiwei. Now Rogge can be said to have 2 more helpers. Anyway, the other party is the explosive booger man 5 and the laughing beauty SS Valentine. It's nice to have 2 helpers. See if you can defeat them both. Ironwood sword. Rogge took out the thick sapling from his clothes and quickly turned it into a heavy wooden sword as tall as a person. The ironwood sword was sharper than when he fought Arita. Rogge has also been working hard these days to further improve the ironwood sword. Its hardness and sharpness are no less than those of an épée made of steel. Now Rogge's body has the effect of the energy orange. His strength and speed are very powerful, and he can easily swing the ironwood sword in his hand. Combined with the vine whip, the combat effectiveness is now very powerful. It would be great if this was a forest area. I could control the growth of plants to disturb the opponent. But fortunately, I know roughly what the opponent's abilities are, so I can still deal with them. Under the moonlight, a fierce battle is about to begin. The 5 boogers said to SS Valentine, "I'll deal with them, you go kill that princess." "No problem, honey," SS Valentine said elegantly. This woman loves to laugh and her tone is very pleasing to men. SS Valentine is a user with the lightness fruit ability, and his body quickly becomes light and rises into the air. Waiwei was riding on the black duck Karu and the fast duck was running wildly. "You 3 and you still want to stop me. I will send you to hell immediately." 5 didn't put Rogge and the other 2 people in his eyes at all. 9 waved his 2 metal bats and shouted, "Don't be too arrogant, hot-blooded, no. Perseverance bat." The guy with the crown on his head rushed towards 5 like a spin. The nose is empty and the 2 guns are in a row. 5 fires 2 booger cannonballs in succession. There were 2 huge explosions and a period of screams. 9's body was blown away. SS looked at the blown-up 9 in horror on Monday. "It's so abominable, how about this?" SS Monday raised a thick wooden stick and rushed towards 5. "It's a waste of effort." 5 rushed over directly this time. "Let me know you disgrace to the Baroque studio." 5 jumped up cleverly and dodged the swinging stick. Exploding legs. 5 kicked SS Monday in the face. There was a burst of explosions and screams, and the woman, who was stronger than the man, was blown away. Within a few moves, the 2 millionaire elders of the Baroque studio were defeated. It's really useless. The number is very high among millions of elders. Well, you are the only one left. 5 looked at Rogge again. Waiwei looked at Luffy in panic and said to the calm man, "Thank you so much." But she soon calmed down and asked, "Why did you save me?" Luffy also glanced at Zoro, who had just told them what had happened. "I want to save you," Luffy said casually. Waiwei looked at Luffy speechlessly. There is a strong straightforwardness about this man. Sanji hurriedly came to Vivi's side and asked, "Miss Wednesday, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Waiwei said. Sanji looked at SS Valentine's Day, who fell to the ground again, and said doubtfully, "Why did the beauty in the sky fall? Is it because her butt is too heavy?" Usopp said. Sanji glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense, that beauty is so beautiful. Her butt and other parts must be very light." "Yes, but why did it suddenly fall to the ground?" Usopp said. At this time SS Valentine's body became lighter again and rose up from the pit. This time he did not take off but arrived in front of everyone. "Haha, who am I supposed to be? Someone is a hero and comes to save the beauty," SS Valentine said cheerfully. This time, Sanji's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Exquisite facial features, beautiful green eyes, golden hair, slim dress, and elegant parasol. What a peerless beauty. Sanji put his hands on his chest and looked at the other person with gleaming eyes. SS Valentine's Day is indeed beautiful, and with that voice it is even more sexy. "Hey Sanji, you can't tell the difference. She seemed to be attacking just now," Usopp said, already putting on his goggles. "Who are you?" Zoro asked. "You are not from Baroque Studio, so you are so nosy. I just need to take the life of the princess," SS Valentine said. "Are you a princess?" Usopp and Sanji looked at Vivi in surprise. "So you are a princess, no wonder you are so beautiful." Sanji almost fell at Waiwei's feet. Luffy looked calm as he looked at Vivi and then at SS Valentine. "Are you saying you're going to kill her?" Luffy asked. "Yeah, I'm going to kill her," SS Valentine said. Sanji was still immersed in worshipping Vivi and reacted immediately. Sanji rushed between Vivi and SS Valentine. "Don't 2 beauties hurt each other," Sanji said lovingly. "Ah, you can't stop me." SS Valentine quickly rose into the air and attacked Waiwei again. "Be gentle this time so that I don't have to spend too much time becoming lighter after you hide away." Waiwei rode on Karu's back and immediately continued to escape. "Karu, go quickly. 10,000 kilograms of guillotine." SS Valentine smashed down quickly. Just when he was about to hit Vivi, Luffy fired his rubber pistol. SS was beaten away on Valentine's Day. Net bastard, how can you do this to a beautiful woman? Sanji roared furiously. Hey, don't be like this. Luffy stopped them from killing each other. Usopp said quickly. The SS Valentine, who was knocked away, stabilized her body again and floated over quickly. Asshole, you are like this. SS Valentine scolded. Luffy stared at her and said, no matter what, you can't kill her. What are you doing? You are not from Baroque Studio. SS Valentine said. Rely on intuition, Luffy said. Zoro glanced sideways at Luffy, thinking that Luffy always only acted on intuition, but you can often tell right from wrong. It seems you are going to help her. She and other bounty hunters want to kill us. Zoro said flatly. I just know it's best this way, Luffy said. Sanji looked around with a distressed look on his face and said, two beauties are going to kill each other. Dogs blocking the road are annoying. Let me deal with you. SS Valentine's Day becomes lighter and rises higher. 100,000 kilograms of meteorites. SS Valentine's body fell like a meteorite. Danger. Usopp quickly avoided. The body of this beautiful woman hit the ground like a meteorite. The ground where everyone had just been standing shattered into pieces. There is a large pit in the center several meters deep. Hufu is so dangerous. Usopp said while sitting on the ground. Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji all avoided. You guys are hiding so fast. SS Valentine stood up and said. This time she was suspended above everyone. You seem to have some skills. Let me show my skills too. SS Valentine said. Everything is heavy. Luffy and the others on the ground suddenly felt as if their bodies were being pressed down by something invisible. Usopp was directly suppressed and Vivi was also suppressed from Karu. What's going on? Luffy asked. It feels like something is pressing down on my body. I used to practice with rocks pressed on my body, which is how it felt. Zoro said. Beauty, what are you capable of? Sanji was also suppressed and shrugged. SS Valentine in the air said, I can make the objects around me heavy or very light. The highest degree of heaviness of all things is 5,000 kilograms, and now it is only 1,000 kilograms. Ah, that's it. Then it's just like carrying some heavy objects on my back, then it doesn't hinder me. Luffy started walking. Huh, what? SS Valentine looked at Luffy, who could still move freely. Rubber pistol. Luffy punched SS Valentine above. Ah, SS Valentine exclaimed for a while before being knocked away. Luffy, how could you beat her up again like this? Sanji said fiercely. She's annoying, Luffy said. SS Valentine stabilized her body again. Because her body became lighter, it was easier to be knocked away. Okay, brat, it seems I need to deal with you severely. SS Valentine came over again using a parasol to disturb the air. As a user with the light and fluttering fruit ability, she can't really fly. Instead, the body becomes lighter, which requires a parasol to disturb the air to change position. Try this. Everything is light and airy. Use the fruit ability with SS Valentine's Day. The nearby stones and boxes became lighter and flew into the air. Luffy and the others saw dozens of boulders and boxes floating above their heads. Unlocked. SS Valentine flicked his finger, and dozens of boulders and boxes were smashed down. On the ground, Usopp, Vivi, and Karu fled quickly. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all used their fists, scabbards, and feet to knock rocks and boxes away. Seeing how strong the other party is, SS Valentine in the sky is speechless. After a long silence, she said, HMPH, it seems I need to call him over to work together to deal with you, but don't think about running away. SS Valentine uses a parasol to disturb the air and leave here. Luffy turned his attention to Vivi again. Hey, why are they killing you? Luffy asked. That's because I am the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. Your friends are fighting that 5. He is very strong and your friends may not be able to deal with him. Waiwei said quickly. Well, the guy just said that he has other helpers. Let's go and take a look. It seems that Rogge is fighting with another person. Luffy said. At the same time, Rogge fought fiercely with 5. Dozens of houses were razed to the ground. Rogge's body was also covered in bruises. The effectiveness of the energy orange is about to end. Rogge gasped. HMPH, you actually dare to hurt my face. This will make you die without a burial place. 5 fired a barrage of cannons with the machine gun he held. As a user with explosive fruit abilities, the gas exhaled by this booger man is also extremely powerful. After being poured into a machine gun, it is comparable to a rotating cannon. In the previous battle, Rogge managed to hold on for a while with the help of nearby houses as cover. Now it is almost impossible to resist this guy's attack. It seems we have to go to the mountains to fight. Rogge set his sights on the huge cactus-like mountain peak. Rushing to the foot of the mountain peak, Rogge's hand holding the vine whip glowed with green light. The vine whip grew crazily to an exaggerated degree that it had never seen before. The vine whip tied a tombstone on the cactus peak and brought Rogge up. Finally, we're here. There are tombstones here, but I will never be buried here. Rogge continued to use the vine whip to climb the mountain covered with tombstones. 5 looked at Rogge, and now Rogge quickly rushed to the top of the cactus peak. It's really a headache. He can still run to the top of the mountain. If this is the case, not only will it be difficult to aim and attack, but the range of this machine gun will not reach that far. At this moment, a female voice sounded. "Net, hey 5, haven't you finished him yet?" SS Valentine said while hovering above 5. "I'm not suitable for mountain climbing, please get him down for me. Have you killed the princess?" 5 asked. SS Valentine looked angry and said, "We were blocked by a group of gangsters. They are all very powerful. You and I need to work together to deal with it." "You are really useless. I'm not talking about you," 5 sighed. "Aren't you even more useless? You can't even solve a single person." SS Valentine yelled, "You help me drive him down from the mountain first, and then we will go together to eliminate the princess and anyone who gets in the way." 5 said. SS Valentine didn't say much and floated directly higher toward Rogge at the top of the cactus peak. What a hypocritical woman. 5 began to breathe more explosive gas into the machine gun through his mouth. At the top of the cactus mountain, Rogge was exhausted and bruised. The energy oranges were also exhausted. Just as Rogge was taking a breath, he suddenly found Valentine's Day approaching in the air. "Oh my God, this guy is here again." Rogge quickly controlled the vine whip and prepared to fight. However, his body is now seriously injured, his energy is exhausted, and his fighting power is not as good as before. "Ha ha ha, I was fooled by a group of boys just now. Now I'm taking it out on you." SS Valentine's Day, a burst of hearty laughter. "My ability is to convert weight between 1 gram and 100,000 kilograms. 35 XS gives you the most powerful one, 100,000 kilograms of meteorites." SS Valentine's body hit Rogge like a meteorite. Damn it, Rogge tried desperately to avoid it. He was hit directly within half a meter. However, the huge impact of the opponent's attack knocked him away, rolling down from the top of the mountain. Vine whip. When Rogge was about to fall, he suddenly used his vine whip to pull out a tombstone. Finally, we reached the foot of the mountain. It's really life-threatening. After Rogge landed, he found 5 rushing over from the front. This booger man had a scar on his face that he had just killed, and he looked at him with a venting smile. The machine gun in his hand will fire a barrage of cannons at any time that will crush him to pieces. "You've caused me a lot of trouble, but now it's time for you to break into pieces." 5 is about to attack, and SS Valentine also floated above Rogge. It was now certain death. "Even if it's the last fight, I still have to try," Rogge said with wounds all over his body. "Go to the west." At this moment, 2 extremely long fists hit 5 and knocked him away. "You are all finally awake." Rogge looked aside. "Hey, you're injured like this," Usopp yelled. The extended fists quickly returned to Luffy's body. Luffy and the others quickly met up with Rogge. "It seems like this guy is that woman's accomplice, right?" Luffy said. 5, who was knocked away, stood up again, gritted his teeth and looked at Luffy and the others. SS Valentine in the air shouted, "These are the guys, look at the princess there too." Princess Vivi also came with Luffy and the others, but mostly she was looking for Igram. The seriously wounded Igram was now lying on the ground, and Karo spotted him with his keen observation. "Gah! Igram!" When Waiwei saw it, she immediately jumped off Karu's back and ran over. Igram raised his head and looked at Waiwei in pain and said, "Princess Waiwei, why don't you run away quickly?" "I can't let you go, Igram, and I can't escape without defeating them," Waiwei said with pity in her eyes. 5 picked up the machine gun again and walked towards Luffy and the others. SS Valentine was suspended above him. These people are just as troublesome as that brown-haired boy. I'm going to kill them all, 5 said fiercely. It should be said that we will let these guys go to hell together. Ha 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 ha. SS Valentine's Day became much more energetic. Luffy touched his hands and said, "Come here. You bastard with an afro, you want to kill such a beautiful princess. As a brave knight, I will deal with you. But young lady in the air, you better stop being stubborn." Sanji said in a different tone, "Then I will just watch the battle from the sidelines. You two will be enough to deal with them," Zoro said. "I'll cheer you on," Usopp said. "Be careful, they may not be easy to deal with together," Rogge said with vigilance. Luffy and Sanji rushed forward. 5 looked at the two people coldly through his sunglasses. Snort! The trigger of the machine gun was pulled and a stream of invisible explosive gas was shot out. What? Luffy noticed that no bullets were fired. As a rubber man, he can bounce any bullets and cannonballs. Sanji also felt a sense of danger for a while. Even though his skills were flexible, the opponent's attack was invisible. Wow! Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire exploded around the two of them. A violent explosion blew the two men away. "Damn it, what kind of attack is this?" Luffy said as he regained his balance. "Invisible bullets," Sanji said while kneeling on the ground. "Be careful, after the gas this guy exhales is poured into the machine gun, it will fire a burst of fire comparable to that of a cannon," Rogge warned. 5 showed a bit of pride on his face and said, "I am a user with explosive fruit ability, and the gas I exhale is also explosive. This machine gun can only inject gas, so it is a weapon with unlimited ammunition. And here's me, you guys. Now I'm joining forces with him to make you taste the pain." Valentine's Day, the SS in the sky, said, "I'll go first, everything is heavy." SS Valentine flew above Luffy and Sanji. "What's going on? It seems like he's getting heavier." Luffy said, "It feels like there are a lot of weights on my body," Sanji said. The two people suddenly felt as if they were being pressed down by a huge thing. "Ha ha ha ha, 5,000 kilograms of weight are now being pressed down on your bodies. This is the greatest effect of the heaviness of all things," SS Valentine said. 5 pointed the machine gun at Luffy and Sanji. "Under this kind of pressure, your mobility will be greatly weakened." At the same time, 5 pulled the trigger, and a barrage of explosive gas was shot out. The violent explosion enveloped Luffy and Sanji. The two of them avoided some attacks with their strong strength, but under the weight of kilograms, the two of them were somewhat sluggish. Many attacks cannot be avoided. There's no way to escape. Asshole. Luffy and Sanji were hit frequently again. Rogge is now bruised, watching the two fight against 5 and SS Valentine. Although Luffy and Sanji are powerful, their flexibility is bound to be greatly affected when their bodies are weighed down by kilograms. But Luffy and Sanji should be able to find a way to deal with it, Zoro said. "I believe it too," Rogge said. Luffy and Sanji were suppressed by the powerful combination of 5 and SS Valentine. Where are their weaknesses? Luffy observed the two enemies. Luffy's eyes shot up into the air. "That's it. Sanji, kick me into the sky," Luffy said. "Okay." Sanji walked to Luffy's side without saying a word. "Air Force." Sanji kicked Luffy away with a flying kick. 35 excess, he was already bearing a weight of kilograms, so using the Air Force like this was even Sanji's best. "What?" SS Valentine was shocked and Luffy flew up. Luffy used the power of Sanji's kicks to surpass SS Valentine. "Well, I felt very relaxed immediately," Luffy said. SS Valentine's Day's heavy pressure of all things can only have an effect on her. In midair, Luffy grabbed SS Valentine and threw him up. "Well, let me go," SS Valentine's Day screamed. "Let's use you as a weapon." Luffy threw SS Valentine towards 5 on the ground. "What?" SS Valentine's Day was unexpectedly 5. Dodge quickly. Valentine's Day hit the spot where 5 was just now like a cannonball. Valentine's Day, who hit the ground, was blinded and had lost the ability to fight. Luffy landed on the ground and raised his head to look at 5. "HMPH. I can blow you to pieces without her." 5 pointed the machine gun at the two men. The trigger was pulled, and a burst of powerful explosive gas was shot out. A barrage of powerful firepower was fired at Luffy and Sanji. Without the weight of everything, Luffy and Sanji moved as fast as a cheetah. Most were successfully dodged. Taste this, rubber seized. Luffy stretched out his arm and wrapped it around the machine gun in 5-hand. Under Luffy's great strength, the machine gun in 5-hand was snatched away. Luffy swung the machine gun like a meteor hammer for a while and then smashed it towards 5. Net ah! With a scream, 5 was smashed away. Damn it, you bastard. 5 stood up again, only to find that Sanji had already rushed over. Don't think I only brought a machine gun. 5 quickly took out 2 large pistols from his clothes. These are also inflatable firearms manufactured by a large firearms company in Nanhai. 5 quickly filled the 2 pistols with explosive gas with his mouth. Cut the meat. Before 5 could shoot, Sanji quickly kicked the 2 large pistols off his hands. Sanji and Luffy were about to give him the final blow with their fists and kicks. Damn it. The whole body exploded. 5. The dog jumped over the wall using a full-body explosion. The huge explosion force covered hundreds of meters in the surrounding area, and both Luffy and Sanji were blown away. Even Sauron, Rogge, and others in the distance were affected by the impact. After the smoke of the explosion dissipated, 5 was still standing in the same place, but the surroundings were in chaos. Don't think you guys know how to fight. 5 put on a fighting look. Does this guy know how to fight? Sanji, who was blown away, walked back in. Even though his face was in a mess, he lit another cigarette and put it in his mouth. This guy can explode all over his body. It's really awesome. Luffy also walked over again and patted the dust on his straw hat. Come here, 5 said. I don't want to talk nonsense to you, rubber machine gun. Luffy quickly threw dozens of punches. Explode both arms. 5 use your arms to quickly fight and resist. And every blow exchanged with Luffy caused a fierce explosion. In other words, this guy will explode as long as he fists and kicks him. Oh, it hurts. Luffy pulled back his fist, which was already covered in blood. Every time a punch hits Booger Man's arms and even body, it will explode. Now, as long as you have physical contact with him, you will kill 1,000 enemies and damage yourself 800. It seems to be a really tough opponent. Attacking him will cause an explosion, but we can't stop fighting. It seems we need to win with one blow. Sanji still quickly approached this opponent. Let you taste my explosive punch. What? 5 saw Sanjijo flying above his head. Weight and speed, coupled with perfect kicking skills, are your doom. Sanji was spinning rapidly above him like a top. The heel gathered amazing power in the violent rotation. Crushed. Sanji hit the 5 below like a top, and a violent explosion occurred at the same time. After the smoke dissipated, Sanji put his hands on his hips and stepped on top of the Booger Man. It's okay. The force generated by the rotation is enough to offset part of the impact of the explosion. Also, as a chef, I hate the smoke and dust of explosions. Sanji moved away from 5, who was knocked down. In this battle, he finally succeeded in defeating 2 generals from the Baroque studio. Finally killed them. Luffy said. Also, Rogge, this explosive guy is so difficult to deal with. No wonder you suffered so many injuries. Sanji walked up to Rogge and patted him on the shoulder. It's finally over, and this party is not without its price. Rogge said. The battle was finally over after everyone saw off, but Princess Waiwei and Igram walked in front of everyone. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for helping us today. Igram bowed to everyone. Waiwei also bowed. Then why are you being hunted? Luffy asked. Let me tell you, I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. Igram is the captain of the kingdom guard. Vivi said. Alabasta, Zoro asked. Haven't you heard of it? It is one of the few civilized countries on the Great Waterway. Waiwei said. But just in recent years, there has been unrest in Alabasta. After investigation, we found that a criminal group called Baroque Studio was related to this. So Igram and I entered Baroque Studio to investigate. During the year, Igram and I finally discovered the identity of the owner of Baroque Studio and his purpose. That is to capture Alabasta. Speaking of this, Waiwei looked worried. So, Igram and I need to return to Alabasta together to make the facts known to the public. Waiwei looked at Igram again and said, "Okay, let's leave quickly." Igram did not speak, but stood in front of Rogge and Luffy with a serious expression. "Everyone, I beg you in the name of the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guards and thousands of people, help escort this princess." Igram knelt on his knees, bowed his head, and begged everyone. Luffy and Rogge both looked at him with serious expressions. At this moment, a delicate girl's voice suddenly sounded. "Escort the princess, okay." Everyone looked to the side and saw Nami sitting nearby. "Nami, where were you just now?" Usopp asked. "Nami went to search for the treasures of those bounty hunters." Rogge said, "Alas, I didn't get anything. These bounty hunters are too poor." Nami said. Then she looked at Waiwei as if a money lover had seen a golden mountain. Said, "But now there is a huge business. Huge treasure is waiting for us." Nami looked at Waiwei and Igram again and said, "Okay, if that's the case, how about you give me 10 billy?" Upon hearing this number, Nami and Igram looked at each other. "If you can really escort the princess back to Alabasta, you will definitely get a large reward." Igram said, "Why is it that escorting a princess of a country is not worth the price? Or maybe your country is in turmoil and cannot raise a lot of money?" Nami asked with some confusion. "Forget it, Igram, and I don't want to involve them either." Waiwei said quickly. "Also, you just said that you know the owner of that studio. Who is he?" Luffy said, "I understand your good intentions, but the other party is still very powerful after all. Knowing the identity of the other party will help you avoid the disaster of death. Although you are very powerful, you still can't defeat the crocodile, one of the 7 martial arts under the king." Waiwei sighed. He said with a breath. Zoro's expression immediately changed and he said, "Hey, you said it." Everyone at the scene had their mouths wide open and were silent. It was time for Igram to complain in his heart about Princess Vivi's occasional stupidity. At this time, on the Whiskey Mountain nearby, the unfortunate combination of Civet Cat and Vulture was observing everyone. At the same time, these two guys drew the faces of everyone. "What are they?" Nami asked Waiwei nervously. "It's an unfortunate combination. They reported us to the crocodile." Waiwei said, "Oh my God, please kill them quickly." Nami said quickly to Luffy and the others. Luffy and Zoro were both talking and laughing. "It turns out to be King Shichibukai," Luffy said. "I wonder what he looks like." Zoro said expectantly. Sanji was already full of love and said, "Escorting the princess, that's great. This is what a knight should do." Usopp was a little nervous and said, "The opponent is King Shichibukai. He is really a powerful opponent that makes people feel pressured." "Don't be nervous, aren't we brave sea warriors?" Rogge said. Fortitude entered the Grand Line and was pursued by the Shichibukai. Nami burst into tears. "In short, we have now become the target of the crocodile." Zoro's eyes lit up, full of longing for this challenge. Net for Igram, things are even better now. The Straw Hats no longer want to help escort Vivi. Please rest assured. Igram said suddenly. Everyone looked towards Igram and saw that Igram was now wearing women's clothing and had his hair tied up. The mouth was even covered with thick lipstick. "Uncle, why are you dressed like this?" Luffy asked in surprise. "Please listen to me first. Now the matter has been exposed. Baroque Studio will definitely take action, and they will definitely send more powerful killers to deal with us. Also, the crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, has a bounty on his head before he becomes the Shichibukai. It's 8,000 million berries." Igram said with a stern expression. Hearing this, Nami shouted in surprise. 8,000 million berries, that's 4 times as much as Eren. Igram turned his gaze to Waiwei again and said, "Princess, please give me the permanent pointer of Alabasta. I will disguise myself as you and go to Alabasta." "Permanent pointer?" Nami asked. "Ah, don't you know, the permanent pointer can be said to be a permanently preserved version of the recording pointer. The recording pointer can guide the ship to the next island. Once the permanent pointer records the magnetism of an island, then the islands related the data will be permanently preserved. No matter where it goes, it will point to that island. And this permanent pointer records the geomagnetic force of Alabasta," Igram explained. He then said to Waiwei, "Please listen, Princess Waiwei. I will pretend to be you and take these dolls disguised as them. Go straight back to Alabasta. Take advantage of the opportunity when the pursuers of Baroque Studio are attracted to me. You take these pirate ships back to Alabasta. Although I have not traveled this route, you should be able to reach Alabasta from here by walking on the base island. I hope we can stay safe in our motherland. Get together. Igram looked at Luffy, Rogge, and others again and said very respectfully, "Thank you very much." Rogge said to Igram, "Igram, how about you join us? After all, Baroque Studio has too many eyes and ears and they will find your bait." Igram shook his head and said, "There must be someone who will act as the bait." Seeing that Igram was determined to do this, Rogge no longer tried to dissuade him. After saying goodbye, Igram left the island on a sailboat. 35XS, what an interesting uncle. I hope to see him again. Luffy said. Waiwei watched Igram leave and said, "He is a very responsible person." While everyone was watching Igram off, suddenly the sailboat emitted an astonishing explosion. In Waiwei's eyes, the sailboat Igram was riding exploded and turned into a huge fireball. The fire and smoke dissipated quickly on the sea. Seeing this, everyone's originally relaxed expressions quickly turned serious. "Everyone set sail now," Luffy said. Sanji also looked at Waiwei and said, "It seems that the enemy is coming, Princess Waiwei. Let's take it away quickly." Nami also quickly advised Waiwei, saying, "Hurry up and don't let down his expectations." Nami was shocked to find that a drop of blood came out of the corner of Waiwei's mouth. "By the way, we have other things to do. For example, we need to collect supplies quickly." Rogge said to Sanji. "Yeah, that's what you said," Sanji said. Rogge, Sanji, and Usopp hurriedly searched for food and some tools in Whiskey Town. Some beds and furniture were also provided. The male crew area of the Melee only had hammocks, which was very uncomfortable to sleep on. As for the defeated Five and SS Valentine, Rogge and Usopp tied them up tightly and locked them in 2 basements in the town. Sanji has always been sympathetic to her and wanted to stop her from tying up the unconscious SS Valentine. Everyone quickly boarded the Mary and sailed out of Whiskey Mountain. After the Melee sailed out of Whiskey Mountain, the sun rose quickly. "Last night was really an unusual night," Nami said. At this moment, a female voice sounded from the boat. "Be careful when sailing, don't hit the rocks." Everyone looked back and saw a tall woman wearing a sun hat sitting on the railing of the cabin. "Ah, who are you?" Rogge took a look and saw that it was Nico Robin, or that it was SS Sunday. Robin looked at Waiwei and said, "I just met 8 at sea, SS Wednesday." Waiwei looked extremely ugly and said, "Could it be you who killed Igram just now?" "I don't care about this, but why are you on our ship?" Luffy asked. "Why are you here, SS All Sunday?" Waiwei asked. After hearing this, Nami immediately asked, "What does this mean? What number is SS's partner?" "She is 0 partner. In fact, it was only after we followed her that we found out the true identity of the boss." Waiwei said, "To be precise, I asked you to follow me." Robin said. Luffy looked at Waiwei and said, "What? She is a good person. We have known this for a long time, and you should be the one who told him that we know the identity of the boss." Waiwei said. Luffy looked at Robin and said, "What? She is a bad person. What is your purpose?" Waiwei asked loudly. "I see you are so serious, so I might as well help you. And Princess, do you really think you can defeat Baroque Studio and save the kingdom?" Robin asked. "Don't underestimate me," Waiwei shouted angrily. At this moment, Usopp and Sanji attacked Robin from both sides. One of them holds a slingshot and the other holds a gun. "Please, I don't like people pointing dangerous things at me." After Robin finished speaking, the 2 flew out. "Is this a devil fruit?" Zoro said in shock. "What ability is this?" Nami said. Sanji was thrown to the deck and his face suddenly brightened when he saw Robin. "Wow, this young lady is really beautiful if you look closely," Sanji said. Robin still looked at everyone calmly and said, "Don't be like this. I didn't receive any orders and I don't want to fight with you." Luffy's straw hat then flew towards Robin, who gently caught the straw hat with his hand. "You are Captain Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy," Robin said. Luffy found out that his straw hat had been taken away and was furious. "Give me your hat back, you bastard. You want to fight, don't you? Come down and challenge me." Robin was still calm and said, It's really unlucky for you to find a princess who is being hunted by Baroque Studio. It's also unlucky for the princess to be protected by so many pirates. And the most unlucky thing is that the route forward is actually a small garden. I'm afraid you will be buried there without us taking action." "That's impossible. Give me the hat back quickly," Luffy yelled angrily. When Rogge saw this situation, he was always ready to attack with the vine whip in his hand. "That's enough, lady. Please give it back." The vine whip in Rogge's hand shot towards the straw hat in Robin's hand. At the same time, Robin used the ability of the flowering fruit, and Rogge felt his wrist being grabbed. But his own vine whip does not rely on his arms to maintain its direction. The vine whip can change its direction according to his own will. The vine whip successfully wrapped around Luffy's straw hat in Robin's hand. Bringing the straw hat back, Rogge tossed it to Luffy. "Roger, thank you so much." Luffy put on his straw hat. Robin didn't say anything and threw something towards Wai-Wai with a wave of his hand. "This is—" Wai-Wai looked at the thing in her hand in shock. "Permanent pointer." Robin said, "This is the route to the Nothing Island closest to Alabasta. Even the staff of Baroque Studio don't know this route. It is definitely the safest way for you to go here." Wai-Wai was full of doubts and asked, "Why did you give me this?" "I think it's a trap," Zoro said. "You decide for yourself," Robin said. Wai-Wai is now in hesitation because the fate of the people on this ship depends on this permanent pointer. Wai-Wai hated Baroque Studio from the bottom of her heart, but she also hated her friends on the ship she was currently on. She must find a way to help these partners choose the safest route. Just as Wai-Wai was hesitating, Luffy grabbed the permanent pointer. "You don't need to decide the direction of this ship," Luffy said. "It's such a shame," Robin said. Nami immediately punched Luffy and said, "What are you doing?" "But she killed Uncle Fishcake and I hate her." Luffy looked at Robin and gritted his teeth. "I don't hate courageous people, but if you survive, there will be a future," Robin said. "No," Luffy said. "Robin left here on a giant turtle. After Robin left, Wai-Wai was finally discouraged. I am on this ship and I will definitely cause trouble for everyone," Wai-Wai said. "Don't worry, Wai-Wai. No matter how strong the opponent is, you must face it bravely." Rogge comforted Wai-Wai. The Mary continues its voyage. Despite being hunted by Crocodile, one of the Baroque Studio and the King's Shichibukai. However, the group of people on the boat did not feel the sense of depression facing a powerful enemy at all. On the deck of the Melly, Luffy, Rogge, and the others were chatting happily. "Hey, the special drink is here." Sanji walked out of the cabin, holding a plate of green drink in his hand. "Wow, that's great." Luffy, Rogge, and the others all ran to Sanji's side. Roger brought a green drink mixed with ice cubes and drank it through a straw. The taste is cool and refreshing, sweet but not greasy and really refreshing. As expected of Sanji, drinking this kind of drink at sea is really unimaginable. Rogge said, "Haha, as long as you like it, what about you?" Sanji said with a smile. "Delicious." Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro all shouted. Wai-Wai's horse Black Duck also came over. "Quack!" The Black Duck also screamed when he saw the drink. "Do you want a drink too?" Sanji gave the Black Duck a drink. The Black Duck held the straw in his mouth but couldn't hold it. "I'm telling you, drink it like this." Sanji helped Black Duck place the straw. Black Duck is a drink in one go. "Come again." Sanji gave Black Duck another drink after another. "It's really delicious." Usopp and others sighed. Wai-Wai, who was standing by the cabin fence at this time, looked at the group of people. As the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom in troubled times, Wai-Wai no longer worries about the safety of her motherland. At this time, seeing this group of happy pirates made me feel uncomfortable all over. At this time, the cabin door opened. Nami walked out with a straw in her mouth while drinking her drink. "Hey, are they okay like this?" Wai-Wai asked with a frown. "Don't look at them being so idle, but they are the backbone at critical moments. Here's it for you." Nami gave Wai-Wai a glass of the same drink. Wai-Wai took the drink and took a sip through the straw. The refreshing taste combined with the sea breeze made Wai-Wai feel a lot more comfortable. "I do feel a lot more relaxed." The Black Duck below has been knocked unconscious by Sanji and the others. The pirates on the deck laughed happily for a while. It seems that this is not a fight against a strong enemy, but an adventure and travel. Roger walked to the side of the boat and enjoyed the sea breeze. At this moment, the sea is blue and the sky is blue, and the waves are undulating in the vast sea. Suddenly, a huge dolphin jumped up from the sea. "Everyone, come and take a look. This is a huge dolphin," Rogge said. After Luffy and others came over, they saw this huge dolphin jumping in the sea. "Really?" This huge dolphin suddenly rushed towards the golden melee. Seeing this situation, Nami shouted, "Everyone hurry up to your respective posts." "Okay." Waiwei saw the pirates on the melee who had been lazy just now take action quickly turning the rudder and raising the sails. Because of the huge dolphins, the surrounding sea water is very turbulent, but the melee still bravely and tenaciously sailed out of the sea in the face of this huge dolphin dozens of times larger than itself. Sure enough, everyone can be trusted. Waiwei now believed Nami's words. The Mary entered safe waters. Net at the same time, there is an island mountain with dense vegetation, dinosaurs and various giant animals in action. Deep in the jungle, in a small house made of white candles, a man with a three-shaped braid on his head is sipping black tea. The man elegantly and slowly poured the black tea from the teapot into a cup, putting the teacup to his mouth, and after smelling the tea deeply for a while, the man said, "Well, as expected, when drinking black tea, you must drink authentic Earl Grey tea. Also, SS Golden Week. Don't always drink a cup of tea in one sitting. Tea tasting is a kind of enjoyment." The man turned his head and said to a little girl beside him, "3. After drinking tea, should we go deal with those two guys quickly?" The little girl said, "The man and the girl are the senior agents of Baroque Studio 3 and SS Golden Week. In the Baroque Studio, except for the boss and SS, everyone works on Sundays. To a certain extent, the strongest combination is 3 of them. Even the 1 and SS fingers are just powerful killers. 3 possesses unparalleled cunning and insidiousness, relying on brains and strength to fight against opponents. SS Golden Week looks like a little girl, but she is a painter with incredible abilities. 2 pots have the ability to imitate fruits at the end of the year, but in terms of overall strength, 3 and SS Golden Week are better." 3's eyes were full of plainness and confidence. He first looked at a bunch of high imitation portraits, drawn by an unfortunate combination. There are Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Rogge on them. Waiwei's photo had already been remembered in his mind. "I will definitely be able to catch you all in one fell swoop." 3 tastes the black tea slowly. "But we still need to subdue the 2 guys on this island first. After controlling them and using them, we can take off their heads." 3 looked at the 2 worn-out wanted posters again. Above are 2 giants, Brokey the Red Ghost and Dolly the East Ghost. The bounty for both men is million berry each. "Well, 3, if I can control these 2 guys, I still need to consume 2 barrels of paint," SS Golden Week said. "That's why I asked you to bring so many barrels of paint. Moreover, in addition to these 2 guys, we also need to control a large group of dinosaurs as soldiers. On this island, we will create a group of armies to deal with those pirates and the princess." 3 said. The Mary sailed for 4 days after leaving Whiskey Town. On the deck, everyone was looking around. After a long time, Luffy asked, "Nami, is our route okay?" Nami glanced at the direction of the record pointer in her hand. "Left full rudder." Under the control of everyone, the melee began to sail towards the small garden. After a long time, the melee finally arrived in front of a faint island. "Well, Nami, there is an island ahead," Zoro said while standing on the mast observation deck. Luffy on the bow of the ship looked into the distance and saw traces of the small garden. The white smoke rising from this island looked so interesting. Nami looked at the permanent pointer and said, "This island is connected to Cactus Island." Rogge said, "This is the 2nd island we have entered into the Great Route." Waiwei looked at the island with white smoke rising and said worriedly, "I'm worried about what SS said all Sunday. This island may be in danger. I'm afraid the real danger is not the creatures on this island, but the Baroque Studio has been keeping an eye on us." Rogge said. Hearing this, Usopp's body trembled for a while and said, "Will there be monsters? Is their Baroque Studio secretly watching us? Danger is everywhere and we have to wait until the magnetism is full. Rogge said. Sanji changed the cigarette in his mouth and said, there is not enough food on the ship. We just ate a big meal at Whiskey. We need to collect food here. And if there is a lot of vegetation here, we need to get some plants that can grow food. I will make them a food supply on the ship. Rogge said. The Melee sailed to the interior of the island in the small garden, where there was also a river that could go upstream. The boat sails slowly through the forest inside the small garden. Rogge looked around. There were ancient vegetation everywhere. This is a small garden. It doesn't deserve that poetic and picturesque name. Sanji said. Suddenly there was a squawking sound of birds in the sky. What happened? Everyone was surprised. It's nothing, it's just a bird. Sanji said nonchalantly. An Archaeopteryx flew down from the sky. Archaeopteryx swung its huge claws towards Sanji. At this time, the vine whip in Rogge's hand flew out and entangled the giant bird's claws. First meet, Sanji kicked Archaeopteryx in the head. The giant bird fell to the deck. Wow, the meat came so quickly, Luffy said. Can this be delicious? Usopp looked at Archaeopteryx. Sanji kicked Archaeopteryx on the head and said, these are definitely not enough, we still need to collect them. Let's log in later. Of course, let's go. Rogge said to Sanji. For Rogge, he couldn't wait to set foot on this ancient island, because your own plant fruits need to find more plants to modify in order to obtain more weapons. Also, there is a dense jungle on this island, so you can show off your plant fruit abilities. It's an adventure, Sanji. Please make us some more lunches. Luffy looked excited. Oh my god, are these people crazy? Usopp whispered to Nami after seeing this scene. I also think they want to be on this island so much. Nami gritted her teeth and sighed, with a look on her face. Just when the two of them were hoping that no more people would go to the island, Waiwei spoke after thinking about it. If you want to go to the island, I will go with you. Waiwei said. Hearing this, Usopp and Nami both looked at her with tears in their eyes. Ah, it doesn't matter. I still have Karu with me. Waiwei said with a warm smile. Karu on the side was so frightened that he was speechless. Sanji looked at everyone and said, well, I need to make 3 pirate lunchboxes and a love lunchbox for Waiwei. Sanji, could you please make a drink for Karu that he likes? It's the one you drank last time. Waiwei said, no problem. Sanji said enthusiastically. Well, thank you. Waiwei said. After Sanji was busy for a while, he finally prepared 4 lunchboxes and a can of drinks. Luffy, please carry all the lunchboxes. Sanji gave Luffy a backpack full of lunchboxes. Okay, let's go. Luffy was the first to jump off the ship. Sanji and Waiwei also got off the boat. Rogge looked at the 3 people on the boat again and said, you guys can come together too. Let me tell you, I didn't stay here because of fear. I stayed here because of Gulu to protect the Mary. Usopp said with saliva trembling all over his body. Nami also gently touched her forehead with her hand and said, I'll stay here too. Zoro, on the other hand, had a natural look on his face. He leaned against the side of the boat and said, I'll go there later, let's see how I feel. Okay then, Roger said. Roger, hurry up. Luffy also shouted. Okay. Rogge jumped off the boat. Nami and Usopp, who are now staying on the ship, are trying their best to dissuade Zoro from getting off the ship. Rogge, Luffy, Sanji, and Vivi riding on Karu's back were traveling in the ancient forest. The surrounding vegetation are ancient plants that have never been seen before. Wow, these plants have never been seen before. Luffy said while looking around excitedly. Rogge looked at these ancient plants and said, well, let me show you my abilities. Let some plants grow fruits here. Okay. Luffy and Sanji both said excitedly. Then let's start. Let's go to a flat place first and don't wander around. Rogge said. Several people arrived at a very flat area, waiting for Rogge to display his abilities. Okay, let's start. Rogge said. This is a very huge use of my body's ability. Luffy and Sanji discovered that Rogge's hands were not just glowing green. The entire body emits a rather intense green light. Under the intense green light, the surrounding plants began to grow. From short weeds to tall trees, they grow rapidly. Many plants flower and bear fruit quickly. Some plants become taller. Wow, that's really fast. Luffy said with emotion. Rogge looked serious and beads of sweat broke out on his face. Finally, I ended up using the power of plant fruits. Plants within 100 meters of the surrounding area are growing rapidly. Some plants have greatly exceeded their original size. Many weeds reach up to a person's waist. Oh, okay. Roger, your ability is great. Luffy ran over and said. Rogge looked around. He also needed to train his abilities. Because I have been sailing on the Melly for a long time, I rarely go to areas with dense vegetation. This time I met the forest, so I had to practice my abilities well. Really? Then I can just make the grass grow taller, Rogge said. Rogge once again activated the fruit's ability and grew a piece of grass to more than 10 meters high. It's really fun. You can try it with other plants, Zhang Zhang. Luffy shouted happily. It's difficult to encounter plants when sailing on a ship, and I can't let Nami's orange trees and later coconut trees grow too big. That will damage the Melly. It's different here now. Rogge said, for Roger, this is really a place to vent. Don't dare to let orange trees grow too big on the ship. What is that? It seems to be an ancient durian tree. Sanji suddenly looked at a nearby tree and said. Luffy also discovered the tree and said, it turns out to be durian, just pick it off. Luffy threw out his hand and took down the durian from the top of the tree from a distance of 20 meters, but the shell of this durian is red. It looks delicious, let's try it. Luffy opened his mouth and was about to bite the red-shelled durian. Wait a minute, let me test it. Rogge said. Roger took the durian from Luffy's hand. His hands glowed green and he began to examine the durian. The plant fruit ability can check whether the plant is toxic. After the inspection, Rogge said, you can eat it. Luffy smashed the outer skin of the red durian with his mouth and chewed the pulp inside. Sure enough, it is also red and full of delicious flavor. It's delicious. You guys should try it too, Luffy said. Rogge also went to the tree and took down a few durians with a vine whip. It's really good. Rogge also ate durian and said, after Sanji felt it was delicious, he gave a piece of durian to Wai-Wei. Wai-Wei, this is a delicious tropical fruit. When Wai-Wei was about to take it, Karu, who was riding underneath her, swallowed it. Asshole, who told you to eat Wai-Wei's durian? Sanji immediately blew his beard and glared. Haha, it's okay. I'll just get another petal. Wai-Wei said with a smile. After Luffy ate several, he said, Roger, I still want to eat. Please grow more for me. No problem, and I also plan to grow a large durian. Rogge walked under a durian tree, touched the trunk with his hands and began to use the plant's fruit power. The durian tree began to grow rapidly, from its original height of several meters to 20 meters tall. Those durians have grown to a diameter of more than 1 meter. Great, I'm eating a large durian. Luffy stretched out his hands this time and pulled down a durian that was more than 1 meter wide. The durian was pulled off and Luffy opened the shell. Each piece of fruit inside is as big as a pillow. You can eat enough like this, Luffy said. Luffy picked up a piece of fruit and ate it. Sanji also opened the backpack behind Luffy and said, if you open it up here, you can stuff a piece of fruit. Don't be so troublesome. I'll just wait and find a durian tree to grow more. Rogge said. That's what you said, Sanji said. Several people were enjoying durian here. The smell of danger is approaching. A group of behemoths began to approach in the forest near this clearing. The behemoths stared at Luffy and Rogge with eyes filled with murderous intent. The 3 thick and sharp horns on the top of the pelvis are always ready to charge and assassinate with the body. Ga, Karu, who has an animal's natural sense of danger, shouted quickly and looked around. What's wrong, this duck? Sanji glanced at it sideways. Kalu, what did you find? Wai-Wei said after discovering Kalu's abnormality. At this time, Rogge felt that there must be something wrong around him. Using the power of the plant fruit, Rogge half knelt on the ground and touched the ground beneath his feet with one hand. This land is full of flowers, plants, and trees. Plant fruits can be combined with the surrounding plants. Naturally, you can also indirectly feel the strangeness of the surrounding environment through the plants. Net Rogge could fully feel the approach of a group of huge creatures. Sure enough, we are being targeted, Rogge said. Then there was a burst of earth-shattering noises. More than a dozen huge triceratops rushed towards the 4 people and 1 duck. Luffy saw these dinosaurs and said, wow, a rhino with 3 horns. No, these are extinct ancient dinosaurs. Triceratops. Rogge said. How could this happen? Sanji said, looking around strangely. No wonder I discovered that the creatures here are very ancient. Many extinct creatures exist here, because the climate and magnetic field of the islands on the Grand Route are chaotic. Therefore, some islands still maintain ancient creatures. There are dinosaurs on this island. Waiwei said with a stern expression. More than a dozen triceratops came around from all directions. According to historical and archaeological data, Triceratops is generally only 5 or 6 meters long. But these Triceratops are all more than 10 meters long. The size is scary. Waiwei, you are behind me. I will protect you. Sanji's one is in front of Waiwei. Luffy looked excited, moved his limbs and said, They want to attack us, so that's easy to explain. These Triceratops, they attack us in groups. Rogge looked at the group of Triceratops and guessed. The guys from the Baroque studio are here too. Can these Triceratops attack like this? However, more than 10 Triceratops had already surrounded the 4 of them. Net-like powerful heavy cavalry, they seemed to aim at the 4 people with 3 thick spears in front. Ouch! After a while of roaring, more than 10 Triceratops rushed towards the 4 of them. Get out of the way! Rogge shouted. At the same time, he swung the vine whip upwards in his hand, and along with the vine whip, his body was dragged to the top of the durian tree. Luffy grabbed Vivi and Karu and also reached up to the top of the tree with his rubber hands. Sanji also quickly climbed to the top of the durian tree. More than 10 Triceratops slammed into the trunk of the durian tree. The durian tree grew to a very thick state under Rogge's plant fruit power, and it took 7 or 8 people holding hands to hold it up. However, the trunk of the durian tree was severely damaged, and a large crack opened at the lower end of the trunk. Rogge looked at the Triceratops below from here. There were actually circular patterns on their backs. It's nothing else but a yellow-green circular pattern. This pattern is exactly what the little painter girl SS Golden Week painted in the Baroque studio who could manipulate colors. The yellow-green pattern is the color of friendship, which means that these dinosaurs can be controlled. Sure enough, SS Golden Week was partnered with 3. This must have been what 3 instructed her to do, and coming up with this method of controlling dinosaurs can completely create an army on this ancient island. Sanji, Luffy, don't you think it's strange? Rogge suddenly asked. What's wrong? Luffy said. Look, there is a circle-shaped pattern on the backs of these Triceratops. These guys couldn't have drawn it themselves, Rogge said. Could it be that someone is controlling them? Sanji asked. Yes, it is very likely that he is from Baroque Studio. Rogge said. It is indeed possible. Baroque Studio is very afraid of us, so we want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Waiwei said with sweat on her face. At this time, more than 10 Triceratops on the ground began to attack the durian tree again. The durian tree shook violently, running so fast that it screamed in fright. Now is not the time to talk about anything else. Let's deal with them quickly. Sanji said. Luffy, please take Vivi to a safe place. Rogge said. No problem. Luffy said. Also, if we attack, let's attack the pattern on their back. Rogge said. You think there's something wrong with that pattern, Sanji said. I feel like they're controlled by that pattern, Rogge said. Sanji and Rogge looked at each other and said, okay. Luffy stretched his body and took Vivi and Karu to a safer area nearby. Okay, now it's time for us to fight. Rogge said. The giant durian tree under their feet finally fell under the fierce attack of the Triceratops. Roger held a vine whip and tied it to a nearby tree. Then it swung to the ground. Sanji also jumped to the ground. Ouch! The group of Triceratops roared angrily. This is a forest. You have to taste my power. Rogge kept a close eye on these Triceratops. Touch the ground with one hand. Green light emits from the hands. Rope restraint. At the same time, the weeds under the feet of more than a dozen Triceratops grew rapidly and tangled the legs of the Triceratops like ropes. The Triceratops roared and pulled up their legs, but it was as if they were bound by real ropes. The weeds are now as tough and strong as well-made twine. The bodies of ordinary creatures would be cut by these grass ropes, but these dozen Triceratops are strong and strong after all, and the power is amazing. Soon they increased their strength and broke free from the straw rope. It doesn't seem to work yet, but this is a forest and I still have many ways. Roger looked around quickly. In the forest you have your own world. It's just you. Rogge looked at a thick ancient tree nearby, rushed to this ancient tree. Rogge hugged the tree with both hands and the green light flashed violently. In addition to his hands, even his whole body was glowing with green light. Soon this ancient tree seemed to have become conscious. The thick tree roots were actually pulled out of the soil. The roots and branches of the ancient trees rapidly changed, and they had limbs like humans. Not even human eyes and mouths appear on the tree trunks. The king of the forest, the dryad. Rogge used the plant fruit power to quickly transform the tree. Now the tree serves Rogge like a thick tree spirit. The tree spirit took long strides and walked towards the triceratops. Ouch! This group of triceratops roared angrily when facing the tree spirit and then rushed towards the tree spirit. Just try the power of this tree to transform into a tree spirit. Rogge stood above the tree spirit, controlling this behemoth to fight. The triceratops suddenly jumped in front of the tree spirit, and the tree spirit waved its thick arms and grabbed the two thick long horns of the triceratops. "You think you are very powerful, don't you?" Rogge said. The tree spirit at his feet lifted the triceratops together with its horns and huge body. The tree spirit threw the triceratops away like a strong man lifting an ox. With a loud noise, the triceratops landed heavily dozens of meters away. "Well done, dryad," Rogge said. The king of the forest transforms the thick trees in the forest into tree spirits. Of course, the strength is related to the object being transformed, and also related to Rogge's ability to use his own fruit. For example, transforming this ancient tree into a tree spirit not only cost Rogge an amazing amount of physical strength, but also the tree itself is very strong and burly. Two more triceratops rushed over. Now is not the time to waste time with them. Rogge knows very well that if he wants to eliminate his opponent, he must erase the pattern on the back of the triceratops. The dryad clenched his fists, opened his mouth and shot green juice onto the two fists. Then the tree spirit swung his fist and hit one of the triceratops on the back. The huge force knocked down the triceratops and at the same time erased the pattern on its back. The tree spirit quickly hit another triceratops. A heavy punch knocked down the triceratops. The juice on the fist also successfully destroyed the pattern on the opponent's back. The two downed triceratops got back up. "The pattern is destroyed. It must have worked," Rogge said as he observed the two triceratops. The eyes of these two triceratops no longer had the hostile look before. They looked around and left here strangely. "It is indeed like this," Sanji said after seeing it. "There are now more than 10 triceratops and all the mass on their backs needs to be erased and destroyed to stop them from attacking." After Luffy sent Vivi and Karu to a safe place, he also returned to the two of them. "Wow, I'll deal with them too," Luffy shouted happily. "It worked just now. Attacking the patterns on their backs will stop them from attacking us," Rogge said. "Can't we knock them all down?" Luffy said, clenching his fists. "It is possible to defeat them, but it will take a lot of time and energy. 35XS and Baroque Studio must be targeting us in the dark." Rogge said, "Here we go again. This time I will let the tree spirits spit juice on all their backs so that you can destroy them." Rogge controlled the tree spirit to rush towards the triceratops. The tree spirit waved two giant fists to resist the triceratops. At the same time, the mouth continued to spit out green juice on their backs. Luffy stretched his rubber-like arms and jumped onto the back of a triceratops. "Use your fist to combine the juices to destroy the pattern." A triceratops rushed in front of Sanji, and Sanji somersaulted onto the back of the triceratops. "Just destroy this." Fortunately, the juice is a green plant liquid. Sanji also successfully destroyed the pattern with his feet. In this way, the patterns on the backs of more than 10 triceratops were quickly destroyed by the three of them. The group of triceratops whose patterns were destroyed quickly became quieter. Rogge, Luffy, and Sanji watched the group of dinosaurs restored to their original state. Their violent momentum just now has subsided. "At least they won't attack us anymore," Sanji said. Rogge, standing above the tree spirit, looked at the group of Triceratops. The Triceratops can now be said to have returned to normal and are no longer controlled by the yellow-green circle, but they are still a group of very powerful creatures. After the battle, Sanji lit another cigarette and said, "I really want to get one as a prey now. I think you should forget it. This group of Triceratops is a group. If we attack, I'm afraid we will have another collective battle with them." Rogge said. The three of them were not afraid, but it would be terrible if the people from Baroque Studio were secretly causing trouble during the battle. Sanji waved his hand and said, "Okay, then I'm looking for new meat. Also, where is Wai? Bring her here." Rogge said, "Okay." Luffy said. Luffy quickly left here and brought Vivi and Karu to a safe area nearby. "You are really awesome. All these Triceratops were beaten away," Wai said when she saw the Triceratops leaving. "By the way, Wai, you and Karu go to this tree spirit. It's safer here than other places," Rogge said. Karu opened his mouth wide and looked at the tree spirit at Rogge's feet in surprise. The Dryad lowered his hand and Vivi and Karu jumped on. Then one person and one duck reached the top of the tree spirit's head. "You two come up too," Rogge said. "Okay." Luffy held out his hand. 4 people and 1 duck gathered on top of the tree spirit. "What a great view. It's safe here," Sanji said. "Let's eat lunch," Luffy said. "I want to say it even if you don't say it. I just created this tree spirit and I'm already starving." Rogge said, "Didn't you eat durian just now?" Sanji said. "After the battle just now, we need to replenish our food." Rogge said, "Yes." Luffy took out the bento and started eating it. "Hey, don't eat my and Wai's lunch," Sanji said. The 4 of them sat on top of the tree spirit, which was more than 10 meters high, and started having a picnic. "By the way, Wai, I want to ask you something," Rogge said. "Huh," Wai said. "You saw the patterns on the backs of those Triceratops just now, right? Were those done by people from the Baroque Studio?" Rogge asked. Wai thought for a while and then said, "Indeed, there is a painter among the senior agents of Baroque Studio, codenamed SS Golden Week. She is the only non-devil fruit user. She can control everything about living things with just color, and yes, she is paired with 3. Someone can control living things by painting. It's very powerful," Sanji said while eating his lunch. Wai nodded and continued, "But I am more worried about 3. That is a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. He really commands SS Golden Week. They are actually in the Baroque Studio, except for the boss Crocodile and SS, all the strongest combination outside Sunday. Then on this island they must be planning to attack us in secret. Even the melee will not be safe. And as you just saw, they controlled the dinosaurs. All the creatures on this island are their potential servants, of course, except plants." Rogge said, "Yeah, that's right. The color of SS Golden Week can only control humans and animals. We also have you here who can control plants. The fact that you can create such a powerful tree spirit is enough to prove your strength," Wai said. "But on this island, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the open. We are really passive." Rogge said, "Let's go back to the melee later," Wai said. Luffy was a little reluctant and said, "The adventure is over so soon." "Of course it's not over, but I want to go back and rest first. Then we'll talk about the next step," Sanji said. "Also, we can get some meat and fruits as needed, then go back. By the way, the pirate lunch you made is really delicious," Rogge said. After Sanji was praised, he immediately said with a smile, "As long as you like it. Also, Luffy, don't gobble it up all the time. Wai, do you think the bento is okay?" The 4 of them sat on top of the tree spirit's head to discuss the next move. In the ancient forest, next to a tree, a blanket was spread out. There were teapots and cups on it, as well as a basket of pancakes. SS Golden Week, with a childish look on her face, is very cute, drinking tea and eating pancakes. 3 stood aside with his hands on his chest. "Well, the group of Triceratops sent just now seems to have been defeated," 3 said in a long voice. "No, it should be said that the patterns on their backs were destroyed," SS Golden Week said. 3. Look at SS Golden Week as if looking at his loyal pet. "So, although your ability can control them, the pattern is too easy to be destroyed." A proud smile appeared on 3 lips. 3 looked at a huge Tyrannosaurus aside and said, "This time it's time for stronger soldiers to appear." Net, ouch. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared at the man like a huge bulldog. Then it began to take long strides towards its target. After watching the Tyrannosaurus go away, 3 looked at the teapot next to SS Golden Week. "Well, I still like to sit on a chair, especially when drinking tea." The top of the 3-shaped hair on 3 head quickly burned, and the white candle liquid on his arms turned into a chair on the ground. The chair quickly solidified, and 3 sat on the chair leisurely. Pick up the teapot and pour tea into the cup. "Look, you eat in a hurry. Children are greedy and love snacks. When drinking tea, you should savor it slowly." On Rogge and Luffy's side, 4 people and 1 duck rode on top of the tree spirit and began to return to the original path. "The view is really nice sitting here. It's like the top of a giant's head," Luffy said. "It seems that there really are giants on this island mountain. Haven't you seen those navigation books collected by Nami? It is said that here, on the ancient island called the Little Garden, there are really huge humans as big as castles," Roger said. Having said this, Rogge also thought about the 2 powerful giant warriors, East Ghost Dolly and Red Ghost Brocky, now that those Triceratops are under control. These 2 giants may also be contained. Dryads walk in the forest. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. 35XS, what's that?" Luffy said, looking to the left. "It's a dinosaur, and it's the king of dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus." Sanji said, "Wait a minute, look at this Tyrannosaurus. It's covered in armor," Rogge said. "The head, torso, and thighs of the Tyrannosaurus in the front left are covered with thick white armor. Look at this Tyrannosaurus, I'm afraid it's controlled by them too," Waiwei said. After the Tyrannosaurus roared angrily for a while, it started to rush towards it with its legs spread out. Rogge controlled the tree spirit below to clench his giant fist and block the charging head of the Tyrannosaurus. "What a powerful force," Rogge said. The tree spirit was almost knocked down by the huge force of the Tyrannosaurus. "How dare you eat us? Try this." Luffy pulled his hands back and quickly hit the Tyrannosaurus in the head again. Rubber rocket launcher. Under Luffy's huge strength, the Tyrannosaurus Rex retreated a few times, but its head was not damaged at all. "Huh, why doesn't it work? Oh, it hurts." Luffy's hands were swollen as if they had been struck by iron. "Ouch." The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around and swept its thick tail towards the tree spirit's head. The tree spirit blocked the front with both arms to resist the attack. Sanji jumped up suddenly and kicked the Tyrannosaurus from the top of its tail. Tail meat. With the sound of bones breaking, the Tyrannosaurus tail was kicked and fractured. "Ouch!" The Tyrannosaurus Rex screamed and immediately turned its head to bite Sanji. "Danger!" Waiwei shouted nervously. The Tyrannosaurus moved quickly, its upper and lower jaws catching Sanji between them. Sanji's feet forcefully opened its exaggeratedly huge mouth. "Tree spirit, hurry up." Rogge manipulated the tree spirit to aim at the Tyrannosaurus head and hit it hard from the side. At this time, Sanji also quickly spun his feet. In-house ground meat. Sanji's powerful legs severely damaged the inside of the Tyrannosaurus's mouth and successfully escaped. A large amount of blood and broken teeth spattered from the Tyrannosaurus mouth. The armor covering the body of this Tyrannosaurus is really hard, almost like iron, Sanji said. "Rubber cannon." Luffy aimed at the Tyrannosaurus body and punched dozens of times in succession, but it was just the friction sound of iron being hit, without any harm. "Whoa, whoosh my hand," Luffy gasped. Both hands were swollen and red when they hit the iron-like armor of the Tyrannosaurus. Rogge observed the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus just now had only its tail and the inside of its mouth damaged. Its head, torso, and thighs are all covered in armor. Waiwei, this armor is actually a kind of wax if you look closely. I'm afraid this is the masterpiece of that 3. Rogge said. "Indeed, the candle liquid created by 3 bodies is comparable to the hardness of iron after solidification," Waiwei said. Rogge looked at the Tyrannosaurus and said, "No wonder there are no yellow-green circles on the outside of its body. After it was painted with that pattern, it was put on wax armor on the outside. And this armor has 2 functions. One is to enhance the defense of Tyrannosaurus. One is the protective pattern. In other words, if you don't take off its armor, you can't destroy the pattern," Waiwei said. "Yes," Rogge said. "Anyway, we just want to destroy its armor, right?" Luffy said, "But how do you destroy this guy's armor? It's as hard as iron." Sanji said on the ground. Rogge quickly saw the cigarette butt near Sanji's mouth and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Now everyone doesn't have anything like oil on hand. Then I need to quickly look for oil plants around. For example, palm trees and olive trees. Rogge said. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly attacked again. He slammed into the tree spirit. This time the tree spirit was also having some difficulty. "Damn it, this Tyrannosaurus is really powerful," Rogge said. "Wait a minute, look, there is a palm tree there." Waiwei said. Rogge looked to the right and saw a palm tree hundreds of meters away. "Okay, let's go there, but I need cover. Luffy, Sanji, please." Rogge said. "No problem," Luffy and Sanji said. Rogge controlled the tree spirit to quickly walk towards the palm tree. It's night time soon. In the Melee's kitchen, Sanji was cooking with dinosaur meat and durian enthusiastically. Tyrannosaurus steak, topped with fragrant sauce. Sanji waved his hand with the glass jar and poured a delicious sauce mixed with pepper, salt and pepper, soy sauce, sugar and spices on top of a plate of Tyrannosaurus steak, braised Triceratops tenderloin and sprinkled with sesame seeds. Sanji sprinkled some sesame seeds on a plate of red-hot, delicate dinosaur meat cut from the back of a Triceratops. Durian platter, just natural and ready to serve. Sanji looked at the various delicacies placed on the table beside him. Curry dinosaur rice, dinosaur fried meatballs, stewed dinosaur soup, all pretty good. Arrange all dishes on a push-top dining table. On the deck of the Mary, Luffy, Usopp and the others were making a scene. It's time to eat. Sanji pushed the table full of delicious dinosaur dinners in front of everyone. "Wow, what a delicious meal," Usopp said with emotion when he saw the attractive appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex steak. You ate it right away." Usopp saw that Luffy on the side had already stuffed a piece of arm-sized Tyrannosaurus steak into his mouth at speed that he couldn't see. "I want to eat quickly too." Usopp also quickly used a knife and fork to put a piece of arm-sized Tyrannosaurus Rex steak on his plate. "It's really delicious. Sanji, this dinosaur meat is full of game and chewier than beef." 35XS, Rogge said after swallowing a large piece of Tyrannosaurus steak. After hearing this, Sanji said with a smile, "Is it the meat of ancient creatures? It's more wild. It tastes chewy, right? Well, in the future I will compare in detail which one is better, the meat of Neptune or this dinosaur." "Hey, is there no wine on the ship?" Zoro said while eating braised Triceratops tenderloin. "Vivi, Nami, enjoy yourself." Sanji didn't pay any attention to Zoro at all but kept playing nice to the two beauties. "Zoran, I have prepared the wine in advance. Let's drink a toast." Rogge took out 2 rum bottles. Waiwei was very dignified, cutting the dinosaur meat slowly and feeding it to Karu beside her. Nami looked hesitantly at the dinosaur stew soup that Sanji accepted for her. Eating dinosaurs is really unexpected. Nami finally ate the food in front of her. Under the moonlight at night, the lights on the Melee were brightly lit, and a joyful dinosaur meat banquet unfolded. Rogge's tree spirit stood guard on the side. This behemoth is strong enough to fend off ordinary opponents. While Luffy was chewing, he looked at the dryad beside him and asked, "Hey, doesn't this guy need to eat or drink?" Roger moved the mouth of the rum bottle away from his mouth and said, "No, it is a plant. It can be maintained only by water and soil." Usopp swallowed a piece of meat and asked, "Really? But will this tree spirit continue to act like this?" "The king of the forest tree spirit I have created can maintain activity for a while, but it will lose its ability to move. But it is enough for a few days. The autonomy is relatively low and most of the battles still require my control." Rogge explained, "Road. No matter what, as long as it looks like it can scare people," Usopp said. "Wow, there are durians too. I need to clear my mouth." Luffy ate a giant durian after eating a huge amount of dinosaur meat that was comparable to the total amount of other people. After a lot of eating and drinking, the banquet finally came to an end. Everyone was lying on the deck, looking up at the sky. The night sky of Tegu Island is very bright. Apart from the relatively hot weather, the overall scenery is really good, full of a sense of mystery. Roger and Sanji were together, and started chatting. You said that there was probably more than one controlled dinosaur wearing wax armor that we encountered during the day, right? Sanji asked. This is also what I am worried about. There are countless dinosaurs living on this island. The opponent must have put some of them in this kind of wax armor. In this case, even if we can succeed in the battle, destroying them will also cause considerable trouble. In fact, there is another problem that I am most worried about on this ancient island. Rogge said. What? Sanji said. Look at this. Rogge handed a book to Sanji. Is this a book borrowed from Nami? This page is about this. Sanji looked seriously. On the ancient island, this dangerous island is like a small garden to the residents inside, because the real owners here are two giants. Their power is enough to destroy everything. When I write about this place after reading the text and letting you see it, I am afraid that I will be the first person to survive and escape from this island. After Sanji looked at it carefully for a while, he said, You mean these two giants? Yes, since the place can control dinosaurs, then they probably also control these two giants. Moreover, these two giants have extremely powerful power, but we did not find any trace of them here. This is suspicious. If the people at Baroque Studio used them to attack us, that was the biggest headache, Rogge said. Of course, maybe the explorer exaggerated his fear of them, but we should be more careful, Sanji said. Rogge smiled at this time and said, You must have mustered up the courage because you wanted to protect those two ladies. Of course, Sanji said proudly as he lit a new cigarette. You really can't leave your mouth without cigarettes. Zoro can't leave his mouth with wine, and Luffy can't leave his mouth with meat. Rogge joked. Also, Usopp is always talking about bragging, Miss Nami is always talking about money, and Princess Vivi is always talking about the country. What about running fast? It is always about talking, Sanji said. And me? Rogge asked. You are like a plant that never leaves your mouth, Sanji said. Then the two men laughed. In this moonlit night, everyone fell asleep. The Dryad still stood guard beside the Mary, deep in the jungle in a white wax hut. 3 and SS Golden Week sat at the table and drank tea together. It's really beyond my imagination. The opponent's strength is really very strong, and they actually learned about the weakness of the wax I made. In this case, the battle plan needs to be reformulated. 3 said while sipping Earl Grey tea. On the side, SS Golden Week was eating pancakes. She was a carefree little girl. As for the worries about the battle, 3 is entirely responsible. Although we know the location of their ships now, but with their strength, even if we raid at night, the chance of success is pitifully low. And they can also run away on ships. So, we absolutely cannot alert the snake tonight. What's more, it will take a year for the magnetic storage of this island to be full, so there is plenty of time to collect them. 3 said earnestly. As soon as he thought about it, the eyes of this criminal with an excellent mind shone, and he said, Then tomorrow we will use them to enter the island, set up traps and deal with them severely. If you can't attack by force, then you will use deception. An excellent criminal is those who commit crimes rely on their brains. Isn't that right, SS Golden Week? 3 The tea is gone. SS Golden Week said, You can't make it yourself. 3 yelled immediately. But then he was immersed in his high-intelligence crime plan and said, Forget it, let me make the tea. Making Earl Grey tea is like a perfect crime. Ordinary people cannot do it well. In the early morning on the ancient island, the sun rises from the eastern sea, and the gentle morning light shines on the island and the Mary. On the deck of the Mary, Luffy climbed up from the deck. Ah, it's morning again, Luffy said, stretching. Immediately afterwards, there was a gurgling sound in my stomach. Sanji, it's time to have breakfast. Luffy looked around. Sanji was cutting up the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops meat that he had not eaten yesterday on the shore. Well, okay. Rogge asked your Dryad to soak these in the sea for a while and then dry them on the sail. Sanji pointed to the cut pieces of dinosaur meat and said, Okay, it's up to you, tree spirit. Rogge manipulated the tree spirit to lift the dinosaur meat pieces and walk towards the nearby beach. Sanji threw away the finished cigarette butt, lit a new cigarette butt and looked at Luffy. You are already awake, and now we are making bacon. Come and help and then have breakfast after helping. Sanji said. Luffy looked complaining and said, "Don't be like this, I'm very hungry. If you don't give me breakfast, then I'll eat last night's leftovers." "You ate all the food we couldn't eat last night." Sanji shook his head. "Oh, that's true," Luffy said, frustrated. At this time, Rogge controlled the tree spirit to come back and carry other dinosaur meat. "Luffy, you're listless because you're hungry. I used a durian tree nearby to grow some new durians this morning." "Look at the net over there," Rogge said. Luffy immediately beamed and jumped directly to the shore where his opponent was. "Thank you so much." Zoro was also exercising on the shore. He saw Luffy enjoying his meal and said, "What a good guy." Usopp and Karu, the fastest runner, were also walking on the shore. Because there were Zoro and the others, there were no ferocious dinosaurs nearby. So this brave sea warrior can also move around at will. Nami stood on the deck of the Melee, observing her surroundings. Waiwei stood by the coconut trees at the stern of the boat, thinking about the situation. Civil strife in Alabasta is now ongoing. Waiwei still misses her motherland and her father very much in her heart. Waiwei was also worried about what was going on in Alabasta now. I wonder what kind of situation her father, the benevolent monarch, Neferu Cabra, is facing now. The civil war in Alabasta has entered a fever pitch. However, the rebel army and the royal army are engaged in a fierce war of attrition. But maybe one day there will be a decisive battle. By then, both sides will definitely suffer, and Crocodile will definitely be able to reap the benefits. When she thought of this strong and brave girl wished she could return to Alabasta immediately. "Hi, Miss Vivi." Sanji suddenly called to Vivi, who was deep in thought. Waiwei glanced at the handsome blonde guy with a smile on his face and said, "Sanji, how long do you think we need to stay here?" Sanji looked towards the deck again and asked, "Miss Nami, do we need to stay here for a long time?" "I'm afraid it will take a long time to get here, but it would be nice if there was a permanent pointer to Alabasta." Nami said, "The permanent pointer is really a good thing. It would be great if I could get it." Sanji said, "Actually, there is another way." Rogge jumped down from the top of the tree spirit and said, "That is to leave this island and explore towards Alabasta. Even if we can encounter an inhabited island, we may be able to find a way out." After hearing Rogge's words, Waiwei and Nami looked at each other. "If there is no permanent pointer and the time is very long, then we should leave here." Waiwei said, "I agree too. This kind of island is really scary." Nami raised her hands in agreement. Although there are some risks, it is definitely not possible to stay in this ancient island with hidden murderous intentions for a long time. Although Rogge wanted to compete with that 3 in his heart, but the current situation was urgent, he still proposed this idea. Even if 3 has a permanent pointer in his hand, he has already set countless traps on this island. In the end, it is hard to say whether that guy will be defeated or whether the permanent pointer will be destroyed. "Everyone keep working. I'll make you some tropical breakfast later," Sanji said. "Okay." In the sky above the ancient island, a group of pterosaurs quickly gathered. They flew together. The belly of each pterosaur is painted with the yellow-green pattern of SS Golden Week friendship. Once a creature is painted with this pattern, it will become a friend of SS Golden Week. On top of a pterosaur, 3 sits on it. Looking down from here, you can have an unobstructed view of the ancient island. Whether it's the ever-erupting volcano, the broad lake in the center of the island, the 2 huge bone mountains, or the boundless ancient forest, all views are unobstructed. I have to say that SS Golden Week is very capable, although she is just a little girl who only likes to eat pancakes. And since you dinosaurs are loyal friends of SS Golden Week, you are also my friends. Therefore, you naturally have nothing to do with it. Listen to my command without reservation." 3 said boastfully, but his face was still a bit nervous. After all, he rarely flies in the air, and although the pterosaur below is said to be absolutely reliable, sitting on it facing the wind is a bit scary. Yesterday's testing and preparations are already in place. There is no room for hesitation. The island's magnetic storage is full for 1 year. The other party is in a hurry to leave, so they will definitely not stay for a year. Therefore, they will definitely leave directly here. I'm going to explore to Alabasta. In that case, I need to strike first. Three's face was immediately full of sinisterness, and he said, forcing them to play a death game. Three looked around at the pterosaurs, feeling relieved for a while after finishing talking to themselves. In fact, not to mention the pterosaurs, even SS Golden Week rarely cared about his plans. Just do it with a paintbrush. However, Three, a highly intelligent criminal, is used to expressing his true feelings like this. Sitting on the back of the pterosaur, Three glances had already arrived at the target location. Next to a river in the southern part of the ancient island, the Mary stopped here. Okay, now start attacking and disrupting them as planned. Then grab a few baits to lure others into playing the death game. Three stood up from the back of the pterosaur. No one would have thought of an attack coming from the sky. This is also a disincentive for you. The top of the three-character hairstyle on her head began to burn, and the white candle liquid on her arms began to flow. Candle Epi, a 10-meter-long heavy sword made of a huge candle, quickly took shape and shot down towards the Mary below. This heavy sword quickly solidified after it was formed, and its hardness was comparable to steel. Rogge, who was on the shore, had already manipulated the tree spirit to marinate the dinosaur meat. When he was preparing to take a rest, he suddenly discovered that a huge object in the sky was hitting the melee. Watch out! Rogge controlled the tree spirit to quickly push the Mary away. The Mary departed under the great power of the dryads, and the huge white candle heavy sword hit the tree spirit. Rogge, who was standing on top of the dryad, was only half a meter in front of an Epi falling from the sky. Damn it, could it be that he is here? Rogge quickly jumped down from the tree spirit. Miss Nami, Miss Waiwei. Sanji ran away and jumped into the air. The Mary was pushed away by the tree spirit in time, and Nami and Vivi were not harmed. We're fine, Waiwei said. Nami looked at the heavy sword falling from the sky on the tree spirit and said in surprise, "Oh my God, it's just a little bit close." Zoro looked towards the sky and saw dozens of pterosaurs flying in the sky. The attack comes from the air, Zoro said, holding the hilt of the knife. Luffy looked towards the sky and saw the patterns on the bellies of the pterosaurs. Look, these guys are also controlled. Luffy pointed to the air and said. Usopp put on the goggles on his hat and looked at the sky. There seems to be someone on top of these guys, Usopp said. Rogge looked at the fallen tree spirit. The body of the king of the forest was inserted into the 10-meter-long heavy sword, and he had received a fatal blow. Fortunately, you have completed your mission, Rogge said. He looked at the sky and saw a group of pterosaurs, and the pterosaurs with yellow-green circles on their abdomens were hundreds of meters in the air. Damn it, how dare you hurt Miss Vivi and Miss Nami? Sanji gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. There was a long sound in the sky for a while. Oh, you are just those pirates. Are you just a bunch of brats? On the back of a pterosaur, a man with the word 3 stands on it. 3 officially met the Straw Hat Pirates. 3, you finally showed up. Waiwei looked at 3 on the pterosaur's back seriously. 3 looked at Waiwei with cunning eyes and said, Princess Waiwei, you seem to be very wary of me. I can feel your fear. Today you and this group of pirates who don't know what danger is will feel fear. Well, that tree spirit. Oh, this brown-haired boy is the one who can create such a behemoth. Are you also a person with fruit abilities? 3 asked. Yes, I am a fruit user, and a plant fruit user, Rogge said, standing next to the remains of the tree spirit. Well, it's a very interesting ability. I hope that people with abilities like you can also become my collection, but it will take some time. 3 said. 3 looked at the pterosaurs around again. Okay, attack as planned, 3 ordered. More than 20 pterosaurs all followed 3 orders and began to attack downwards. Oh my God, these guys are coming. Usopp was so frightened that his eyes popped out. Groups of pterosaurs were flying down towards the ground. The pterosaurs attacked everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. 3 flew above the heads of everyone on a pterosaur, waving his hands, and the white liquid of the candle flowed out. The liquid quickly turned into 2 maces. Candle mace. 3 threw a huge white mace towards the ground. The mace hit the ground where Luffy was. Wow, what a strong mace, and it's actually made of candles, Luffy said. It's not over yet, said 3, standing on the back of the pterosaur. White candle liquid flowed from 3 arm. The candle liquid quickly turned into a 20-meter-long spear. The spear shot down towards Sauron below. Zorro suddenly dodged with his agility. I didn't expect that he could actually make such a hard weapon out of candles, Zorro said after slashing with Yuzuka. The pterosaurs began to capture the Straw Hat Pirates. A pterosaur charged towards Sanji. How dare you scare Miss Nami? Sanji quickly burst out with an explosive momentum, which even frightened the pterosaurs who had closed the distance. Wing meat. Sanji flew up and aimed at the pterosaur's wings with a kick. The wings of the pterosaur were its weakest part, and this kick directly knocked the pterosaur off. Two pterosaurs rushed towards Sauron. Eagle Wave. Sauron swung out two streams of air with his two-handed sword, killing the two pterosaurs like a flying giant eagle. Three pterosaurs flew towards Luffy. Wow, you like me so much. Come on, rubber machine gun. Luffy punched dozens of punches in a very short time, knocking the three-headed pterosaur to the ground. Rogge's side was also attacked by three pterosaurs. Okay, Cane Whip series. Rogge waved a vine whip as thick as a sailboat cable in his hand. At this time, the thickness, flexibility, and toughness of the vine whip have increased several times compared to before. The vine whip tied the three pterosaurs that rushed towards them by their necks, just like a herdsman dragging a group of animals. Okay, choke with the cane whip. The vine whips on the necks of the pterosaurs tightened rapidly, and the necks of the three pterosaurs were severely strangled. Immediately afterwards, there was a crunching sound of bones, and the three pterosaurs, whose necks were strangled, fell to the ground. However, more pterosaurs rushed towards Vivi, as well as Nami and Usopp. Oh my god, the focus of these guys must be Waiwei, Rogge said suddenly. How dare you bully Nami? Sanji rushed towards the pterosaurs angrily. Three in the sky saw the battle situation on the ground. Humph, I won't do what you want. Since large weapons can't do it, then I'm afraid you can't hide from small ones. The three-character hairstyle on top of her head started to burn, and this time it burned even more than before. Rain of candles and swords. An astonishing amount of candle liquid came out of S' arm than before, but this time hundreds of very sharp daggers formed. The dense white candle daggers shot downward like rain. Asshole, so many daggers, Sanji roared. This is to stop us, Rogge said. While the four strongest members of the Straw Hat Pirates were restrained, the pterodactyls quickly captured Nami. Let me go, Nami said in horror. Hey, don't arrest me. I have 10 million subordinates. They will kill you. Usopp was also successfully captured by the pterosaur. Waiwei was also grabbed by the waist by the pterosaur. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Waiwei urgently wielded the peacock saw and cut off the pterosaur's claws. Waiwei landed, and Karu quickly protected Waiwei with his body. At this time, Rogge, Sanji, Luffy, and Zorro had already rushed over. Stop as soon as possible. 3 ordered the pterosaur to retreat quickly. Damn it. Let Nami and Usopp go, Luffy said. A rubber bazooka hits the pterosaur, grabbing Usopp. But at the last moment, another pterosaur next to this pterosaur blocked the attack. What? Luffy said in shock. Vine whip. Rogge swung his vine whip towards the pterosaur that grabbed Nami but was blocked by another pterosaur. They are actually covering, Rogge said. 3, standing on the back of the pterosaur, launched a candle sword rain. A series of sharp swords shot down. The 4 of them had to flee quickly. The pterosaurs took the opportunity to continuously increase the height. It reached an altitude of several hundred meters where no one could attack. Listen up, pirates. Very good, very good. I caught these 2 people. If you want them not to become my collection of wax figures, then hurry up and get to the island in the middle of the lake before sunset. The 3 who successfully kidnapped Nami and Usopp shouted proudly on the back of the pterosaur. Asshole, he actually kidnapped Miss Nami. Sanji roared angrily. Ha 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 ha, you should be angry and nervous. A death game is waiting for you to play. 3's voice kept going away. The island in the middle of the lake, it seems that he must have set many traps there. Sauron said. At this moment, everyone else saw Luffy. He was always laughing and joking, but now he looked serious. Lake Island, let's set off immediately. Rescue Nami and Usopp, Luffy said solemnly. Luffy values his friends more than life. He who kidnaps other people's partners to carry out his plot is not considered a man. Now everyone, let's go quickly. By the way, Waiwei, are you okay? Rogge quickly walked to Waiwei, who was being protected by Karu, and asked. I'm fine. Nami and Usopp were kidnapped by him. I want to go with you to rescue them. Vivi, a princess with a strong character, said. Luffy looked at the others and said, no problem, let's go. In order for everyone to fight better, I will create a partner that allows everyone to effectively resist the opponent during the battle. Rogge walked at the front of the crowd. Others followed suit and saw Rogge arriving in front of a palm tree. Rogge held down the palm tree with both hands, and then almost all of his body glowed with green light. The king of the forest, the Dryad. The palm tree quickly grew even bigger, becoming a thick tree more than meters high that only 7 or 8 people could carry. Then the transformation begins. Thick limbs sprouted from the trunk, and finally huge eyes and mouth sprouted from the center of the trunk. The palm tree becomes the king of the forest, the Dryad. This tree spirit is larger and stronger than the previous one. The green light on Rogge's body dissipated, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Everyone, let's go up. It will be faster this way. In the dense ancient forest of the ancient island, a strong and burly tree spirit picked up 5 people and 1 duck and headed towards the island in the middle of the lake. Standing on the top of the tree spirit, the 5 of them looked ahead. On the island in the middle of the lake in the distance were the 2 kidnapped companions. At the same time, in the lake in the center of the ancient island, a group of pterosaurs came in triumph from above the island in the middle of the lake. Nami, Usopp, who was caught by the pterosaur, cried and shouted, there's nothing I can do. There's no way we can escape in this situation. Nami looked around nervously. The 2 were taken all the way by the pterosaurs to the island in the center of the largest lake on the island. Okay, we've arrived at our destination. Let's put them down. 3 said, standing on the back of the pterosaur. The pterosaur spread its claws, and Nami and Usopp were thrown to the ground on the island in the middle of the lake. It hurts. Couldn't you be gentler when you throw it? Nami yelled at the pterosaur that flew away. Usopp looked around and saw that a small castle made of white candles had been cast on the island in the middle of the lake. 35XS, there is a large candle carving with the word 3 on the top of the castle. Ha ha ha, welcome to my castle. 3, the pterosaur he was riding on, put him down. This sinister man looked at Nami and Usopp with extremely proud eyes. Who asked you to kidnap us here? Nami said. How dare you kidnap Captain Usopp? 1 million, no, 10 million of my subordinates are on their way here. Usopp said. 3 put his hands behind his back very narcissistically and said, a perfect crime needs bait, so I have to invite you too, but I also have good Earl Grey tea here. Would you like some? Look at me, my special move, Flame Star. Usopp quickly took out his slingshot and shot a flame star. 3 waved his arm and a wall blocked the front. The flame star hits it, causing no damage. Idiot. Even if we get hit, we can't run away. It's so dangerous around here. Nami punched Usopp with her fist. 3 walked around the wall made of candles and said, you'd better not resist. This guy doesn't dare to kill us yet. He wants to use us as bait. We just need to find a way to persevere and don't let this guy hurt our bodies. Nami whispered to Usopp. 3 shouted to the castle again. SS Golden Week, please bring some tea. Okay. A childish voice sounded. Nami and Usopp saw a very cute little girl walking out of the castle door. The little girl wears a sun hat and has 2 round red patterns painted on her face. There are 2 little braids. There is a basket in her hand. The 3 hairstyle on his head burned, and a pile of white candle liquid flowed out of his arms. The white candle liquid solidified into the shape of a table and 4 chairs. Okay, SS Golden Week, please bring out the tea for the guests. 3 said. SS Golden Week opened the basket, took out the teapot, teacups and pancakes and placed them on the candle table. Usopp gritted his teeth and looked at SS Golden Week and said, such a little girl is actually an enemy. 3 sat on the chair and said, sit down. At the same time he began to pour tea from the Teapot King teacup. During SS Golden Week, we also sat down on a chair and started drinking tea and eating pancakes. I want to talk to you so you don't have to be polite, 3 said. Usopp said, dissatisfied. Since you kidnapped us, why are you so polite? Sure enough, I can never get tired of drinking Earl Grey tea. Well, you ask me why. Criminals with high IQs also need someone to confide in to talk about their thoughts, even if it is an enemy. 3 enjoyed drinking tea, said. In fact, 3 often talks about his thoughts to SS Golden Week. But that's no different than talking about a pet. After being in ambush on this ancient island for so many days, he wanted to talk to even the enemy. The pterosaurs were still hovering over the island in the middle of the lake and nearby areas. Okay, I'm tired too. Let me talk to you. Nami sat on a chair. Usopp stood aside, but he was tired from being caught by the pterodactyl for so long. Forget it. I'll sit down too. Usopp crossed his arms and looked sternly at 3 and sat down. 3 while sipping tea slowly, he talked about his thoughts. This island is really hot. There are so many dinosaurs. I think you all know that the strongest dinosaurs on the island have been controlled by me. Moreover, I have 2 trump cards in my hand. Nami opened her eyes wide and asked, 2 trump cards? Yes, they are 2 monsters that can destroy everything. About 10 days ago, when I came to this island, I found 2 giants who were rampant here in the past. About a long time ago, there was a giant pirate the group roamed the sea. Their leaders, Tori the East Ghost and Brokey the Red Ghost, were invincible existences. They disappeared for no reason 100 years ago. But when I got here, I found that they were all here, and they were actually dueling. So I simply managed to capture the 2 of them in a trap, and then used the pattern of SS Golden Week to control them. Well, I didn't know how much effort it took at that time. However, now they are my trump card. At this point, SS Golden Week also interjected. It took 2 buckets of paint to control them. 3 put the teacup on the table and said, so, even if your partners defeat our dinosaur army, they will still have to face these 2 super opponents. Net, Nami and Usopp looked at the already confident 3 with stern expressions. Well, why don't you drink tea? 3 asked. On the other hand, Rogge and Luffy stood on top of the tree spirit and headed towards the island in the middle of the lake. Zoro crossed his hands on his chest, always observing the movements around him. Looking at the depth of this island today, the scenery here is indeed spectacular. Sauron said, surrounded by dense ancient forests, 2 huge peaks stand on both sides of the island. An active volcano erupts from time to time in the distance. In the center of the island is a huge lake with an island in the middle of the lake. This kind of ancient scenery is indeed rare to see. Hey, our partner's life and death are at stake. How can we be in the mood to look at the scenery? Sanji glanced at Zoro and said, I didn't look at the scenery but at the surrounding environment, because enemies will always ambush on the way. Zoro also glanced at Sanji and said, Rogge looked at Luffy, who looked unusually serious just now. But now I feel more relaxed. The look on Luffy's face now was not anger but confidence in victory. The scenery on this island is indeed rare, and we will definitely rescue Usopp and the others. Luffy Fangmatsu sat down on the tree spirit's head. 35XS Rogge looked at this man who always had a courageous character and could indeed feel his persistent character. At this time, Vivi looked determined. Although she didn't say a word, she wanted to rescue Nami and Usopp, because she was escorted by the Straw Hat Pirates that Nami and the others were in danger. Tree Spirit, hurry up, Rogge said. The tree spirit below also became a little faster. The tree spirit strode closer to the lake. Well, there seems to be movement. Zoro suddenly noticed something strange in his surroundings and said, suddenly, dozens of triceratops rushed out. About 30 triceratops rushed out from the surrounding jungle. Rogge looked around. These triceratops were all covered with white wax armor. It really looks like a group of heavy cavalry. What, these guys are all wearing armor like that Tyrannosaurus? Luffy said in surprise. There are so many, but their armor cannot be destroyed without fire. Sanji also looked around and said, Rogge looked at the triceratops rushing over, full of confidence. Don't be afraid, I have a way to deal with them. Rogge said, really? Sanji asked. The more than 30 triceratops in front of them were all wearing wax armor as hard as steel. There was no way to deal with them without fire. 35XS Rogge manipulated the dryad to open its mouth. The dryad spurted a huge stream of liquid from its mouth. The liquid hit the 5 triceratops first. Now everyone pick some leaves from the tree spirit's head and light them. then throw them over. Of course, Sanji, your cigarette butts can also be used, Rogge said. Sanji took the cigarette butt out of his mouth and said as if he understood something, so that's how it is. Sanji then threw the cigarette butt at a triceratops. This triceratops was on fire. During the period of howling, everyone saw that the white wax armor on its body melted away. Oh, it looks like this. The armor melted just like last time, Luffy said. Okay, the tree spirit continues to spray olive oil on all the armors of the triceratops. Rogge said. The dryad continued to open its mouth and sprayed out thick olive oil liquid. More than 30 triceratops were sprayed with olive oil. Let's do it this way. It's too troublesome to do it one by one. Luffy, please come and cooperate, Sanji said. Sanji quickly gathered dozens of twigs from the top of the tree spirit. Light them with a lighter. Throw them at each other, Sanji said. Luffy grabbed the burning branch and said, no problem. Rubber darts. Luffy quickly waved these burning branches with his hands. The burning branches hit the triceratops one after another. The bodies of the triceratops are already covered with olive oil, and they immediately burn when exposed to flames. The surrounding forests were all affected and burned together in the fire. The reason why palm trees were chosen as the trees to be transformed into the tree spirits, the king of the forest, is because they can shoot out palm oil. Rogge said. The wax armor on dozens of triceratops melted rapidly. Soon the ground was filled with candle liquid. Oh, do we still need to fight them like this? Sauron said. Many triceratops had their patterns on their backs destroyed when the candles melted into liquid, but some are still intact. Get rid of those who are still blocking the way. Rogge said. There are also 7-headed triceratops still controlled by the SS Golden Week pattern. Rogge controlled the tree spirit to walk forward. The triceratops charged towards the dryad. The tree spirit aimed at the nearest triceratops and knocked it over with one punch. Zoro also wields his blade in battle. Sanji's feet also helped clear the way. Luffy also used his fists to knock down the triceratops blocking his way. Soon the remaining triceratops was also knocked down and everyone accelerated forward in the tree spirits. Suddenly there was a sound of earth shaking and mountains shaking. The surrounding ground trembled for a while. What is that? Zoro asked. Ahead was a huge long-necked dinosaur blocking the way. Wow, what a long neck, Luffy said. Rogge looked and saw a huge, hill-like brachiosaurus blocking the way. This brachiosaurus also has a group of scars on its head, which makes it look very fierce. Compared with Triceratops, this brachiosaurus is like a hill, comparable to a Big Mac. It is much larger than the tree spirit, which is more than 10 meters tall. It's really huge, but it's not wearing wax armor, Rogge said. This huge brachiosaurus made an angry sound after seeing the approaching tree spirits and people. Then it looked up to the sky and roared, and at the same time there were more earth-shaking sounds nearby. Rogge and Sanji looked around and saw more than a dozen brachiosaurus slightly smaller than it walking over. This group of brachiosaurs all move slowly, but their size is comparable to a hill. They can crush a house with one foot. Coupled with a long neck, it is dozens of meters tall. It seems that we need a fierce battle. Where did the patterns of these guys fall? Of course, if they can't be found, then we have to fight hard. Rogge said, this group of huge brachiosaurs doesn't know which part of their body is painted with patterns. If it is under the belly, it will be very troublesome. Just hit her. Miss Nami is waiting for me to save her, Sanji said as he moved his ankles. In the face of the love offensive, any powerful monsters and enemies will be despised by Sanji. Rogge looked at the group of brachiosaurs. These guys were all huge behemoths as big as hills. Fighting with these dinosaurs would really take a while. Net, these guys are really not soft persimmons. You need to go all out to fight them. Rogge said. Luffy was already gearing up and said, there are so many enough to beat them hard. Actually, I have a better way. Rogge said, what's a good idea? These guys will not stand in our way. Sanji said to Rogge. Rogge pointed with his finger at the largest brachiosaurus with the scar on its head and said, that's it. Knocking down the leader will have a great impact on the opponent's command. The opponent can be said to be leaderless. Sauron also looked at the largest brachiosaurus with a scar on its head and said, Indeed, the leader of the opponent is their core. This way, just defeat the biggest one. Luffy said, "We are definitely going to fight these brachiosaurs now, but now they have a way to resist us with their huge bodies. If we deal with their leader, they will become passive," Rogge said. The brachiosaurus has also gathered, and the most important one is the brachiosaurus with the scar on its head, roaring angrily at the tree spirit and Rogge. "Come on, you long-necked monsters. If you dare to stop me from saving Miss Nami, I'll kick you all away," Sanji shouted to the brachiosaurs. The group of brachiosaurs roared louder towards Sanji. "Hey, chef, they don't obey you," Zoro said. "Damn it," Sanji said. Waiwei looked at Rogge and said, "Rogge, your abilities are very popular here. We have to speed up, so it's up to you." "No problem. After all, wherever there is a forest, it is my world," Rogge said. The group of brachiosaurs in front of them did not have wax armor, so the effect of the tree spirits transformed from palm trees was not that prominent. Rogge's body began to glow violently with green light. The capacities of the plant's fruits are now mobilized to their maximum extent. The types and density of the surrounding plants were completely presented in Rogge's mind. "Well, some of these plants can still help us deal with these big guys," Rogge said. The tree spirit took long strides and got closer and closer to the group of brachiosaurs. The brachiosaurs stretched their necks and wanted to directly attack the tree spirit and Rogge above with their heads. Ground thorn attack. The feet of the three-headed brachiosaurus at the front suddenly grew a group of thick thorns, which pierced the feet of these big men. "Ouch!" The brachiosaurs let out earth-shattering screams, and the three brachiosaurs began to collide with each other in pain. "Wow, they have bucket-thick thorns growing out of their feet," Luffy said in surprise. "Our target is only the leading brachiosaurus. All other disturbances will be enough," Rogge said. Relying on this method, Rogge manipulated the ferns on the ground to grow into thick ground thorns to disturb the brachiosaurus, all the way to the front of the strongest brachiosaurus, which also has a scar on its head. "Ouch!" The leading brachiosaurus let out a terrifying roar. "Okay, now is the time to give the opponent the most direct attack," Rogge said. "Okay," Luffy said. Luffy aimed his hand at the brachiosaurus head and quickly extended his arms. "I am coming." Luffy used his extended and exaggerated arms to reach the head of the brachiosaurus. When they reached the head of the brachiosaurus, Luffy stood on the big guy's head. "Hey man, I want to challenge you." Luffy raised his fist and aimed a hard punch at the behemoth's head. The brachiosaurus was beaten until it screamed. But this guy is huge after all, so he can't be defeated so easily. "It's not over yet." Rogge took out a thick sapling he had prepared, giant ironwood sword. Under the illumination of green light, the thick sapling in Rogge's hand quickly grew and turned into a 10-meter giant sword as hard as steel. "It's so big, can it be carried?" Zoro asked. "Oh, of course I can't lift it," Rogge said with a bitter smile. "Then why did you conjure it up?" Zoro complained with a look on his face. "This is for it, right, Dryad?" Rogge looked at the tree spirit at his feet. The Dryad held a huge ironwood sword in his hand. The tree spirit holding the giant sword in his hand now looks like a berserker. The tree spirit rushed to the front of the brachiosaurus. The giant iron wood sword in his hand was aimed at the right front leg of the brachiosaurus. For a while, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the brachiosaurus's right front leg was severely injured and it lost its balance. "It's not over yet, left front leg." The tree spirit swung the giant ironwood sword and aimed it at the left front leg of the brachiosaurus and struck it again. The brachiosaurus, which had received an extremely heavy blow, knelt forward. "All that's left is for you and Luffy to remove his neck together," Rogge said. "No problem," Sanji and Zoro said. The two jumped up together. Zoro pulled out the snow in his hand, and Sanji's foot was also aimed at the neck of the brachiosaurus. Luffy, who had been struggling with the brachiosaurus on his head for a long time, also waved his fist and attacked again. Under the group fight, the leading brachiosaurus also fell. Sure enough, after the brachiosaurus fell, the remaining 10 brachiosaurus also fell into chaos. "Tree spirit, hurry up," Rogge said. The tree spirit carried everyone forward faster, away from the group of brachiosaurs. The tree spirit advanced for a long time and finally arrived in front of a wide lake. "Is this here?" Zorro said. "Well, look at that island." Rogge said. "In the center of this lake there is a not too big island." "How could it be? There is another building on the island which seems to be a small castle." Sanji said. "On the island in the middle of the lake is the waxy castle." "Nami and Usopp are here," Vivi said. "Let's rescue you." Luffy said. "The sun in the sky has already set and there are still some pterosaurs flying above the island in the middle of the lake." At this moment, Rogge and Luffy suddenly saw two huge figures walking towards them. The two huge figures are both in human form and are more than 20 meters tall. "It's a giant," Sanji said. "These two giants are Dolly and Brocky." On Brocky's shoulder, a man in a sleeveless tuxedo sat. Exactly 3. Seeing the tree spirit, Rogge, Luffy, and others, 3 showed his evil smile. "After going through a lot of hardships, I have to say that you pirates are really very capable. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. Now is the final test you face." After seeing the two giants, everyone looked at these two behemoths. Rogge, Zorro, and Luffy could all feel the powerful murderous aura emanating from these two giants. 3, who stood on Brocky's shoulder, had a sinister look on his face, looking at Rogge, Luffy, Vivi, Sanji, and Zorro on top of the tree spirit with his eyes. "Everyone is here. It's better this way. Today you all have to accept the most cruel test here. These two giants can destroy you." 3 said. Rogge, Luffy, and others looked at the two giants. Obviously, these two giants were also controlled through the SS Golden Week color trap. "So, 3, let me ask you, where did you hide Nami and Usopp?" Rogge asked this insidious guy. 3 looked at Rogge and said, You will feel desperate soon. They are now at the castle on the island in the middle of the lake. But watch out, that is a castle made of candles. It will melt soon, and they will be fused with the melted candle liquid." Everyone looked towards the castle on the island in the middle of the lake and saw a circle of candles surrounding the castle there. "It won't be long before the place is likely to melt. Usopp and Nami are in the castle. Asshole, Miss Nami is there." Sanji was anxious. "So, you need to defeat these two giants in the limited time." 3 said, "Damn it, Nami and the others are in danger." Luffy also said. Rogge looked at Sanji and said, "Sanji, hurry up and save Nami and the others." 35 excess Sanji looked at Rogge and then at the white candle castle on the island in the middle of the lake. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Sanji jumped off the tree spirit's head. "Miss Nami, I will definitely rescue you." Sanji ran towards the lake. "I want to go down too. I can help Sanji contain the enemy." Waiwei said. Rogge asked the tree spirit to put down Waiwei and Karu. Vivi rides on Karu's back and helps Sanji. Splitting the troops into 2 groups is the only way. Now it's time for us to face these two behemoths. Rogge said. Luffy and Zorro, who were also standing on top of the tree spirit, had stern expressions on their faces. The two giants in front can be judged to be super powerful enemies just by the murderous aura emanating from them. 3, who was sitting on Brocky's shoulder, looked at the 3 Rogges and the tree spirit and said, "There are so many young people who are not afraid of death, but my friends Brocky and Dongli are more powerful." "Yes," Dongli and Brocky shouted in unison. The surrounding world trembled under the loud shouts of the two people. The two giants are both unrivaled warriors among the giants and have been close friends for many years. Although controlled by the SS Golden Week color trap, the spirit of a warrior still exists. Look, 3 humans are standing on top of a wooden monster. Red Ghost Brocky said, "You made a mistake. Is this a tree spirit, a creature from online legends?" Kingwe Dongli said, "Since these two are going to fight with you, let me first introduce that we are the Straw Hat Pirates. This time we want to rescue our companions, so we have to fight those who stand in the way." Rogge said. After hearing this, Dongli nodded and said, "Well, it's admirable to fight for your friends, but we have to fight you for the sake of friendship." Brocky said, "We all fight for friendship." Luffy, Rogge, Zorro, and the two giants all said loudly, "Aoki Tori, Red Ghost Brocky." The two giants also reported their names, and at the same time Brocky's body began to glow red, which was a concrete form of fighting spirit emitted from the body. Dongli's body also emitted a cyan light. Both of them wore huge cloaks and held giant blades, exuding fighting spirit. It looks majestic. These two men are the epitome of truly powerful warriors. Open the sky. Dong Lai wielded a terrifying and huge sword and struck it down. Earth. Brocky wielded a terrifyingly huge axe and struck down. Two green and red shock waves erupted, cutting down the tree spirit at the feet of Rogge and the others. The shock wave left two huge slashes in the forest hundreds of meters behind. But at the critical moment, Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro all jumped away. Fortunately, this kind of shock wave is fine as long as it is not hit directly. However, the tree spirit was completely destroyed and its huge limbs flew everywhere. The movements are really flexible, and humans have the advantage of being small in size. Brocky said. Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro all fell to the ground. Rogge looked at 3 on Brocky's shoulder and immediately pulled out the vine whip in his hand. I still need to kill you. The vine whip in Rogge's hand grew at an astonishing speed, and his arms were glowing with green light, infusing the vine whip with the powerful growth ability of plant fruits. Oh, 3 immediately activated the candle ability and formed a shield in his hand. But what surprised him was that the vine whip was like a snake, bypassing the shield and binding his body instead. That's it. 3's entire body was wrapped in candle liquid this time. Rogge yanked hard and pulled 3, who had turned himself into a wax figure, to the ground. 3, the candle liquid on his body melted quickly and his wrapped body was revealed again. Rogge quickly retracted the vine whip. You are a fruit ability user, and it is a plant-type fruit ability. It is really rare. 3 said to Rogge. Yes, I am a plant fruit user. Rogge said. Just in time, your 2 friends are now fighting against a giant. Let me have a battle with you. 3 said. Okay, let's have a duel. Rogge looked at 3 calmly. On the side, Tori and Zoro, Brookie and Luffy also started fighting. At the same time, Waiwei, Karu, and Sanji all rushed to the side of the lake. Nami, hold on. I'm here to save you, Sanji said, just when this man who was full of hero-saving beauty was about to go for a swim. Wait a minute, Sanji. You and I will go there together in the Karu, Vivi said. Sanji's eyes were immediately filled with love. He held his hands together and said, Okay, Vivi. Vivi, who was riding on Karu's back, moved forward and said, Sanji, hurry up and get behind me. Sanji happily sat behind Vivi. For a knight, sitting behind a beautiful woman is a real pleasure. Before Sanji could finish speaking, Karu was already squawking and jumping towards the lake. This duck runs really fast in the lake. Oh, it's really fast. Waiwei, I remember you said that Alabasta is a desert kingdom. A duck that runs fast is like a duck that grew up in the desert. I didn't expect it to be so good at swimming. Sanji looked at the horse riding underneath him. Kalu said, It is a duck unique to Alabasta that can run fast. It can't help but be considerate. It is also amphibious and can do everything except fly. Karu is the best one among them and can run fast. Waiwei said, I see. Sanji said. Running as fast as a rowing boat, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. Arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, Sanji jumped down immediately. Karu and Waiwei were also standing on the island. In front of you is a small white candle castle. I didn't see Nami and the others. I'm afraid they are in the castle. Waiwei said. This castle is melting, and the candles around it need to be extinguished quickly, Sanji said. At this moment, the pterosaurs hovering in the sky began to fly down. One of them is grabbing Xiang Waiwei. Watch out! Sanji gave a flying kick and kicked away the pterosaur's head. The pterosaur fell into a nearby lake. Waiwei, I'll deal with these pterosaurs. You go and put out those candles. Sanji said. No problem, let's go, Karu. Waiwei said to Karu. Waiwei sat on Karu's back and pulled out the peacock saw with both hands and waved it in a circular motion. Ga! Karu's face was stern and his 2 huge duck legs were swinging back and forth. Vivi's peacock saw cut off the flames on the candles that circled the castle. Karu ran around in a circle at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Waiwei also cut off all the burning candles. Good job, Vivi, Sanji said as he kicked the pterodactyl. More than a dozen pterosaurs flew down, but they were all shot down by Sanji's flying kicks. Sanji, Vivi said. Okay, let's go to the castle quickly. Sanji immediately ran towards the castle. This castle made of candles also has some rooms inside. After entering the hall, look for them separately. Here, Wai shouted. Sanji also came to a room on the left where Vivi was. Here, Nami and Usopp's hands and feet are bound together by candle shackles. Sanji, Wai, you are here to save us, Usopp said with tears and runny nose. Miss Nami, I'm here to save you, Sanji said with loving eyes. Stop talking so much and help us get rid of the shackles, Nami said. Melting these candles requires flames and this castle is not very strong. Let's escape quickly, Wai said. Sanji also looked around and then said, Miss Nami, hold me. Usopp, I'll hold you. Sanji hugged Nami with one hand and Usopp with the other and rushed out of here quickly. Wai followed closely behind. The two rushed out of the white candle castle that was about to collapse. This white candle castle is already extremely fragile under the baking of the candles just now. There was a sound of collapse and the castle finally fell. Phew, it's so dangerous, Sanji said. Usopp looked at the fallen castle and said, We escaped, it's unbelievable. 35 XS, now try to find a way to melt the candle shackles on Nami and Usopp quickly, Vivi said. Sanji looked at Nami and said sympathetically, By the way, Miss Nami's body is still bound by these hateful shackles. Wai took a jar of palm oil from Karu's backpack. This is fuel. Vivi handed it to Sanji. Okay. Sanji sprinkled the palm oil on the ground and lit it with a lighter. Under the baking, the candle shackles on Nami and Usopp's hands and feet were melted away. Wow, we are finally free again. Usopp cheered. What a terrible experience. Nami said, By the way, what is that? Nami said as she looked at the two giants by the lake. They are giants controlled by the enemy. Wai said. By the way, 3 also said when they chatted with us that they controlled powerful and terrifying giants. Usopp said. Sanji looked towards the lake where Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro were engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. Everyone, please hide here for now. As long as we can protect ourselves, Sanji said. Next to the lake, the 3 Rogges fought fiercely with 3 and 2 giants. Rogge had an extremely fierce battle with 3. Hahaha, if you think I can just change some weapons to fight, that's too bad. I am someone who can fight head-on with others, 3 said after some small-scale fights with Rogge. Then we'll see, Rogge said. Okay, candle heavy knight armor. The 3-character hair on the 3 head burned. His arms shoot out large amounts of candle fluid. The candle liquid quickly grew to be the size of a house and then rapidly changed shape. Rogge couldn't take his eyes off what the candle man had made. The candles finally turned into a heavy knight's armor, but it was 10 meters high. Ahahaha, this is my trump card, the heavy knight armor. 3 on the head position of the heavy knight armor. Soon the head was sealed by the knight's helmet, leaving only some gaps for ventilation. The armor made of candles has sharp edges and corners and is full of power. It's very powerful, right? But I still need to color it to further show its power, 3 said. At this moment, a triceratops came out with a chair on its back. There is a little girl on the chair holding a paintbrush and an ink cartridge. SS Golden Week, color me as planned, 3 said. SS Golden Week wielded a watercolor pen and painted the heavy knight armor of 3 for a while. Very good, now more domineering. 3's heavy knight armor has a silver metallic color on the outside. It looks like real silver armor. This 10-meter-tall silver armor can overwhelm many enemies just from its aura. Okay, since you use a big man, I also need to use a big man to fight you. Rogge quickly rushed to a nearby thick scaly cedar tree. The king of the forest, the dryad. Rogge hugged the fir tree with both hands, and his whole body glowed with green light. The power of plant fruits began to rapidly transform the cedar tree. The cedar tree quickly grew taller, reaching about 10 meters, and become thicker. Finally, 2 strong arms grew from the trunk of the cedar tree and the roots rose up into 2 thick legs. At the upper end of the torso, the dryad's eyes and mouth sprout. Rogge used the vine whip to get to the top of the tree spirit. With this, I will fight you, Rogge said. The king of the forest, the dryad, wears heavy knight armor. Well, not bad. I admit that the guy you created is indeed very strong. Its strength is definitely very strong. Then let's have a showdown, 3 said. Okay, king of the forest dryad vs. heavy knight armor. This battle will be unforgettable for you and me forever, Rogge said. After saying that, the tree spirit, the king of the forest, made a fist gesture like a strongman. Take my sword first. The right arm of 3 heavy knight armor raised his sword and slashed at the tree spirit, the king of the forest. The king of the forest, the dryad, firmly grasped the opponent's sword with both arms. Well, that's a lot of strength, 3 said. The heavy knight armor and the tree spirit, the king of the forest, were in a stalemate with each other. The king of the forest, the tree spirit, was even more powerful and threw away the heavy knight armor with a sharp swing. The heavy knight armor stabilized his body again, and 3 inside looked at the tree spirit, the king of the forest. HMPH, in that case I will attack you. Under the control of 3, the heavy knight armor swung the long sword and slashed at the head of the tree spirit, the king of the forest, where Rogge stood. The arm of the tree spirit, the king of the forest, fiercely resisted the long sword swung by the heavy knight's armor. After all, the opponent's weapons are as hard as steel, even though the king of the forest, the tree spirit, is far harder than ordinary wood. The left arm of the tree spirit, the king of the forest, was almost severed. Rogge quickly used the plant fruit ability, and his body glowed green. The severely injured left arm of the forest king tree spirit at his feet quickly grew back. Since you are hiding in the armor, I can deal with you in another way. Rogge controlled the tree spirit, the king of the forest below. This huge plant-like creature opened its huge mouth. Roger quickly jumped in. 35XS, after entering the king of the forest, the tree spirit, Rogge was able to feel the changes in this behemoth and the surrounding environment through his plant fruit ability. The sight the tree spirit sees around him is his own sight. The sounds heard around the dryad are the sounds he hears. He is able to control the movements of the tree spirit to a high degree. The current Rogge is just like the mecha warriors in the animation, except that he controls a giant tree spirit. Wow, you can also enter this monster turned into a plant. 3's voice came. Rogge controlled the king of the forest, the tree spirit, and this behemoth began a more coordinated battle. The king of the forest, the dryad, rushed towards 3 heavy knight armor under the control of Rogge. After getting close to the other party, hugged the other party. What are you going to do? 3, who was inside the heavy knight armor, shouted in horror. The tree spirit, the king of the forest, has already raised the heavy knight armor. Let you try what wrestling is. Rogge's voice came through the tree spirit. The heavy knight armor was thrown dozens of meters away by the tree spirit, the king of the forest. The other party fell heavily to the ground. SS Golden Week, who was sitting on the back of Triceratops, saw 3 being thrown out together with the heavy knight armor. Ah, 3. It seems I'd better stay farther away. SS Golden Week quickly asked the Triceratops she was riding on to leave here. 35XS at the same time, Rogge in the body of the forest king tree spirit did not dare to relax at all. Giving your enemy a chance to breathe is creating your own destruction. After the heavy knight armor stood up again, the forest king tree spirit punched him again. This heavy knight armor was defeated again. Left fist, right fist. The king of the forest, the dryad, took full advantage of its huge strength over the opponent to suppress the enemy until it was breathless. Enough, giant wall of candles. 3 urgently activated his candle ability. The candle liquid flowed out from the gaps in the giant helmet and quickly formed a huge wall in front. This huge wall is more than 10 meters high. After using it to temporarily avoid the attack, 3 and the heavy knight armor quickly retreated. Damn it, the opponent is stronger than me, but not as strong as my armor. 3 urgently analyzed the battle situation. Then the only way is to take advantage of the longer weapons. 3. There was another burst of candle liquid flowing out of the armor. Candle liquid flows out through the gaps in the giant helmet, while heavy knight armor throws away swords and shields. Candle spear. A spear with a length of 20 meters was solidified and held in the hands of the heavy knight armor. Oh, he came with a long weapon. Rogge, who was inside the king of the forest dryad, said when he saw the opponent's new weapon. 3 in the heavy knight armor roared. This time the long weapon will determine the outcome. The heavy knight armor swung his spear towards the tree spirit, the king of the forest. Stab. There was a sound of metal and wood meeting, and the body of the forest king tree spirit was penetrated by the opponent's spear. After all, the opponent's weapons are as hard as steel. It's really clever. The spear is used to restrain melee combat. Rogge, the king of the forest tree spirit, said, "Ah ha ha, you bastard. I will let you die without a burial place." 3 roared through the heavy knight armor. Now the scale of victory seems to have tipped towards 3. "But you forgot one thing," Rogge said suddenly. At the same time, the tree spirit, the king of the forest, grabbed the spear that penetrated itself with both hands. "I have the upper hand in terms of strength." 3's expression suddenly changed. Of course, it was blocked by the heavy knight armor, so no one else could see inside. The king of the forest, the dryad, held the white candle spear with both hands and snatched the weapon with great strength. "Now the situation is that I have a long weapon again." The king of the forest, the tree spirit, turned his spear and aimed it at 3 heavy knight armor. What? 3, who was in the heavy knight armor helmet area, suddenly turned pale. The spear immediately stabbed the head of the heavy knight's armor. The heavy knight armor quickly blocked it with his arms, causing the spear to deviate slightly. However, there was a harsh shattering sound, and a large piece of the helmet of the heavy knight's armor was still broken into pieces. 3 was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest, but immediately the king of the forest, the tree spirit, came over to kill him again. This time, 3 quickly held his head with his arms in heavy knight armor. After all, this heavy wax armor is as hard as steel and can block spear attacks of the same texture. After his arms were severely damaged, 3 controlled the heavy knight armor and fled quickly. "Now my ace is still so weak when facing this guy." 3 sighed angrily. "However, I still have one last trick. The reason why this heavy knight armor is a trump card is that it has more flexible uses." 3 finally managed to use the heavy knight armor to distance himself from the tree spirit, the king of the forest. More candle liquid seeped out from the gaps in the helmet. The candle liquid did not turn into anything else, but quickly condensed on the lower body of the heavy knight's armor. Rogge and king of the forest dryad looked to see if this guy had any tricks up his sleeve. I saw the shape of the lower body of the heavy knight's armor rapidly changing, turning into a tyrannosaurus. "Ahaha, I kept you waiting for a long time. This is the super form of the heavy knight armor. Dragon Knight." 3, a proud roar sounded. Rogge walked towards the place where Luffy and Zoro were fighting the 2 giants. Luffy and Zoro also successfully defeated 2 giants. Standing in front of the 2 fallen giants, Luffy and Zoro were both scarred. I saw Roger coming over. Soran also said, "Huh, it's over for you." "I'm really tired, but I haven't been this relaxed in a long time," Luffy said. "This guy in a straw hat is always so full of energy. Zoro is an always calm swordsman." "It must have taken a lot of effort to kill them," Rogge said. "Yeah, but I didn't kill them." Zoro said, "That's right, they were just controlled," Rogge said. At this moment, Nami and the others' voices sounded. Zoro, Luffy, and Rogge all looked at Nami and the others happily. "Hey, Sanji, Vivi, you rescued Nami and Usopp." Luffy shouted happily. "I'm so happy to meet you," Usopp said through tears. "As long as you're okay." Rogge looked at Nami and Usopp with a happy face. Zoro looked at Sanji. Now Sanji was still wearing a straight suit. On the contrary, he who was responsible for rescuing people was not hurt. "The stinky chef didn't do a bad job," Zoro said. "Okay, green algae head. Do you know how great it is that I rescued Miss Nami, who was full of fear?" Sanji scolded Zoro. The 2 people started chatting and arguing again. At this time, Rogge looked at a little girl next to Waiwei and Karu. "Net, by the way, let me tell you something. This little girl was found in the nearby forest after we left the island in the middle of the lake. She is the SS Golden Week of Baroque Studio." Waiwei said, "Ah, she is that 3 partner." Luffy said, "Yes, even though she is small, she is actually a supervillain who does evil things." Usopp said exaggeratedly, "SS Golden Week was so scary that I almost cried." "Don't be like this, you scared her." Rogge quickly squatted down to comfort the little girl. Rogge's eyes were fixed on SS Golden Week's big watery eyes. "You are so young, I'm afraid you were coerced into doing it with them. Don't be afraid, but I want to ask you, where are the patterns on those 2 giants?" Rogge asked. SS Golden Week squeezed out tears as if he had been wronged. The pattern is at their feet, SS Golden Week said. Then Sauron used a knife to cut open the shoes on the feet of the two giants. Sure enough, there was a yellow-green circle pattern of friendship under each of their feet. After destroying the two patterns, the two giants regained consciousness after a while. But this time they won't attack everyone again. Luffy and others also explained the whole story. So that's what happened. Dongli, who has an exaggerated beard, said, "We've been dominated these days," said Rogge, who has a noisy beard and large nostrils. "Ha, it's really fun to be able to fight with you," Luffy said happily. Tori looked at Luffy and the others and said, "It's fun to fight you." Rogge also said, "In 100 years, this is the first time that alien humans have defeated us. 100 years. Everyone was shocked. Yes, we came here for a duel due to some agreement 100 years ago, but after 100 years of fighting, there was no result." After Dongli finished speaking, he and Rogge laughed together. "This time we also experienced powerful warriors besides us." Rogge looked at Luffy and others with great appreciation. Usopp then began to talk to the two giants with great interest, and Luffy also talked very happily. Soon, the two men became involved with the giant. Nami and Sanji talked to Rogge about other things. "There is a permanent pointer in 3-hand, but it was destroyed." Nami asked, "Yes, but if this is the case, we may need to leave this island quickly. It is not good to stay in a place like this." Rogge said, "Oh, such a fierce battle, nothing gained." Nami said, "No, my loyal rescue of Miss Nami tested my chivalry." Sanji looked at Nami full of love. "I just asked the two giants, and they said it would take a year for the magnetism on this island to be fully charged," Nami said. "So let's revise it quickly and set off, even if it's to explore for an island. Maybe after finding an island we can get a permanent pointer." Rogge said, "I don't want to stay here anymore. I've only been here for more than a day and so many terrible things have happened." Nami said, "Since I definitely can't stay here any longer, it's better to leave as soon as possible." Waiwei said, after everyone had negotiated, they talked to Luffy and Usopp. "Ah, I have to leave so soon. I also want to have a carnival with these two uncles." Luffy said, "That's right. Light a bonfire at night and grill dinosaur meat and ancient fruits." Usopp said enthusiastically, "But we don't have time," Nami said. At this moment, Dongli suddenly said, "Wait, do you want to leave here? Then tomorrow will be fine." "Why?" Zoro asked. "Because a huge island-eating monster is wandering around this island. It doesn't matter if you come, as long as you leave, the monster will attack." Rogge added, "So, as long as you stay one night, we will help you eliminate it tomorrow. That monster can only be eliminated during the day. Please, and you are our benefactors, so we need to repay you." Dongli said. Everyone looked at the two giants with different expressions. "That's it, everyone can stay. After all, it's their kindness." Luffy said happily. Even though Luffy was good at making his own decisions, after all, he said that there was a giant island-eating monster, and the others still accepted it. The sun continued to set in the west, and it was night again on the ancient island. At night, in an open space next to the lake on the ancient island, a bonfire towered into the sky. "It's so delicious. I haven't had wine for a long time." Rogge shouted happily to the sky, "Hey, this wine is really delicious." Dongli shouted happily. Usopp held up the wine glass with his long nose and performed. It made everyone laugh. "Look at me, flying rubber meat." Luffy used his rubber arms to throw a piece of dinosaur meat into the air before it came down and hit him in the mouth. "Dinosaur meat is falling from the sky." Usopp shouted happily. Sanji also laughed at the side and said, "Does it count as a waste of food if you act like this?" "Forget it, as long as you put it into your mouth last, it doesn't count. This night is enough to drink all the wine on the ship." Zoro picked up a big cup and drank the wine in one gulp. "Well, it can be considered a relaxation. I'm tired." Nami said. Rogge and Waiwei were talking to SS Golden Week. "Oh, were you ostracized by people because of your unique ability to draw when you were a child?" Waiwei said. SS Golden Week nodded his little head and said, "Well, I can suggest people's behavior through paintings. That's why everyone hates me." "There's nothing you can do here, let's go like this. How about you sail with us for a while and then find a life of your own when you get to a safe place?" Rogge said. SS Golden Week remained silent. After all, this little girl had done many bad things with 3 before, even if she was ordered by 3. "Well, okay." Suddenly the little girl said with a happy face. "Ah, you agreed so quickly." Both Waiwei and Rogge looked ashamed. After the night of carnival, it was finally the next morning. Daytime has returned to the ancient island. On the shore of the island, the whole crew of the Straw Hat Pirates carried the things they needed to the Mary. All kinds of dinosaur meat and ancient fruits found on this island. Rogge also collected enough various plants on this island. For Rogge, this island has really been a big battle. In the forest area, one's own abilities can be fully exerted. "Hurry up, these fruits still have dinosaur meat," Sanji said. "Can a dinosaur egg work?" Luffy picked up a half-human-sized dinosaur egg and said to Sanji, "Wow, such a big egg." Usopp's eyeballs were about to pop out. "Well, make a large fried egg. Don't be dazed, move quickly," Sanji said. Sauron moved the wine barrels back to the ship one by one. "Oh, all the wine has been drunk, now it's full of fresh water." After complaining a few words, the alcoholic swordsman continued to carry the barrel full of fresh water. The Mary was now loaded with needed supplies. The ship finally carried everyone and set sail to leave the island. I can finally leave," Nami said. "Yeah, it was really a fierce battle." Waiwei said. "Look, the 2 giants ahead are seeing us off," Sanji said. Luffy, who couldn't take any time off for an hour, immediately jumped to the bow of the ship and shouted, "Hey, you guys are here to see us off." At the mouth of the river at this time, Dongli and Brokey stood there with weapons in their hands, ready to see everyone off. "Go all the way," Dong Lai said. "Hey, I still have an admirer," Brokey said to Usopp on the deck of the Mary. "Hey, Master Brokey, I'm going to Erubath, the holy place of that warrior," Usopp shouted. "Wish you guys good luck," Dongli and Brokey said together. The Melee finally sailed out of the estuary and returned to the sea. "Okay, now it's time for us to help them," Dongli said. "Let our friends sail with peace of mind," Brokey said. Just ahead of the Mary, the sea suddenly rose sharply. Everyone on the Melee looked forward in shock. A huge creature came out of the ocean. This creature has 2 huge eyes and looks like a head. "Goldfish," everyone on the Melee said in shock. This goldfish-shaped island eater is not inferior to the whale rab in Gemini Cape. Moreover, its shape is a goldfish that should be small, which is even more exaggerated. Those goldfish eyes, which were bigger than Rab's eyes, stared blankly forward, as if the sky and the sea could be taken into their eyes. "The island eater appears," Brockie said. "Don't panic, everyone, keep sailing forward," Dong Lai said. The island-eating monster opened its surprisingly huge mouth, which could indeed eat the island. Even 10 warships or 10 large pirate ships of the Navy were swallowed together. "This guy, if we go any further, we will be swallowed," Sauron said, and he couldn't help but press down on the scabbard. "Oh my God, such a terrifying creature." Nami turned pale with fright. "We'll be eaten," Vivi said. Karu was too scared to speak, and even Ga forgot to call. "Can you really believe what they say?" Sanji said through gritted teeth. "Straight into the mouth of such a huge goldfish, no one would believe that they could survive." "Sail straight," Luffy said. "Yes, this is what the Sea Warrior said, we must move forward," Usopp said. "Don't be afraid, everyone, close your eyes and sail in a straight line," Rogge said. The huge goldfish kept swallowing the seawater, and finally the Melee completely got into its amazing mouth. Then the huge goldfish closed its mouth. "We were eaten," Nami cried bitterly on the deck. "It's useless to say anything now, we have to wait for our fate." Sauron also calmed down and said, "What the hell?" Sanji was also very anxious. "Everyone just wait to see the light of day again," Rogge said. At this time, the 2 giants standing on the shore of the island's mouth waved their weapons. Hegemony. The earth-shaking sound made the surrounding sky and sea tremble. The giant sword in Dongli's hand and the giant axe in Brokey's hand were all swung out. The huge shock wave broke the weapons of both of them, and even Erubath's powerful weapon couldn't bear the powerful shock wave. And the goldfish was pierced through a surprisingly large hole from front to back. The front of the Mary was radiant and the whole ship flew up. Everyone on the deck of the Mary, whether it was Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Vivi, Nami, SS, Golden Week, or Rogge, they all looked forward in shock. "We're flying," Usopp said. "Yes, the Mary is flying," Luffy said. Everyone looked back and saw that the huge body of the island eater monster had been penetrated with a big hole. From here, they could still see Dongli and Brocky waving goodbye. "Have a nice trip, everyone," shouted the two giant warriors. "Thank you all," everyone on the Mary shouted together. Under the influence of gravity, the center of the Melly returned to the sea. The body of the huge island eater also sank into the sea. Dongli and Brocky, who were standing on the bank of the estuary, watched everyone go away. "Brocky," I suddenly remembered, "we fought for that reason, but it was not very clear." Dong Lai said suddenly, "When you say that, it was 100 years ago, but it seems that there are still some shadows in my mind." Brocky said, "Suddenly the volcano on the ancient island erupted. Look, it's time for us to continue fighting again." "Brocky, this won't change, even if we can't find a real reason," Dongli said. "Well, but it's too small here. Let's go to the lake to fight. It's a big place and there are memories of friends." Brocky said. The two giants returned to the lake, where a giant king of the forest became a wax figure. The dryad and the wax figure of the heavy knight armor merged into one. "Well, it's nice to have this wax figure next to our dueling arena," said Brocky. "Yes, I also like this wax figure, the symbol of the warrior," Dongli said. "Come on, let's have a fight." Two huge warriors started a fierce battle in the open space next to the wax figure. On the ancient island 100 years ago, two giant warriors captured a sea king each, but they have to compete to see which one has the bigger prey. And so began a centuries-old battle that continues to this day. The wax figure on the side continues to witness this great battle. After leaving the ancient island, the Mary continued sailing on the Grand Line. Since the magnetic power of the magnetic pointer was not fully stored, the ship carrying the Straw Hat Pirates fumbled forward. On the deck of the Mary, everyone was thinking about the future route under the clear sky and scorching sun. "Hey, is this really good? We are sailing like headless fish," Usopp said while sitting on the deck. "Ah, I owe it, so what can I do? There is no permanent guide to Alabasta now," Zoro, who had just woken up again, said. Luffy sat on the bow of the boat and kept watching the scenery, but it is still a vast sea, with no trace of land in sight. Seeing everyone leisurely on the deck, Sanji turned his attention to Vivi on the observation deck at the top of the mast. "This group of people is real. Miss Vivi is worried about the safety of her motherland all the time now. They are always so lazy," Sanji said with a puff of smoke. After leaving the ancient island, Waiwei was often at the watchtower on the top of the mast. Waiwei, who was on the observation deck at the moment, although her face was still calm, her eyes were full of anxiety. What is the current civil war in Alabasta? Her father must be working hard to deal with it. Karu, who runs fast, waits for his master to come down under the mast all the time. At this time, Nami suddenly opened the door and walked out of the cabin, walking towards the mast. "Miss Nami, do you need a glass of orange juice? You will definitely feel thirsty under the scorching sun in the sky." Sanji immediately greeted her with a smile on his face. "Well, then give me a drink," Nami said. Sanji turned his head to the observation deck at the top of the mast again and said, "Miss Vivi, let me get you a glass of orange juice too." "Well, Sanji, thank you then." Waiwei came back to her senses and said to Sanji on the deck. Karu next to the mast also opened his mouth and shouted, "Ga, understood, it's your share too. Besides Miss Nami and Miss Vivi, everyone else will have it." After Sanji finished speaking, he went back to the kitchen to prepare. Nami walked under the mast, looked at Vivi above and said, "You've been up there for a long time today, come down." "No, I'm quite comfortable staying here," Waiwei said politely. Nami couldn't persuade Waiwei, so she sighed. At this moment, there was another sound of wooden doors. Rogge walked out of the cabin and then SS. Golden Week also walked out. Nami looked at Rogge and said, "Rogge, since you left the primordial island, you've been spending all your energy on the plants you brought in through transformation. It's time to breathe more." Rogge said politely, "Well, but a lot of new plants have been transformed and can be used for weapons and life." Rogge turned his head again and looked at SS, Golden Week. Marion, you really don't leave the pancakes in your hand. Roger said, Marion is the real name of SS. Golden Week. This little girl who loves tea cannot put down the tea snacks made by Sanji after arriving on the Mary, because Chef Sanji's craftsmanship is amazing, said the cute little girl. Are you talking about me? That's right. Sanji had already walked out of the cabin at this time, holding a plate and a pile of orange juice in his hand. Well, I really didn't expect it. This little girl like you really loves to tell the truth. Sanji squatted down and said to Marion with a smile. Sanji's cooking skills are excellent, but like Luffy, Sauron and Usopp are all eating and drinking. At most they are delicious. However, Nami, Vivi and Rogge all praised very politely. This little painter girl who had just boarded the boat uttered her true feelings, which made Sanji even more happy. Rogge looked at Marion, this little girl who can draw amazing effects of color traps but actually has a very easygoing personality. As long as he is kind to her and almost eats her, then he is her child. This kind of little girl was able to be used by the Baroque studio at the beginning. It must be because of the seduction of other people. Marion, your ability is really amazing. Just drawing can produce so many effects. Rogge said. Marion shook her head and said, This is considered a talent. I have been interested in painting since I was a child, and I didn't expect it to have such a big effect. Rogge looked at Waiwei on the observation deck at the top of the mast again and said, Oh, it's easy to be a child. You can always eat snacks. After hearing this, Marion said, Actually, I also have troubles because I need to practice my drawing skills all the time. Nami looked at Marion and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her side. Marion, you can make a big difference, Nami said. Yeah, Marion looked at the young lady with short orange hair in confusion. Can't you draw a relaxing blue color? Nami said. You remembered wrongly, it was green. Marion corrected. Okay, it's green. Then you can paint green on Waiwei's body so that she can become more relaxed and relaxed. Nami said. Marion also looked at Waiwei at the observation deck at the top of the mast and said, Well, yes, will she be angry afterwards? It's fine if you redraw it again. Anyway, I'll help you smooth things over. Nami said. Roger looked at Nami and Marion. It turned out that Nami wanted to take advantage of Marion's leisurely green color trap to make Waiwei less anxious temporarily. But finding a way to reach Alabasta as soon as possible is the solution. In the past few days, I have worked hard to transform the plants I got from the ancient island and created many new plant weapons. If only Alabasta was also a forest kingdom, Rogge said. Last time in the forest area above the ancient island, Rogge showed his might. The forest area is really Rogge's world. Otherwise, if he is in the desert area, he can only fight with the plants he carries. But this is enough, and it is not always possible to occupy the right time and place. Like this, the Mary was groping forward. Waiwei also stayed at the top of the mast for a long time and finally wanted to go down. But at this moment she suddenly saw something in the distant sky. What is this? Waiwei picked up the telescope and looked at it. I saw a slender oval white object moving in the distant sky. But no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a cloud. It looks like an artificially manufactured object. Waiwei put down the binoculars and said to the deck below, All of you pay attention. There is an object moving in the distant sky, and it is still facing us. Everyone on the deck looked towards the sky after listening. Now the oval object in the distance is getting closer, and other people can gradually see it. Luffy felt that it was not far enough, so he simply stood at the bow of the ship and threw his head out 100 meters to see. Hey, that thing is still far away. Even if you lengthen it so much, it's still useless. Sauron said. Roger also walked to the bow, looking at the approaching object in the distance. That thing turned out to be closer, which direction the Mary was headed to. Gradually the object in the sky became clearer. Roger looked. That one is actually an airship. A white giant airship flies above the blue sky. The white giant airship is suspended and flying in the sky. The gas-filled oval behemoth was getting closer and closer to the skies above the Mary. Wow, haha, look at it. A huge balloon, Luffy said excitedly. Oh, what a strange thing. It really looks like a huge balloon, but there seems to be something under the balloon. Sanji observed the approaching huge airship and said. Chopper jumped on top of Zoro's head and looked at the approaching giant airship. Wow, what a strange thing. Is that a flying fish or a flying Neptune? Chopper said with his round eyes wide open. Zoro patted Chopper on the top of his head and said, Hey, come down. Who else would make such a huge balloon to play with? It's so boring. Nami looked at the airship in the sky, pouted and said, It's really strange. I have read so many nautical books, but I have never heard of someone making such a big balloon. Waiwei, who was on the observation deck at the top of the mast, also came down. Rogge looked at the huge airship that was approaching. What is going on? But there must be someone on this airship. The huge airship kept approaching, and the pod at the bottom of the huge airship was clearly visible. At this time, inside the huge airship pod, in a large captain's cabin, a group of Navy soldiers wearing white clothes were at work. An officer dressed as a general in a white cloak stood among the crowd. The general is a middle-aged man, and there is hardly any flesh on his thin face. Underneath a pair of blade-like eyes is an exaggerated and sharp hooked nose. Suddenly, a naval sergeant ran up to him and raised his hands in salute. Major General Hawk, now a small pirate ship has been found on the sea below the front. Sergeant Huey reported. The Major General looked at the sergeant with sharp eyes, making him feel shuddering in his heart. HMPH, is it a pirate ship? Then just capture it directly. Major General Hawk said with a slender and powerful right hand. If the sergeant in front of him could describe these hands, they were similar to the talons of an eagle. The sergeant glanced at Major General Hawk's hand, then hurriedly said, Yes, let's act now. After the sergeant left, Lieutenant General Hawk carefully looked at his right hand. There is no good pirate, and this airship is in the experimental period. It is best to use pirates for experiments. After finishing speaking, Major General Hawk's right hands were clenched together like an eagle's talons grasping its prey. The crisp sound of bones and joints can be heard clearly throughout the cabin. On the deck of the Mary, Rogge, Luffy, Sanji, and others looked up at the airship above. After flying for a while, the giant airship finally flew above the Melly. It's so big. Everyone sighed. This giant airship hovering above the Mary looked down on the Mary on the sea below like a giant looking down on humans. I didn't expect that there is a pod under this huge balloon. It seems to be a kind of cabin. Nami looked up at the giant airship above and said, Underneath, the giant airship is a huge pod covered in white paint with windows. The volume of this pod alone is more than 10 times that of the Mary. It's like a flying ship, Sanji said as he took the cigarette butt away from his mouth. However, this flying ship actually installed a huge oval-shaped balloon on the ship. Sauron said. Rogge looked up at the huge airship and said, Since there is a pod, there must be someone here, and you can see that there is a propeller behind the airbag. That thing must be used to propel this guy to fly. However, on the contrary, who is in the earth? There are many powerful pirates on the Grand Line. Is it a pirate's airship or? At this moment, Luffy raised his hands and said happily, Okay, then let's go up and have a look. No, Zoro, Nami and Usopp all shouted. I'm afraid there are strange people on board this strange flying ship and it might cause trouble. Nami clenched her fists and said, I'm afraid it's not an ordinary person who can create such a monster that flies in the sky. Usopp said, After all, we still don't know the details of the other party, so we have to look at it first. Sauron said calmly, For Sauron, he is not afraid of accidents, but who is in such a huge airship if the other party has malicious intentions? And the airship has weapons, so the Straw Hat Pirates and the Mary have nowhere to escape. Hey, look, it seems to have lowered its altitude, Roger said while looking at the airship. When everyone took a closer look, it turned out that the airship had dropped in height. Originally, the airship was about 2,000 meters in the air. Now it seems to be only 700 or 800 meters away from the sea. Could it be that we are being targeted? Usopp said nervously. Yeah. Ga, Care and Marion were frightened together. Luffy was even more excited. He had no sense of danger and wished he could get on the airship right away. If you are still in a daze, quickly turn the helm or paddle, Nami scolded sternly. Let's do it, Miss Nami, Sanji said lovingly. Yes, yes, do it quickly. Usopp hurriedly moved, but this airship's moving speed plus its volume made it too late for the Mary to even get out from under it. Suddenly, the flying pod shot 4 huge grappling hooks toward the Mary below. What good friend Nami, Usopp, Karu and Marion all shouted in fear. 4 grappling hooks hit 4 locations on both sides of the Mary's hull. Behind the grapples are huge iron chains. A great tremor followed and the Mary began to rise. In other words, it was lifted upward by the grapple of the airship. We were kidnapped, Sanji said, looking at the grappling hooks and iron chains. Iron chains, damn them, Zoro said, walking on the iron chains with snow and slashing at them. Ha ha ha, we are flying in the air, Luffy said happily. Who is this? Waiwei said anxiously. Rogge looked at the approaching airship above and said, They are like this. I am afraid that the visitors are not good. An unknown fate awaits everyone, and the melee has already been pulled hundreds of meters into the air. Now there is no escape, and everything on the airship is waiting for everyone. The melee was brought under the huge airship by 4 huge iron chains. La la la, we are under this flying ship, Luffy said happily. Nami was so angry that she punched him and said, We are being kidnapped now, and you are still so happy. Oh my God. We've been kidnapped, Usopp said with an anxious look on his face. The huge airship above is hundreds of meters away from the sea and it cannot escape now. Who is he? Zoro looked at the huge airship above with a puzzled expression. Let's see everything first, Sanji said. Well, look, someone has come out. Waiwei said. A new built-in door opens on the airship. From inside, a group of burly Navy soldiers with strong arms descended to the deck of the melee with ropes tied around their waists. This group of Marines is much stronger than ordinary naval soldiers, and they carry more weapons and equipment. They are all armed with machine guns or individual artillery pieces. There are steel plate protections next to the hat on the head as well as the chest and joints. See, Navy, everyone on the deck of the melee was shocked. It's actually the Navy, Roger said. Seeing this huge airship, Rogge also guessed that besides being made by pirates, it might also be something from the Navy. You pirates, hurry up and catch us, said a muscular Navy soldier with a big beard. It's good if you're in the Navy. Luffy's face immediately changed drastically and he clenched his fists and was about to attack. Wait a minute. Rogge quickly blocked Luffy and said, They are the Navy, they want to catch us, Luffy said. But now let's see our situation clearly. Now the Mary is hundreds of meters in the air. They can throw us down at any time, and if we start fighting here the Mary can't bear so much firepower. Rogge said. Sanji also hurried forward and said, Yes, they all have machine guns and cannons in their hands. If they are here the Mary will probably be blown up. Damn it, these guys. Luffy had no choice but to put away his fists. The bearded Navy soldier said, So hurry up and catch it, otherwise you will be blown away with this pirate ship and fall into the sea. It's impossible to catch it without a fight, but we can board this pod first. Rogge said. The Marines seemed dismissive. I don't even look at your situation. The bearded naval soldier said. At this moment the rattan whip in Rogge's hand suddenly swung out. Vine whip. Choke the throat. The Marine has a cane wrapped around his throat. At the same time, Soron also made a move. He quickly reached the center of the 2 sailors, and Yukizo and Onitsu in his hands were placed on the neck of a sailor. Sanji's foot directly kicked the individual artillery gun from a naval soldier's hand. Luffy's rubber hands quickly grabbed both men. You guys, said the naval soldier who had his throat wrapped around the Roger vine whip. The naval soldiers present are the elite of the Navy headquarters, and they are also the commandos of this airship. However, the other party moved so quickly that they quickly realized that they were not in an advantage. Moreover, they only have 1 rope connected to the airship. If it is broken, they will fall into the sea below. Although we are pirates, we also want to enter here with dignity, Rogge said in a strong tone. Damn it, said the leading bearded Marine. Now he clearly felt that these young pirates were not cheap. Okay, you can go in first. We will let Major General Hawk deal with you, said the Navy soldier. Okay, then you put away your weapons first. Rogge said. This naval commando also carried machine guns and handheld artillery on their backs first. At the same time, the door opened under the pod remained open. "Okay, let's go in," Roger said. Luffy raised his hands and said happily, "Great, you can go in. I didn't expect that I wouldn't have to fight." Zoro put away the knife but was still ready to unsheath it at any time. Nami looked at the open door and said, "It's probably a trap inside." Yes, don't go in," Usopp said. "If you don't go in, the melee will be captured by them now. If we don't talk, can we leave?" Rogge said. As soon as Rogge said this, everyone became silent. Now the Mary is hanging under the airship. If the other party throws it down like this, the Mary will be smashed to pieces. Rogge also affirmed that only by negotiating with the other party can he be rescued again. Rogge swung the cane whip to the entrance above and was taken up by himself. Luffy used his rubber ability to bring others up as well. Everyone entered the airship pod through the built-in door. This pod is really huge, comparable to the interior of a huge sea ship. There is a huge room where everyone is located, and there is a huge passage in front of it, and there are small passages in each room on both sides of the passage. On one side there are huge glass windows. "Wow, this is more spacious than the cabin of the Mary," Luffy said. Usopp looked around with a serious face and said, "There must be a hidden murderous intention here." "Well, I seem to smell the aroma of food. There is a kitchen here," Sanji said. Those marine soldiers were also around. They all had stern faces, but no one dared to act rashly. "Okay, take us to that major general of yours. Let's talk to him," Sauron said. "Okay, let's lead the way," Rogge said to the bearded Navy soldier. Unhappily, the marine soldier leads Rogge, Luffy, and the others to the passage ahead. Everyone walked to the end of the passage in front of them very vigilantly. Here is a large cabin surrounded by square glass windows. In the middle, a wide table sits in the center. Everyone working here was taken aback when they saw Rogge, Luffy, and others brought in. Then the armed soldiers here quickly surrounded them. "Hey, Zack, why didn't you tie them up?" asked a man in a school officer's uniform. "These guys are very powerful. As soon as we got on the pirate ship that was hoisted up, they quickly countered us," the bearded marine soldier said. "These guys," the school officer said in shock. "The elite naval commandos on this airship were sent just now." The school officer was about to continue asking, and when he was about to attack, a voice suddenly sounded. "No need." Roger, Luffy, Nami, and others saw the seat at the front of the table turn around. A man with sharp eyes and a face like a sea eagle sat there. The man was wearing a general's uniform and a large cloak. "Welcome to the Navy's new weapon, the Angel-class airship Saros." Then the man stood up and looked at everyone with sharp eyes. Rogge made eye contact with this man, feeling that the other man's eyes were about to pierce into his body. "Are you that Major General Hawk?" Rogge asked. "Yes, I am the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters who is now in charge of this experimental weapon, Rear Admiral Hawk," the other party said. Rogge looked at Major General Hawk, whose hawk-like eyes stared at the Straw Hat pirates present, not letting anyone go. "What kind of airship experimental weapon?" Luffy shouted loudly. "Yes, this Saros was manufactured under the auspices of Dr. Burgapunk, a scientific force under the world government. It is the first Angel-class airship. This airship can be said to be the first naval aviation force in history." "The sign," Major General Hawk said. "Science force," Sanji said, confused. "Yes, apart from the most famous navy, the world government also has other armed forces such as scientific forces. The scientific forces are specialized in the research and development and experimentation of various advanced weapons. Of course, after they are developed, they will also be handed over to the Navy and other intelligence forces for use. Our organization is still the Navy. We just use the weapons of the scientific forces," Rear Admiral Hawk explained. Rogge nodded and said, "Then your airship will attack pirates in the Grand Route for actual combat testing." "Correct. Pirates are the best targets." At this point, Major General Hawk's eyes became very sharp. "Then you didn't directly destroy our ship at the beginning but captured the ship. I don't think there are heavy weapons on this huge airship," Rogge said again. "Yes, The reason why I didn't destroy your ships in the first place was to capture the pirates and then torture you. Then I will escort you to the Navy's prison." Major General Hawk's tone became very vicious, said, "Damn, so this guy wants to be like this." Sanji said, "So you want to capture and torture us, you bastard. I'm going to beat you away." Luffy said angrily while clenching his fists, "Really? Although you have counterattacked my naval commandos, you still have to face the real strong man on this airship." Major General Hawk said, "You guys withdraw first." Rear Admiral Hawk said to the Navy surrounded by Rogge, Luffy, and others. The Marines distanced themselves. "Now I want to show you my strength." The Rear Admiral, who looked like an eagle, opened his hands. I saw drastic changes in his whole body and face. His originally thin and slender hands became like eagle's claws. The body became larger but still overall thin. The face changed from a human appearance to an eagle's face. "Wow, that's weird," Luffy said in surprise. "It turned into a bird's face," Usopp said. "More like an eagle," Sauron said. "It seems that you are also a capable person." Rogge said, "The other party is obviously a devil fruit ability user of the animal type, and the animal type generally has 3 forms. They are human form, animal form, and human beast form. Now Major General Hawk has turned into a human beast form. Yes, I am the bird fruit, eagle form." Major General Hawk's voice became sharper. "Well now, I will compete with you one by one. If you lose, you will all accept my torture and go to prison." Major General Hawk looked at everyone with the eyes of an eagle watching its prey. "Damn it, is he very confident?" Usopp had a cold sweat on his face. The other people present, even Sauron, could feel the powerful murderous aura possessed by this Rear Admiral who had transformed into a human beast form. The guy with the eagle head said, "I will have a wheel battle with you. Are you still not satisfied? If you win, I will let you go. Of course, I will also let your ship return to the sea safely." "Don't you dare," Major General Hawk asked. "Why don't you dare to watch me beat you away?" Luffy said angrily. "Okay, let's start, but it's not convenient to fight here, so go to a large warehouse on this spaceship first." Major General Hawk said. A naval sergeant led the way, and then in a large warehouse on the airship. The Straw Hat Pirates are on one side, and Rear Admiral Hawk and the Navy are on the other side. "Okay, you guys should come out first," Major General Hawk said. "I'll come first." The first player of the Straw Hat Pirates is Captain Luffy, who is full of sunshine. Luffy clenched his fists, and his innocent face was filled with fighting spirit and confidence to win. "Luffy, come on!" Usopp raised his hands and cheered. "Yes, kill him." "Luffy!" Nami also shouted with her mouth. Rogge, Sanji, and Zoro looked at the upcoming contest with stern faces. YY, Karu, and Marion watched all this quietly. "Hey Nami, I've got something new here. Usopp cheerleader gloves, here's one for you." Usopp gives Nami a cheerleading glove with a strange flower decoration. "It looks weird," Nami said, taking the gloves. "Huh, you can see it too. The plants decorated on it are ancient plants on the ancient island. It would be cool to decorate the cheerleading gloves," Usopp said proudly. On the Navy side, the sailors were talking about it. Major General Hawk has got into the habit of taking on prisoners again. It's always been like this in the past. Capture the pirates and then compete. Of course it needs to be a pirate with some strength. Although he has a very mean personality, he always allows us to watch pirates being abused like this. Many pirates were simply killed during the battle. Although this group subdued the commandos, they were facing Major General Hawk. Major General Hawk walked to the middle of the warehouse, and Luffy was 10 meters away from him. "Okay, can we start?" Luffy said, looking directly into the other person's eyes. "Okay, you go first," Major General Hawk said with confidence. "Okay." Rubber pistol. Luffy stretched out his right fist and hit the opponent. Just as the fist was about to hit the opponent, the figure of Major General Hawk disappeared. "What?" Nami and Usopp were both shocked. No, strictly speaking, the effect of extremely high speed is almost the same as teleportation. Sauron observed carefully and said, "Well, your attack is quite flexible. You are a person with the ability of rubber fruit." Major General Hawk suddenly appeared behind Luffy and said, "Rubber, bullet." Luffy took advantage of the momentum and threw the fist that was punching forward to the back. The opponent's figure moved away again when it was about to hit. This time Luffy quickly looked around and saw that there was no shadow of the other party around him. It seems that you lost. Above Luffy's head, the figure of Major General Hawk suddenly appeared. Eagle leg kick. The opponent's leg was kicked towards Luffy's head. Rubber. Anti-aircraft gun. Luffy punched upwards. This time the distance from the opponent is very close, which is the perfect time to attack. Eagle kick. 1,000 attacks. The opponent actually moved quickly at a very short distance, as if forming more than a dozen clones, and kicked Luffy for a while. What? Luffy was kicked on the ground of the warehouse under the intensive attack, and even the wood on the ground was broken into a large piece. Huh, you want to counter me in close combat? Major General Hawk's figure returned to the ground. Major General Hawk looked at Luffy, who was knocked to the ground, with an eagle-like smile on his face. Luffy was actually killed, Usopp said with shock and anger. This guy is very powerful. Sanji also said after watching the battle. At this moment, Luffy tried to stand up again for a while. It's not over yet. Luffy gritted his teeth and stood up. Major General Hawk looked at Luffy as if he was looking at his prey and said, "Oh, what a tenacious guy. Then I'll beat you until you can't stand up." The bones of Luffy's hands rang this time. Although his body is like rubber, he can still make bones when he clenches his fingers hard. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy's fist quickly hit Major General Hawk. Luffy punched very fast, as if dozens of fists were hitting Major General Hawk. Major General Hawk moved quickly, and Luffy stepped up his attack. This time, the fists actually attacked within a semicircle except for the feet. Hit. Luffy's fist clearly hit his opponent. But at this moment, all the people present were shocked to see that Major General Hawk held Luffy's two fists firmly in midair with two claw-like hands. What? Luffy looked at Major General Hawk in midair in surprise. HMPH, my biggest feature is speed, observation, and my two eagle claws. Major General Hawk said proudly. Then his two eagle claws grabbed Luffy's fists and threw his body away instead. You can't get up again this time. Major General Hawk threw Luffy hard on the warehouse floor, and then threw Luffy to the top of the warehouse and the four walls. There was a loud noise, and finally Major General Hawk threw Luffy to the ground, and his whole body was sunken. "Rubber boy, you are really durable," Major General Hawk said. Many people who were attacked by him in the past were directly killed, but after all, Luffy's body is a rubber man which is very resistant. However, I will deal with you completely right away. Major General Hawk jumped up suddenly, with his eagle claws crossed on his chest. Flying eagle claw. Broken chest. Luffy grabbed a pipe on the side wall of the warehouse and pulled himself away. But the opponent also quickly changed direction. Puff. For a while, blood flew across and Luffy's chest was slashed open by Major General Hawk's two eagle claws in front of everyone. Luffy, Nami, Vivi, and Usopp all shouted in horror. Gyudon. Luffy fell heavily to the floor of the warehouse. Everyone hurried over. "Luffy, wake up quickly," Nami said nervously. "You are so tenacious in life, it is impossible to just die like this." Usopp said nervously, hugging Luffy's body. "Wait, his heart is still beating." Waiwei quickly checked Luffy and said, "Damn it, this bastard." Sanji glared at Major General Hawk. Rogge looked at Major General Hawk, who immediately made a fatal move. Those extremely sharp eyes and claws don't want to give the fighting opponent any chance of survival. This man is too cruel. Soran also said. Major General Hawk looked at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. He waved his eagle claws and pointed at Sanji again. "You come next," Major General Hawk said directly. Sanji stared fiercely at Major General Hawk with his left eye under his curled eyebrows. "Huh, men don't refuse challenges." Sanji also walked to the middle of the warehouse. The battle just now had completely cracked the ground of the warehouse. Sanji lit up an intact cigarette and held it in his mouth. "You should come first," Major General Hawk said. Sanji was well prepared to face this confident and sharp enemy. "You Major Bird, let me ask you a question. If you really take care of me, the green algae head and the brown-haired boy, will you still fight with the others?" Sanji asked. HMPH, it depends on your wishes. If I admit defeat here, then I will consider not to deal with those people personally. For example, I will not deal with any orange-haired girl with my own hands. But if they go to jail, there is nothing wrong with them, it's gone. That's not my business. Major General Hawk said. Then listen carefully, green algae head Rogge. If I can't win, then you must hold the last line of defense. Sanji said. Sauron and Rogge both looked at the man with curly eyebrows. No problem, said Rogge. Sauron didn't say a word, but his whole body was like a blade ready to be unsheathed. I'm on it, Sanji, together with his feet, has already rushed in front of Major General Hawk. First meet Sanji's foot kicked Major General Hawk's head. Major General Hawk was about to grab Sanji's feet with his claws full of confidence. At this moment, Sanji's feet quickly changed direction and kicked Major General Hawk's legs and knees. Leg meeting just as Sanji's feet were about to kick the opponent's legs and knees, Major General Hawk's body moved away quickly. Hateful Sanji's attack fell through. At this moment, Major General Hawk was behind Sanji. Flying eagle claws, sweeping thousands of armies, the opponent's eagle claws swept over at the level of Sanji's head. At this critical moment, Sanji suddenly fell forward. Eagle talons flitted overhead. Taking advantage of this gap in the opponent's attack, Sanji's body quickly became upside down. Back meet. Sanji's foot kicked Major General Hawk's ribs in a handstand. This time, the opponent was unable to leave quickly because the arc when using the flying eagle claw was too large. Sanji's feet finally touched the edge of the opponent's ribs. But at this time, Major General Hawk moved to the rear in time. Sanji's foot only scratched his ribs a little. So fast, Sanji was surprised to find that Major General Hawk moved away quickly. This time, his perfect continuous attack just gave the opponent some bruises on the ribs. Oh, your movements are really flexible, and the melee combat is more flexible than that rubber man. Major General Hawk said, keeping a distance from Sanji. Luffy's rubber ability is very advantageous in medium and long-range attacks and intensive attacks. But once within 1 or 2 meters, the flexibility is not as good as Sanji's leg attack, not as good as Sauron's melee blade. Damn it, although I can feel some of the opponent's attack style, but it's still too fast. Sanji looked at his opponent worriedly. My speed is my biggest advantage. In my human animal form, I can catch bullets with my bare hands with my claws due to my speed in close combat. Major General Hawk said, it seems that I also need a more intensive attack. Sanji said, really? Major General Hawk said sinisterly. Sanji jumped up suddenly, closing the distance with Major General Hawk. Level minced meat Sanji's feet alternately kicked out quickly and intensively. In just 1 second, more than 10 kicks were kicked out. Major General Hawk's body was also hit a few times and he moved away quickly. Indeed, intensive attack is a good idea, Major General Hawk said. To deal with a guy like you who relies on speed, we need to use a higher attack density. Sanji fell to the ground. Then he quickly approached Major General Hawk, and this time Sanji jumped on top of Major General Hawk. Skewers, Sanji spun like a spinning top. After approaching Major General Hawk, the left leg was aimed at the opponent's body, which was a blow with concentrated rotation force. Boom! The floor of the warehouse was severely shattered by Sanji's left leg. It's moving so fast, Sanji said after rearranging his movements. Flying eagle legs, Major General Hawk aimed a blow at Sanji's back. This rear admiral in human-animal form moves incredibly fast. Hateful, Sanji suddenly blocked the opponent's attack with his right leg. This blow was so powerful that Sanji was bounced off the wall of the warehouse by the opponent's force. Sanji was kicked away too, Usopp yelled. Sanji regained his footing. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood. Really, I blocked the attack with my legs, but I was still kicked here. Sanji looked at Major General Hawk seriously. This guy's speed and strength are not generally strong. HMPH, your legs are the only way to attack. Compared with someone who uses both fists and feet, your legs are indeed a very powerful weapon. I think your strength is more than that. Major General Hawk, he looked at Sanji and said, then let's take a look. Sanji said. Sanji quickly ran towards Major General Hawk and jumped into the air. Level minced meat Sanji kicked more than 30 times in the blink of an eye. Major General Hawk covered his chest with both arms and claws, protecting key parts. This attack seems to have had some effect. Major General Hawk was hit in the shoulder and other places. Coarsely chopped, Sanji spun in midair and finally kicked Major General Hawk's head. Flying Eagle Claw. Solitaire Major General Hawk finally grabbed Sanji's feet with both claws. He himself forcibly withstood the huge impact, and even the floor of the warehouse under his feet was shattered. What? Sanji's face became extremely surprised while he was still in midair. You have lost. Major General Hawk made a sound like an eagle's roar. Flying Eagle Claw. Broken Major Hawk Sanji's captured right foot was pierced violently with both claws. At the same time, the sound of huge bones shattering resounded throughout the warehouse. There is a solution. Major General Hawk slammed Sanji to the side of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji hit the ground in front of him hard. Sanji, you didn't. Usopp said in shock. Sanji gritted his teeth and stood up. But everyone saw that blood was flowing from his right foot, and the leather shoe had been scratched to pieces. Even the shape of the feet is slightly deformed. It's okay, I will continue to be with him. Sanji said through gritted teeth. HMPH, don't tell me that your right foot is already broken. You can't win with 2 feet, but you can still continue fighting with 1 foot. Major General Hawk said. Others also felt the severity of the situation. At this time, suddenly a blade sounded. With the sound of the blade being unsheathed, Zoro walked in front of Sanji. Cook, leave it to me. Soran said calmly. Sanji said no more but watched Zoro step forward to deal with this enemy. Major General Hawk looked carefully at Soran. The young swordsman had all 3 knives out of their sheaths. Hold 2 in your hands and 1 in your mouth. Oh, you are a 3-sword swordsman. This is really tricky. I am very good at hand-to-hand combat, but facing enemies who use blades is much more stressful. I have competed with many swordsman generals in the Navy, but I'm not taking any advantage at all. This way I will get rid of you faster. Major General Hawk said. Major General Hawk's whole body, except for his pair of claws, was unable to withstand the damage of the blade. The duel between him and a swordsman like Soran was actually an instant victory. Soran's whole body was bursting with the uniqueness of a swordsman, but his body was still calm. Stopping with stillness is the highest state of the swordsman. Aren't you going to take action? Major General Hawk said. Zoro looked at this guy without saying a word. Flying Eagle Claw. Tianling Cap. Major General Hawk suddenly moved above Soran, aimed at Soran's head and grabbed it. At this critical moment, Soran's head snapped upwards and his arms crossed upwards. Ghost Slayer. Soran slashed 3 times. Major General Hawk's claws hit Soran's 3 blades tightly. Major General Hawk moved quickly. Soran's blade is very flexible in melee combat, and Major General Hawk's claws have a short attack range, so instead he needs to take advantage of his speed. Well, the blade does make it a bit difficult for me. Major General Hawk moved to the ground again and said, Your speed is really fast. Soran said, still holding the blade. It can be said that Soran has fought many swordsmen with experience in many battles, and he is cautious about the speed of the opponent's sword. It can be said that Zoro is the best at controlling the opponent's speed in the Straw Hat Pirates. The Major General Hawk in front of him actually surpassed the attack speed of unknown number of swordsmen just by relying on his pair of claws and his moving speed. The 3 sharp and long precious swords cannot reflect the advantage of long blades. Zoro held Yukazai in his mouth and quickly retracted the scabbard. Holding Wado Ikemen and Kaitsu in both hands, he started fighting with the opponent. Eagle Wave. Soran seized the opportunity to wave 2 sword kai at Major General Hawk. Major General Hawk disappeared quickly, but the sword energy knocked away a group of naval soldiers who were watching the battle nearby. After Soran used the Eagle Wave, Major General Hawk suddenly appeared behind him. Flying Eagle Claw. Major General Hawk's sharp claws clawed at Soran's back. Soran turned the 2 knives together with his body in a circle. Rhinoceros. A tornado-like blade storm slashed around, but there was a loud bang. Soran flew out from below and sideways. Flying eagle legs. Amputation of the foot. Major General Hawk was almost lying on his back on the ground, and one leg kicked Sauron away from very low, and his claws and arms firmly blocked most of the attacks from above. Major General Hawk stood up again. Zorro crashed into the warehouse wall. The man gasped and regained his footing. "Continue," Zorro said. "Very well, I will really make it impossible for you to pick up your knife." Major General Hawk was filled with a more vicious and murderous aura. Major General Hawk's body moved quickly and rushed towards Sauron. Zorro quickly pulled out the third sword from its sheath and held it in his mouth. Sword wolf style, Sauron's 3 knives fluttered like willow leaves waving in the wind. His entire body is also very flexible in movement. At this time, it seems that no matter which direction the attack comes from, it will be effectively defended. Sauron now seemed to be inside a protective shield formed by a storm of blades. "It's really difficult to start," Major General Hawk said, "but I can break your attack with a long-range attack." Major General Hawk opened the distance. This time, in the eyes of everyone, the Major General took off all his clothes. Major General Hawk, who is in human beast form, now has feathers on his upper body and arms. Eagle feather. Dart attack. Major General Hawk pointed his arms at Sauron, and the feathers on his arms shot towards Sauron like darts. What Sauron looked at the dozens of sharp feathers in shock. Dao Lang Liu can defend against 10 powerful weapons, but these dense feathered dart attacks are pervasive. The piercing sound of slashing blades resounded throughout the warehouse, and a large number of feather darts were chopped off, but still many managed to hit Sauron's body. These feather darts were as powerful as bows and arrows. Sauron was wounded and almost fell to the ground. Flying eagle legs. Major General Hawk knocked Sauron to the ground with his final blow. "How could?" Nami said in shock. "Zorro actually failed too," Usopp said anxiously. Sanji gritted his teeth and said, "The swordsman also lost. Damn." Major General Hawk looked at the crowd and said, "How about it? You have already lost 3 people in a row." Sanji also looked at Rogge and said, "You are the last line of defense." Roger looked at Sanji and the others. "Give it to me." Roger walked towards the center of the warehouse. Major General Hawk looked at the brown-haired young man who stepped forward. "You are the last one. I will knock you down." Major General Hawk made a proud voice. "Can we start?" Rogge asked in a calm tone. "HMPH, it seems that you have some confidence," Major General Hawk said. Roger stared at the eagle-headed, eagle-clawed rear admiral and took out 2 pineapple-like plants from his clothes. "Pineapple," Major General Hawk frowned. Roger calmly held the 2 pineapples in his hands. "Don't worry, these 2 pineapples are my weapons that have been transformed with fruit ability," Rogge said. Rogge concentrated on using the fruit ability, and the lower half of the 2 pineapples changed rapidly, finally becoming like 2 gloves. The size has also changed from the size of an ordinary pineapple to larger than a human head. "This is my newly transformed plant weapon, the pineapple glove." Roger put 2 pineapple gloves on his hands and said. Usopp, who was watching the battle, widened his eyes, observed the 2 pineapple gloves in Rogge's hand and said, "It's such a strange weapon. It actually uses pineapples as gloves. Your abilities always create such strange weapons." Sanji also said. Major General Hawk looked at Rogge with displeasure and said, "HMPH, don't you kid want to play tricks on me? You will soon see the power of this weapon." Rogge put on pineapple gloves and took a fighting posture. "If you dare to play tricks on me, I want you to look good." Major General Hawk quickly rushed towards Rogge. Flying eagle legs, Major General Hawk kicked Rogge's head with surprising speed. At this moment, the sharp green pineapple leaves at the front of Rogge's 2 pineapple gloves quickly grew to the length of a meter. These pineapple leaves seemed to have their own consciousness and entangled Major General Hawk. "What?" Major General Hawk jerked his body back, but the rapidly growing pineapple leaves opened several wounds on his legs like soft saws. Everyone present, whether it was Usopp, Nami, or other naval soldiers, were shocked. Rogge's seemingly weird 2 pineapple gloves actually have this kind of attack power. "You are a mysterious weapon, and you still have such a weird weapon," Major General Hawk said in shock. There were already several bloody wounds on his legs. This is just a weapon I transform. I am a plant-fruit-capable person, and I can control and transform plants as weapons. Rogge said. Major General Hawk widened his sharp eyes and said in surprise, "Plant fruits, there are actually such fruits. It is indeed a rare devil fruit, but this fruit contains infinite possibilities." Rogge said. Major General Hawk looked at Rogge and then raised his arms. "You saw it just now. Let's see how you avoid my eagle feathers and dart attacks from my long-range attacks." The feathers on Major General Hawk's arms shot out dozens of sharp feathers. The pineapple leaves at the front of Rogge's 2 pineapple gloves quickly formed a cloak to block the front. These pineapple leaves are extremely resilient, blocking attacks like extremely dense barbed wire. It can even defend against long-range attacks. Then I will attack you more closely. Make your 2 gloves useless. Major General Hawk said. Major General Hawk moved extremely quickly this time, moving directly behind Rogge. Hateful, Rogge also broke out in a cold sweat. The opponent's speed is still a great threat. If you don't do it well, you are in danger of dying. Flying eagle claw, Major General Hawk suddenly grabbed Rogge's back. A stream of blood burst out. Although Rogge dodged sideways, his back was still severely scratched. "Rogge," Nami screamed. "Damn it, Rogge," Usopp said through gritted teeth. "Could it be said that our last line of defense is?" Sanji said with a serious expression. "The same is true of the previous battles. Once they were successfully attacked by Major General Hawk, there were signs of failure. Ahahaha, no matter how hard you struggle, you will still fail in the end." Major General Hawk said like an eagle. Roger's back was hurt and he regained his footing. The sharp pain came from behind. The warehouse floor was splattered with blood. Now the speed of Major General Hawk in front of him is the biggest trump card, and his speed must be restrained in order to reverse the situation. "It's not over yet, continue," Rogge said. Rear Admiral Hawk looked at Rogge and said, "You really want to die? Let me tell you, although my military rank is a Major General, my strength is comparable to that of many naval vice admirals. By the way, you guys who are such young pirates, it's the first time I've seen him. His strength is pretty good, but it's a pity that you met me. There is no absolutely strong opponent, everyone has weaknesses. You are no exception." Rogge looked directly into the opponent's sharp eyes and said. Major General Hawk stared at Rogge with anger showing in those sharp eyes. "Then I want to learn a lesson. Seize control of this airship," everyone exclaimed. "Yes, since it takes a lot of distance to go to Alabasta, then simply capture this airship," Rogge said. The people looked at each other. "Indeed, capturing this airship will be of great help to us in rushing to Alabasta," Waiwei said after thinking seriously. "And the Mary is still suspended at the bottom of the pod of the airship. We need to gain control of the airship no matter what," Rogge said. "That's great," Luffy said happily. "Capturing this airship will definitely have to face many enemies. However, I, Captain Usopp, will lead my men to fight bravely." Usopp puffed up his chest and said, "Then why are you still talking nonsense? Let's act quickly," Zoro said with a katana in his hand. "Hey, look at the green algae are in a hurry. Let's act quickly." Sanji didn't forget to make fun of Zoro, but everyone has suffered some injuries. We need to pay attention. After all, the enemy is more familiar with the environment here. Rogge said. "We really need a doctor," Nami said. Everyone had suffered a lot of damage from the previous battle with Major General Hawk. "Come on, Marion, you ride on Karu's back. We need to act together," Waiwei said. Marion rode swiftly onto the back of the fast runner. Rogge looked at the talented painter in the former Baroque studio. "Marion, you can help us a lot here, but let me explain in detail," Rogge said. Marion looked at Roger, then nodded. "Ah, okay." The little girl who was good at drawing followed Rogge's instructions and took out her palette and brushes. "Ah, it's using her color suggestion ability," Sanji said. "Hey, you don't want her to draw the kind of designs that can create friendship on that Birdman Rear Admiral, do you?" Usopp asked. "Of course that's impossible, and if that's the case, we need to defeat him first. But that would be superfluous. What we need is to use Marion's pattern to generate the greatest degree of interference so that we can defeat the enemies here smoothly." Roger waved his hand and said. Roger said a few more words to Marion and then said, Okay, we can start. Marion came to Usopp with a palette and brush in hand. Marion directly used a paintbrush to draw a purple circle pattern on Usopp's shirt. Hey, what is this? Usopp shouted with a distressed look on his face. Let's look at Usopp now, Rogge said. Everyone looked at Usopp and saw that there were actually two other Usopps beside Usopp. How could this happen? Nami said in shock. What's wrong? Usopp asked confused. Well, you have two more phantom clones, Rogge said. Rogge looked at Marion again and said, this is Marion's psychedelic purple. It can make the painted items appear the same to other viewers. Really, Captain Usopp has two more brothers, Usopp said immediately with his eyes shining. Hey, they're just identical twins, Nami complained. Look good, I want it too, Luffy said immediately. Rogge continued to say to the others, so I asked Marion to draw this pattern for everyone. It can disturb the enemy during the battle. Everyone cheered immediately. Hurry up and draw it for me, it's so interesting. Luffy hurried to Marion and said, it's very good but it will stain the clothes, but for safety, let's paint it. Nami pursed her mouth and weighed the pros and cons. Sanji patted his black suit regretfully. Black suits are not conducive to drawing. He had to take off his suit jacket. The white shirt inside was exposed. I can't help it, there are too many enemies here, and that damn Major General let me also draw it, Sanji said. Zoro glanced at him disdainfully and said, Cook, haven't you always claimed to be brave? Why are you painting this pattern now? That's because my foot is injured, and why don't you draw it? Look at the wounds on your body. They look like they were shot into sieves by bows and arrows. Sanji immediately said furiously, I didn't say you don't need to draw pictures. It's just that you always claim to be able to sweep away all powerful enemies with just your legs. So I'll ask you. Sauron asked Marion to draw a picture for him while talking. After a lot of hard work, Marion finally painted circle-shaped purple patterns on all the people and running fast. Rogge now also painted a purple circular pattern on his chest, standing in front of everyone and observing them. Very good. We have gone from 8 people and 1 duck to 24 people and 3 ducks. The Navy soldiers will probably be frightened when they see this, and even if they can continue to fight, they will probably take aim. No, Rogge said happily. Oh, 3 Usopps, 3 Sanjis, 3 Zoro, 3 Namis, 3 Rogues, 3 Vivi, 3 Runners, 3 Marion, so cool. Luffy shouted happily. Usopp looked at everyone and said, Captain Usopp's army sets off. It is good everyone left the warehouse and started to move forward. Well, since we want to seize this airship, how many people do we need to defeat? Nami suddenly asked. Everyone. Roger said. Really? Usopp asked in surprise. Of course, the Navy on this airship is our enemy. Sanji lit another cigarette and said, Don't worry. Are we all young and sea warriors, and now others see us as 3 people? Rogge patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, I feel a lot relieved when I think about the 3 phantoms. No, it is Captain Usopp who leads everyone to victory. Usopp's face became full of momentum again and said, Look, a group of enemies has come ahead. Sauron said. A large group of heavily armed naval commandos rushed over from the front. These naval commandos all rushed over with machine guns in both hands. It's not a good person. Then Luffy, let's have some first, Rogge said. The front ends of Rogge's 2 pineapple gloves quickly grew to a length of several meters and formed 2 hat-like covers. The 3 flaming roses on Rogge's shoulders were already aimed at the 3 Navy soldiers. The major who led the naval commando team gave the order, aim at the pirates and fire. The opponent picked up the machine gun in his hand and fired for a while. Bullets densely hit the protective hat formed by the leaves at the front of Rogge's pineapple gloves, but none penetrated. These leaves are as hard as thin iron plates. The opponent cannot penetrate. The hats made of the leaves of the gloves on my arms can block bullets, but the nails that fly out from the explosion of these nail bombs can use the environment to eject. It hurts so much. Usopp's nose was driven into by a nail, which made him scream out in pain. Sauron, it's up to you. Use a long-range sword move, Rogge said. I understand. Zoro held 2 knives tightly in his hands. Eagle wave, Zoro saw 2 sword auras from his 2 swords. The sword aura really flew towards the naval commandos in front like a giant eagle spreading its wings. Under the huge damage caused by the sword energy, more than a dozen Marine commando soldiers were knocked into the air. However, these naval commando soldiers are strong soldiers carefully selected in the Navy, and they also have excellent iron armor. Most of them climbed up quickly again. Look at me. Sanji somersaulted and rushed in front of the enemy. Sanji rushed into the middle of several Marine commando soldiers. Banquet table and kicking package, Sanji propped his hands on the ground and began to kick the enemy with his feet upside down. Sanji's right foot was severely injured by Major General Hawk before, so the kicks are basically left foot attacks. But this attack is still not bad. These Navy commandos were the last to be knocked down. The 3 flaming roses on Rogge's shoulders attacked again, and 3 straight flames hit the 3 Marine commando soldiers. After approaching the Marine commando major and less than 10 remaining enemies, Rogge spread the front leaves of the 2 pineapple gloves away from the hat. In close combat, I am not inferior. The leaves on the front of Rogge's pineapple glove rotated like a propeller. Rogge's 2 pineapple gloves were like giant chainsaws, hitting the naval commandos. The Navy commandos turned pale when they saw this powerful weapon. The leaf on the front of Roger's pineapple gauntlet slashed at the Marine commandos. After a while of screams, the pineapple gloves hit the bodies of these Navy soldiers, and the protective gear that hit their chests and vital parts could not be cut. However, the associated vibration effect and the parts not covered by the protective gear are extremely harmful. HMPH, bastard, stinky pirate, let me be your opponent. The naval commando major drew a long sword from his waist and stabbed at Rogge. The rotating leaf at the front end of Rogge's pineapple glove hit the long sword, and the ear-piercing sound of rubbing was almost deafening. Kyang, with a crisp sound, the long sword in the hands of the naval commando major was bounced away. Then Rogge stopped the rotation of the leaves on the front of the pineapple glove. Get away! Rogge hit the major in the abdomen with 2 punches at the same time. Even though he was protected by iron protective gear, the guy was knocked out more than 10 meters. Finally, this wave of more than 30 Marine commandos were defeated. Phew, these guys were all killed, Rogge said. It's really hard not to use your right foot. Repeat customers need to be healed. Sanji also said, don't talk about this for now, take a look at our captain. Zoro said, everyone saw that Luffy was covered in nails like a hornet's nest. It hurts so much, Luffy shouted. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Usopp quickly laughed loudly. It looks like a hedgehog. From now on, don't call yourself a rubber boy but a hedgehog boy. If there is a photo, I really want to take it for you. Nami said with a strange smile. Waiwei sighed and looked at everyone and Luffy. I thought the captain was too prestige. Rubber. Balloon. Luffy immediately inhaled a lot of gas. Luffy's whole body became like a giant balloon. At this time, the nails on his body were also squeezed out. Finally back to normal, Luffy said, breathing heavily. I really like the way you looked just now, haha. Usopp said. Luffy looked at him very angrily and said, okay, you're happy with me like that. Now everyone, let's move on quickly. Once the Major General Hawk has treated his wounds, I'm afraid he will fight us again. Rogge said. Yes, the enemies on this airship are not ordinary. There are some powerful elite commandos like this. The most annoying one is the Birdman Major General. Sanji said. That Birdman Major General is really disgusting. If he comes again, we may not be able to handle it, Usopp said. The most urgent thing is to rush to the command room of the airship. Rogge said. Rogge and the others continued along the main passage toward the command room of the airship. It's coming again. Soran said, looking at a large group of naval soldiers that appeared in front of him again. A large group of naval soldiers appeared in front of them, but there were no naval commandos after all. Luffy rushed to the front first. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy's fist directly knocked the Marine soldiers away. Eagle wave. Zoro held 2 swords and slashed out 2 sword energy. Soon, these dozens of ordinary Navy soldiers were brought down. There are more than a dozen well-equipped naval commando soldiers blocking the front. This group of naval commandos aimed their weapons at Roger and Luffy. Each holds a heavy rifle capable of firing small shells. Fire. With the sound of guns, More than a dozen small shells flew towards the crowd. Rubber. Balloon. Luffy immediately inhaled, causing his body to inflate into a balloon. More than a dozen small cannonballs the size of your palm hit Luffy's body. While these small shells exploded immediately, Luffy didn't even bounce back. Everyone saw that Luffy was blown away. What happened? This guy won't rebound. Usopp said. No, these shells exploded as soon as they hit Luffy, Sanji said. Could it be that these are shells that will explode as soon as they hit the target? Zoro looked at the enemies with heavy rifles and said, "They're going to shoot again," Roger said. More than a dozen naval commando soldiers on the other side reloaded their heavy rifles. Another wave of more than 10 small artillery shells came. Damn it! Zoro wanted to use his sword to cut off these cannonballs, but there was nothing he could do, because these shells are likely to explode as soon as they hit the blade. It would be great if it was an ordinary shell. Sanji also said urgently. If he insisted on intercepting it now, he might even be involved in the explosion. That's the only way to go. Rogge urgently used the plant fruit ability. The leaves on the front ends of his 2 pineapple gloves grow even more exaggeratedly. 2 huge shields with a width of 5 meters and the ability to block the passage were formed. "Ah, it's over," Usopp yelled. After a violent explosion, Rogge's shield composed of 2 pineapple leaves was blown up, but it also successfully blocked the attack. "Okay, it's time for me to fight back." The 3 flaming roses on Rogge's shoulders locked on the 3 marine commando soldiers, and 3 straight flames shot out. 3 marine commandos were shot and fell to the ground. "Hurry up and reload it again, the pirates are rushing over." The group of marine commandos hurriedly reloaded the small shells on the heavy rifles. "It's too late." Rogge reached Luffy's side. At the same time, the leaves on the front of the pineapple glove had already detached. Aiming at Luffy, Rogge punched Luffy to the middle of the group of marine commandos. "Ah, that's right." Rubber scythe. When Luffy was sent flying, his arms were opened, and his arms were harvested towards the naval commandos like 2 long scythes. The naval commandos roared for a while, and they were all brought down. "Damn it, kid." After all, these naval commandos are strong and elite with protective gear. They quickly regained their footing and prepared to fight again. But Luffy jumped up immediately and stuck his feet down together. Rubber. Spear tip. The lowest marine commando soldier was beaten flat. "Damn it, since this kid is a rubber man, then cut this guy with a knife." A marine commando soldier quickly drew his saber from his waist and slashed at Luffy. At this time, 3 straight flames hit 3 marine commando soldiers who were about to cut Luffy in the middle. Luffy looked in the direction of the attack and praised, "Good job, Rogge. Don't just be shocked, watch out for what's behind you." Rogge hurriedly shouted. A marine commando with a saber is about to decapitate Luffy. At this time, Luffy's body jerked aside. The Navy commando soldier's saber fell heavily on the ground, cutting the ground with a crack. "Scared me." Luffy was dissatisfied and punched the marine commando from the side. Even with the protection of iron protective gear, the face of this marine commando was seriously injured by Luffy's heavy punch. Although the iron protective gear can block the penetration of sharp weapons, it cannot block the transmission of power. Rogge also rushed up, brandishing a pineapple glove and punching a naval commando. This punch was enough to knock a cow into the air. The burly marine commando slammed into the wall next to the main passage, and even the wall was dented. Sanji and Zoro also caught up, and the 2 of them wiped out the remnants of the enemy with their foot skills and blades. "The enemies have been wiped out by you guys. Why don't you wait for Captain Usopp?" Usopp put on his goggles and held a slingshot in a vigilant manner. "Okay, now we are in the middle of the pod of the airship. The rest will be where we will definitely receive more resistance," Rogge said. "Really, are there more of these guys?" Luffy said as he looked at the marine commando soldier who fell to the ground at his feet. "Anyway, if we keep fighting, there will be more enemies, right?" Zoro said, "This is not the most important thing. Even these commandos are just high-level cannon fodder. The key is the Major General Birdman." Sanji said, "Yes, what we are most worried about is Major General Hawk." Rogge said, "For everyone, Major General Hawk is the greatest threat. Okay, I'm worried about what that Birdman Major General is doing. Keep hitting him flying. Luffy clenched his fists and said, anyway, once everyone encounters that guy, they must fight with all their strength. Rogge said, don't worry, I won't let Miss Nami and Miss Vivi get hurt. Sanji immediately made an expression like a hero saving the beauty. Really, it's all up to you. Nami said, waving her fingers. After seeing it, Sanji clenched his fists and said with love in his eyes, Miss Nami, I will fight for you as it is. Wait, do we really need to move forward in this passage? Rogge's eyes suddenly lit up and he said. Everyone looked at Roger. Roger took off the pineapple glove on his left hand and then took out his further improved rattan whip from his clothes. There are also some huge pieces of glass on the sides of the airship pods. After Rogge walked in, he smashed the glass window with the pineapple glove in his right hand. Okay, let's go to the command room from the outside. Rogge said. It turned out to be from the outside. Sauron said, great. Luffy said excitedly after seeing the outside. It's a good choice. Sanji said. Nami hesitated after seeing it and said, do we really have to go from outside? This because it is a surprise attack. Only 2 or 3 people are needed and others can stay in the room in the pod of this airship first. Rogge said, great. Nami said with a sigh of relief. Usopp beat his chest and said, originally, Captain Usopp is also going forward. It is also a piece of cake to raid from the outside of the airship. However, it is also a heavy task to detect the enemy situation inside this huge airship. So I decided to wait, it's here. How many people are going? Roger said, I'll go. Luffy said, raising his hands, I'll go too. Sauron also said. When Sanji was about to say something, Nami suddenly saw something was wrong and stood in front of him. Sanji, you stay here. Nami said with a pair of big watery eyes full of appreciation. Seeing Nami's trusting expression, Sanji's heart beat immediately. Okay, MS, Nami is here, and MS, Vivi, you should be here too, then as a knight I will protect everyone here. Sanji said with a radiant expression. Sauron turned his head disdainfully and said, oh, this idiot cook has become an idiot again. Then let's go. Roger said. Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro climbed out of the airship through the broken glass window. Be more careful. Vivi shouted. Don't worry about them, we still have enemies everywhere. Nami said. Sanji said with a smile all over his face, don't worry, I'm still here. Don't talk about this now, find a room to hide. Usopp said. Outside the airship pod, the huge airship was currently more than 1,000 meters in the air. The surrounding blue sea and sky can be seen very clearly. Wow, that's spectacular, Luffy exclaimed. Really, now is not the time to look at the scenery, Zoro said. Rogge looked at everything around him. The sight here is really spectacular, but it's hard to say if it falls. Now Roger manipulated the cane whip to tie the cable next to the pod to the airbag above.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.